a great player to just being almost like figurehead.
Oh, he's got another. First ball. Atkinson's on a hat-trick. Oh, now then, hang on. He's got him.
Good morning and welcome back to the Kia Oval for the second day of this county championship clash between Surrey and Warwickshire. The first day was an absolute belter. The visitors won the toss and elected to field, as is the custom here at the Kia Oval, and dismissed the home side for 246 on the stroke of tee. 72 not out for Ryan Patel down the list, crucial to getting Surrey to that mark, and half centuries also to the captain Rory Burns and England vice-captain Ollie Pope. But after that, it was wickets galore straight away. Tom Laws went bang, 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 3 leg befores. At one stage, Warwickshire 47 for 4, but an excellent recovery overnight, reaching 132 for 4, with Will Young and Ed Barnard still there on 35 and 48 respectively. Let's take a look at yesterday's highlights from the first day at the Oval, then back with live action thereafter. It's a championship game. Edging and through and 4. Sibley wide of the fourth slip. He receives applause bamber from the cordon. They like that. Good shot for them. A lot of red ball. Edged and taken at third slip. Young to his left in front of the cordon. Fine piece of bowling, Ethan Bamber. Sibley's gone early. First blood for the visitors. 7 for 1. Full days. Burns loves it there. Puts it away. For the first time this morning, he's able to really get to the pitch and swing it through the line. His first boundary. 15 for 1. Bamber's bowled nicely so far this morning. He's whipped away here by Pope. Goes across his stumps. That's the long boundary. Goes across the pitches and it reaches the rope as well. Didn't look like it was going to get there, but...
Bit of width, and that's punished. Rory Burns has been eyeing up that cut shot on a couple of occasions, and this time it comes out the middle of the bat. Cuts him in half. Inside edge from Rory Burns. Flies just past the diving Alex Davies behind the stumps. That's brilliant from Pope. Shimmies down the wicket and flicks the ball through mid-wicket for 4. His most convincing short and pulled over the leg side for 6.
Umpire.
Edged and through. Eventful start for Gilchrist. Past third slip. Boundary for Burns moves him to 30. Squared up. So through the cordon for the second time in the over. To the boundary for the second time as well. Third time in the over. Gosh, how unlucky Gilchrist. Genuine edge through third slip, where there has been a catcher for almost the entirety of the morning. Shot. Pope on drive. Classic stuff.
That is the shot of the morning. I think especially on this wicket. Well controlled.
He's brought up for us on the stream before. Now the off drive, consecutive deliveries. That makes 4 boundaries in 4 balls for Surrey, moving the game along quickly. 2 of them via the outside edge, but 2 right out of the screws. That is superb batting. Knew it was going to be a fraction shorter. Into position early across his stumps to the rope. Playing through the cordon, make it 6 balls in a row. 6 boundaries in a row for Surrey. It all came down to that. What a shot that is. Third time this morning that Pope's had the chance to drive and drive straight and drive true. He joins Burns on 42. So good from Pope. Barely an inch to work with. Galloped out of his crease to reach it on the half volley. Leading edge, clears cover. That's not at all where it was meant to go. He'll get at least a couple, maybe a third, which would be his half century if it is. And so it proves. So Ollie Pope.
There's a time and a place.
Yeah, you'll win with that. Oh, up to slip. That's just what they needed, Warwickshire. It only just reaches the man at first slip, Sam Hain.
You'd have the pitch for an international fixture. That's a brilliant shot from Ben Folks. His Cam applauding in the commentary box. sumptuously timed. Another appeal and given. This time Barnard strikes. Big appeal in his previous over. Wickets. Oh, brilliant. Lawrence dissects them. It's just to the left of the guy who's just been brought in at short mid wicket. Left alone by Dan Lawrence, and that'll be that for the first session. As Cam said a couple of moments ago,
What we know about this ground, the Dukes, and the captain Burns raising his half century. Nicely played through cover. That's Lawrence making the most of Barnard being a fraction fuller. His first boundary of the session. First runs indeed, 134 for 3. Catches the call and it reaches Malik in the deep. Yeah, it does. That's the wicket they needed so badly. Bamba, outside part of the bat, had one man to beat at backward point and does so and gets off the mark with 4. Ryan Patel, complete liability in the field at the moment. Through. Crash.
and
That's more convincing. So he gets inside the line and puts it away.
I was just about to say, sorry.
That's a cracking shot from Patel. He tried to play that shot in the previous over. A bit of width. Wasn't a full half volley by any means, but a little streaky. But I think he's going to pick up 4. He will. Yep. Just now that is close. And it's given. I'm not entirely surprised at that.
Having at even more pace.
Oh, edged and gone. Good catch at first slip. A wild drive to his second ball. Just swinging away slightly, and Gilchrist has got 2 in this over now. Hence the Nighthawk. Oh, now then, that has carried. And that's the 7th wicket. Atkinson goes. Hannon Dolby with his first. I'd like to see that again. Has that just left Atkinson a touch, taken the edge? Yes. Oh, there's another. That's the 8th, and it's Tom Laws this time. And Surrey are folding here. They've just lost 3 wickets for 16 runs.
Patel works into the offside for a really well-made half-century in the context of a low-scoring afternoon where 5 wickets fell in a hurry for Surrey.
Well, that has been hammered away. And it's gone all the way over mid-wicket. There's a fielder out there who's 5 or 6 yards inside the boundary. Now that's even closer, and it's given. That's the breakthrough. Umpire Chantry raises his finger, and Fisher has to go. Oh my goodness me! Well, that's it's hit the stumps. That has hit the stumps and flown away down to the boundary, and Surrey have been bowled out. Booth with 2 in 2, and Surrey tantalisingly close.
You know, everyone just almost believed it was going to happen, and then it did.
Little too short and cracked away for 4. There's no one on the boundary this early in the innings. Edged and taken. Rory Burns with a catch, a really good one, diving away to his right. That is the breakthrough. It is Dan Worrell. That's nicely put away. The placement and timing of that was exceptional from Davis. There is a man at backward point. Now that has found the gap. Chases on. I think the ball is just going to win, and it does. It's not the worst. That's a great shot. Straight as straight can be. Only just missed the stumps at the non-striker's end. He's reached for that, and he finds the middle of his bat just past the diving Patel in the covers. 2 fine drives from Alex Davis.
Appeal for LBW given. Law strikes at the start of his second over. Traps Davies in front. He started positively. Laws to the new man, Sam Hain. Big appeal. Huge appeal. Given! Laws is 2-2. What a moment that is. Sam Hain departs for a golden duck. 87.4 mph.
He was a 21-year-old, I think.
Clipped behind square on the leg side, and that'll be 4. Just county players there, some of the better county players. Full and straight from Tom Lords. Given again! A third LBW for Tom Laws. He's making things happen.
That's been cracked away, and it'll be 4. A very rare, shorter delivery, that one from Matt Fisher, and Young, who's
Width, and that's punished.
Don't play in the other franchise leagues internationally.
Driven firmly down the ground. That's a lovely shot from Will Young. Crisply struck on drop. 4 more, bit of width.
They completed an excellent final hour of play yesterday for Warwickshire, who advanced to 132 for 4, trailing by 114 with Barnard still there on 48. In Young, 35, a partnership that's worth 85, the majority of them coming in the last 45 minutes of play or thereabouts. Young did have a chance when he was on 10. He was put down in the cordon by Ollie Pope. It would have been 73 for 5, but Matt Fisher was the unlucky bowler, and it meant that Warwickshire, from that point, were able to get through unscathed. After bowling at Surrey for 246 earlier in the day, Nathan Gilchrist playing his first game for Warwickshire, picking up 3, a couple for the all-rounder Barnard, and 2 for the ever-consistent Ethan Bamber. Half centuries for Ryan Patel, 72 not out, batting with the Lister. Crucial partnership of 58 with Matt Fisher for the 9th wicket, which got them beyond 200, and towards that first batting point, falling 4 runs short of that. And earlier in the day, a half century for the skipper Burns and England's vice-captain Ollie Pope, who made an even 50 as well. Adam Collins with you to begin our coverage on the second day here at the Kia Oval. A beautiful day at that. A carbon copy of yesterday as the players start to make their way out from beneath the Bedser stand towards the middle. And alongside me, I have the Editor-in-Chief of Wisdom Cricket Monthly, Phil Walker. Good morning, Phil.
Yeah, good morning, Adam. So what do we know here? We know that the clouds are high. There's a very gentle breeze. It has all the makings of what we would call a batting day. However, this is the Kia Oval, where things do tend to happen, especially in that first hour. There is always that sense with a seam attack that you are working with the pitch rather than against it. We saw that throughout the day yesterday. It certainly wasn't one-sided, but 14 wickets speaks for itself. Feel that Will Young, who was rock solid last night, and Ed Barnard, who was enterprising as he so often is, he's a real game shifter at number 6-7. He's a champion county cricketer, and you feel if these two can just weather the initial storm, the first half hour 45, then Warwickshire can start to potentially open up and look at a first innings lead. Dan Mousley is in next. Very fine young player, counter thrusting kind of player. Of course, for Surrey, they know exactly what they need to do. They've been here a million times before. But days 2 and 3 in these 4-day tussles do tend to be the best time to bat. Surrey will be mindful of that, and it'll be Dan Worrell.
Yep, yesterday played out at the Oval as many days have on day 1 in the last 4 years, where typically a side will get bowled out by about tea on day 1, and then the real game begins. How can the team batting second make the most of that position? And Warwickshire, who very much won the last hour yesterday, having looks like they were on the cusp of collapse at one stage. They were 47 for 4 when Zem Malik had his pad blown off. But can they string a couple of good hours together here? That's the test for the visitors. And it won't be easy, because the man with the dukes in his hand is Dan Worrell. 2 slips. He'll start day 2 bowling to New Zealand international Will Young. Worrell picked up the first wicket yesterday. Rob Yates falling for 7. So Surrey stacked with seam options on a pitch that should suit. The aforementioned Worrell, Tom Laws, who was sensational in that first spell, that first burst yesterday with 3 wickets. Matt Fisher, ever so unlucky as ever. How many times do we say it? Gus Atkinson, Test cricketer, and Jordan Clark, who's been the most dependable seamer, along with Worrell through the three-peat and beyond. And that's his channel.
Good carry as well, as we've become accustomed to here over these years of dominance. Hits the keeper's gloves hard. Relatively conservative field first up. It's deep third. Conventional cover on the drive. No gully, just 2 slips.
Interested by that.
6-3 offside field.
Yeah, I mean, you think an extra catcher, a third or indeed a fourth catcher might be the order of the day for Worrell early on, given the ball's only in its 37th over. We'll see. It was at second slip where Young was put down yesterday. When he was on 10. At that point, Phil, it did have the feeling like it was going to be a sort of a 17, 18 wicket day. It just had that energy, the way that Laws was bowling and the way that Fisher started, and of course the threat that's always possessed by Worrell and Atkinson and Clark.
Yeah, but Ed Barnard played it well.
Yep.
8-4s, counter-attacked. It's the only way to play against Surrey at this ground, at this citadel. You've got to counter-punch.
We've got the perfect view of the Worrell arced approach. We're trying to get a wide shot of it where we're sat in our commentary position. We're at, I don't know, how would you describe it? Long off, straightish long off, but just on the angle where we are directly behind the Worrell run-up.
He's running just off Andrew Sampson's left shoulder,
Yeah,
I would say. The maestro's with us today.
I hadn't noticed anything on my left shoulder, but thanks for letting me know.
So he sets off here from directly beneath us. Gorgeous. That is the Worrell corridor. How many times has he found the edge from this end in that way over the last 3.5 seasons?
He does get prodigious movement, but I think there's also an element that because of that angled run-up, it exacerbates what the eye is telling you. Because it goes against that angle, and because it's such a timeless way of doing it as a swing bowler, you don't see it so much now coming in from wideish long off. But it just seems to accentuate the sense that it's gone like a banana away from the right-hander.
Completes the first over of day 2 of maiden. 132 for 4 it remains. Yeah, they've used him more judiciously this year as well. Surrey. Worrell hasn't played on those early season flat decks. Didn't play the first game between these teams this year at Edgbaston, for instance. But yeah, 27 at 25, which is very sort of Worrell numbers.
Yeah, but perhaps it's a sign not just of his age, but the depth of options that Surrey can call upon here in their seam attack. So it's going to be Gus Atkinson. I fancied that it probably would be. He just has that knack, even with the roller having taken place this morning on that track. You know that Atkinson, if he gets it right, just gets that nip and zip and spits off just short of a length. Same field, in fact, 2 men on the leg side rather than the deep third, but just 2 slips, no gully. So it's 5-4 offside field, which suggests he's either going to be prepared to dig it in or a bit of kidology will be at play, perhaps a bit of both.
So here we've got, before umpire Goff can call them to attention, there is as can often be the case when playing across the square, they have to be resourceful with what constitutes a sight screen. So where there's advertising, beneath where that gentleman is sat, there's typically advertising, but it's covered up in white boarding this week, but he's been moved away from behind where Gus Atkinson will bowl here. Fallen straight.
One of the stars, Adam, of the Kia Oval Test match a couple of weeks back was the chap in the red top.
Yes.
Sitting right, maybe 7 or 8 rows back in the Mickey Stewart Pavilion. And he had a big red top on. He was a big lad too. And quite right too, in that classic kind of English cussedness. He says, well, I paid my money, I'm not moving, thanks very much.
Yep.
And Dave Gorrod here, who works here, had to go and find him a white shirt.
Oh, that's how it was resolved.
Yep.
I missed the postscript.
Yeah, went to the local shop, grabbed a white shirt, a white Surrey embossed shirt, threw it down the line, and he triumphantly put it over his hefty shoulders, and that was that.
I find it interesting that at some grounds there's an insistence upon an entire end of the ground being whited out. You know, I guess that's the modern game to an extent. Johnny Bairstow can pick out someone behind the bowler's arm at deep mid wicket, you know, like, and they become conditioned to it to a degree. However, well bowled Atkinson there, middle stump line, and defended comfortably by Barnard in the end. But there are other grounds where, I mean, most notably Lords, where the sight screen at the pavilion end has people both beneath it, which is unusual these days, although we do have a little bit of that here, and directly above it. And it's and you don't sort of have the members asked to move on there. It's just accepted as well. You deal with what you got. Inside part of the blade, now one short of a half century, Barnard.
He's hanging back in this over as Ed Barlow. He's off strike now. But Atkinson is certainly slipping it here. Late 80s, 88, previous delivery.
It was noteworthy just what that speed gun was reading out yesterday for Tom Laws especially. That we know that Atkinson can bowl in the 90s. We've seen it for England. We've seen it playing in domestic cricket as well. But Tom Laws, that was uncharted territory as far as what we've seen. That first burst yesterday, he was bowling rapidly and hitting pads, and in Sam Malik's case, hitting toes as well. And it was extraordinarily exciting from the 22-year-old. Half of interest, but it's sliding down the leg side. It was a combination of factors, Phil. It was the willingness to keep bowling full. He saw his wicket taking mode of opportunity was going to be blowing pads off or taking stumps out, and he didn't relent through the spell. It was the pace, it was the aggression, it was the body language. It was all there. It was mightily impressive. And if that's a sign of what's to come, because we've been on commentary before when we've seen Laws bowl lovely spells where he nicks batters off bowling big boomerang out swingers, and that's one thing. Completes Atkinson's first over of the second day, 133 for 4. Back to Barnard on 49. But this was different. This was all the movement we're referring to, which is what got him recognised by England Lions a couple of winters ago. But on top of that, it was to say it was a yard of extra pace would be underselling it. It was a yard and a half quicker than what we've seen.
Yeah. The cricketer that he's reminded me of, the bowler that he's reminded me of, at the risk of invoking some of the ire from Warwickshire fans, is Chris Wokes. And Wokes got quicker as he got older.
Yep.
He was in his mid-20s by the time he really began to slip it, and he became a real fast medium champion. And there's no real reason physiologically why Tom Laws can't maintain that kind of trajectory. He bowls
with an easy single to deep third. That'll be a half century for Ed Barnard. 8 boundaries last night. Came in when times were tough for the visitors. 47 for 4 on the ropes. Counter-attacked with control. This partnership now up to 87. And he's played some important hands here at the Oval over the years, and he's bowled nicely here too. Did a job yesterday with a couple of wickets before lunch. He's a competitor.
with great numbers as well.
Numbers that I fancy Andrew Sampson will add to.
Well, yeah, just looking at his record against Surrey, he's now got 592 runs at 65.77, 200s and 350s in 11 innings.
Proves he steps up, Phil. Surrey have been the top of the pile, and that's when he saves his best performances for.
Yeah, he's a top-class county cricketer, one of those cricketers that perhaps in a different era may have yet received the cap at the highest level. Made 500s and now 950s across the last 2 seasons, including this one. He's not done yet here either. He had one slightly off year with the bat in 2023 where he didn't break 500 runs across the campaign and didn't make just made 250s, in fact, didn't make a first class 100. But aside from that, his numbers from from 2021, so counting the last 5 years, averages plus 50. And he's made 10 hundreds across the last 5 years. They're good numbers for a number 6. Very, very good numbers.
Well worked by Young. Work to do. Atkinson collects a couple of yards inside the ropes. And yeah, that was the first season he had at Warwickshire, wasn't it? When he didn't. I think the whole idea was that he would move clubs, and a lot of players have played for Worcestershire and Warwickshire at different points through their careers, and he didn't immediately do it with the bat, but he was doing it with the ball.
Indeed,
and then last year he pieced it together.
He was also doing it in white ball cricket as well, so he really made his mark for Warwickshire in that first year in white ball cricket. He was irresistible.
Yeah, he rattled off, was it 300s in a row or something like that in the Metro Bank, whatever it was called then. Andrew Sampson.
Yeah, that sounds right. There's a stat I like to look at for all-rounders these days. I don't know if it means very much, but maybe it does. Well, look at a guy's career record and see how many players have scored more runs at a higher average and taken more wickets at a lower average. If you look at Ed Barnard, he's been playing first-class cricket since 2015. And in that period in the county championship, where he's now got closing in on 6,000 runs at about 37 and 317 wickets at 319 wickets now at 31.
Ends at Worrell over 136 for 4.
There are no players who have more runs at a higher average and more wickets at a lower average than Ed Barnard in the championship over that period.
It probably shows there, Phil, how we unfairly judge all-rounders, right? A batting average of, what was it, 37, did you say?
Nearly 37.
37 and a bowling average of 31, which of themselves feel, good but not great. But you combine the two together, it's as though we're hardwired to thinking that to be a decent all-rounder, you need to be Imran Khan.
Indeed.
When in practice, it doesn't work out that way.
Indeed, and Samo rightly talks in the round about his career, but if you take it from that year, that hinge point year of 2021, then you'll find that batting average is comparable to the very best in county cricket.
He's back on strike to Atkinson here. And players are allowed to improve. We talk about this a lot. They're allowed to get better and their numbers are allowed to improve accordingly. What you were doing I don't know how old he was in 2015, but he would have been early 20s, maybe late teens, has almost no relationship to the cricketer he is today.
I like his technique. Plays the quicks well, stays back. Very strong square of the wicket on the offside. You saw that last night.
Squared up a tad.
Yeah, county cricket is populated by players of Ed Barnard's components, of his traits. They don't always get the props that they deserve, but those numbers speak for themselves. And he's a very versatile cricketer as well, as we were saying. He's a gun white ball batter. Got the lot. Of course, people will say, well, why hasn't he played for England with those numbers? And we go back to the issue regarding what works in county cricket with the ball doesn't necessarily convert to Test cricket. And I guess there's an echo of the Tom Laws discussion in there as well.
Well, yeah, I mean, I don't know how you would benchmark it, whether this would be a worthy benchmark or not, but he's not been part of the 100 this year, for instance. So he's not been seen as a valuable enough white ball asset in the shortest form that we play. Instead, he's been playing in the 50-over competition. Oh, how about that? What a delivery from Gus Atkinson. The definition of unplayable. Barnard playing down the line upon which it pitched, and just this movement away and kissing the edge, and that's that. 136 for 5. Out for an even 50.
Not much he could do. He's been hanging back all morning, and that is a beauty. Gus Atkinson has been bang on the money here. He's not given anything to hit. He just has this knack, as we were saying. The perfect length, holds its line. Barnard plays the line, doesn't go following it, just a tiny bit of movement, but appreciable enough. And first blood this morning, and it's a crucial wicket feel like Warwickshire needed to get through the first 45 here with these two intact. And Mousley it is then. Left-hander, very exciting young player. England have, of course, already looked at him in white ball cricket. And he will play his way. The question is whether Surrey can let him, because he will look to put bat on ball. That's the way he plays.
That's a class above from Atkinson as well, that delivery. You know, we've seen him bringing it back off the seam through the morning session so far, trying to keep the stumps in play. That's exactly what Barnard was mitigating against, only for the ball just to gently drift away. Wasn't far away from the top of off stump. And that's why Gus Atkinson is playing Test cricket right there.
He just knows how to bowl on these tracks. We saw it in that India Test match, where he really put in, for my money, his best performance in an England shirt so far. Dare I say it, Adam, there are traits in this 22 yards that may be echoed at Melbourne, and maybe even...
I think so. This is where I was banging on about it through the Oval Test match this year. Right now, this pitch is the most like what you're going to see this winter. I'll explain as we go. Mousley leaves the first ball, which swings after passing the stumps. Good leave. I think there's a genuine risk with the way that people conceive of Australia, of generals fighting the previous war. I totally get the wanting to deploy the quickest and most dynamic bowlers in Australia. That makes sense. There's no issue with that fundamentally. But don't discount bowlers who are cagey on pitches that have life in them.
Oh!
It's going down the leg side. Atkinson bails out of the appeal, but a wicket maiden breaking up that important stand of 89 for Warwickshire. Barnard caught behind by folks from the bowling of Atkinson for 50. Score now 136 for 5. But yes, there's a few things that have happened at around the same time. You were with me, Phil, in 17-18 at that deathly Melbourne Test match. I mean, I think we're still there, aren't we? Part of our soul will always be at that Melbourne Test match of 2017. Perhaps the most boring... Got to be a contender for one of the most boring Test matches played in my lifetime. And that was almost exclusively down to the surface. Drop-in technology gone wrong. It was the antiquated drop. I can't tell you how the drop-in technology has improved necessarily, but I know that at the time we were told it was a function of the old drop-ins. Melbourne was one of the first. They hadn't renovated the square since then, and we were suffering because of it. And it wasn't the only ground around the country with that affliction. Then we had a few things happen around the same time. Pink ball Test cricket at Adelaide was a bit of a thing, and Brisbane. So we were seeing how exciting it was when more grass was being left on the pitch. So instead of shaving these pitches bare and producing absolute belters, which would often become featherbeds that wouldn't give anything to bowlers, we'd seen with our own eyes, well, what about when you leave more grass on? That's more fun. So that happened. The 17-18 Ashes happened, which no one liked, especially at Melbourne and Sydney. Ooh.
It's gone the other
A
way.
little bit low as well. Yeah, two things have happened there. It's hit the pitch and gone back towards the off stump with young shouldering arms. It would have taken out a fourth stump, I fancy. We'll see it again. Didn't get up at all. Bounced before reaching folks. Yeah.
Not the first one either that's scuttled this morning from this end, from Dan Worrell, and with Warwickshire having to bat last.
It's a factor. A bit of gardening being done there by Young. So that there was, the day-night crowd interest, ball competing with bat being a good thing. There was the experience of 17-18. Then 18-19 when India came, it was very similar at Melbourne and Sydney. And there was a kind of a collective view that this is not a good advertisement for Test cricket. And there was also the fact that the Duke's ball was being used in Shield cricket, so people could see at the level below for half the season what you could do with a ball that had a bit more life to it. So they decided to do two things at the same time. One, completely renovate the Kookaburra ball, so it's got extra layers of lacquer and a more reinforced seam, so it doesn't get depressed as early as it used to. It stays up for longer, so the ball gives you more for longer. And just leaving more grass on the pitch. Simple as that. This actually started when England were in town in 21-22, that Test match at Melbourne, which...
I was going to come to that.
No one saw that coming.
The Scott Boland cultural moment
Yeah.
in Australia.
But really, no one saw that test pitch or that result coming. It was against the grain entirely. That test match ended in 7 sessions, and England all out 67 and whatever else. But
I think they might have seen the result coming.
Maybe
The way that we got there.
The way the ball hooped around and darted around and whatever else. So maybe it went too far. I don't know. There was certainly a view that Sydney went too far this year when India were there, and that was over inside 3 days as well. But my contention is that I'd be staggered if the surfaces in Australia for this Ashes aren't similar to what we've seen in the last 3 or 4 years, especially what we saw last summer. So yeah, there'll be differences from city to city, but broadly speaking, there'll be plenty in it for bowlers who can do the type of thing Dan Worrell does, the type of thing that Sam Cook does, the type of thing that Scott Boland does. So it won't be about trying to hit the pitch back of a length for hour on end and having guys that can hit 90 mile an hour and reverse it in quite the same way that it was a couple of Ashes cycles ago. I rest my case. Skews away to deep third. Young will retain the strike, 137 for 5.
Young becomes the key man now, doesn't he? He's been, as we've become accustomed to seeing, rock solid. He's a natural top order number 3. He's made good test runs there. He's a fixture now in that New Zealand test side. We saw him play very well 3 or 4 years back, Adam, at Edgbaston.
Edgbaston, yep.
Saw him make his maiden, and fine player. And he's exactly what Warwickshire need here. Because you know if Mousley can get into his work, then he will play a few shots, and the lower order aren't going to die wondering either. But he has to be the glue. These pitches here, though, they're works of art. They really are. And that test match was the perfect indication of it. The old ways of a pitch deteriorating rather conventionally and predictably, getting lower and slower and duller. Well, it's been shifted now. And in some respects, the toughest time to bat here in South London is on that first day. But that then just evens up the scales beautifully. Because you think you bat first on day 1 of a multi-day Red Bull cricket match, and that's the time to go. And often it can be a little bit pedestrian, a bit predictable, as we saw, say, in the first half of the India series, at Edgbaston and Headingley and so on. Not here.
And that's where I think that they did miss a little bit of a trick in that last test, England. I sort of felt that, I mean, of course, they lost Chris Wokes on day 1, so we'll never really know the influence he might have had through the rest of the test match. So it's a bit unfair to say they didn't have anyone doing that particular thing. But I would have been interested in seeing how Cook would have performed out here. I know that Cook was judged on the basis of one very unusual test match at Trent Bridge with short boundaries, a flatty, everyone trying to score to run a ball, England doing it, Zimbabwe copying them, and somehow we've discredited a decade's worth of work, is it? Is that how it works? I mean, Cook's shown season after season after season after season, including an Alliance tour, with the aforementioned Kookaburra ball in those conditions, that he's got the skills to do it. And what, on the basis of 1 innings, we're going, oh, nah, no good anymore. It'd be a crime not to take him to Australia.
You think so?
It would just be ridiculous to discredit what he's proven he can do over a long stretch of time on the back of 3 days of cricket. You're allowed to be nervous on debut, that's the other thing. We saw young Sonny Baker, that we're both massive raps for, struggle last week on his international debut. And does that mean that Sonny Baker's a poor bowler overnight? Or do we go back to what he was doing to David Warner a fortnight earlier in the 100? And we sort of look at it in the whole. And I like to think that, and I'm certain that Rob Key's savvy enough to not be, putting a line through Cook on the basis of what he saw at Trent Bridge either. But I think that especially in those conditions, you want a bowler of, and if it's Wokes, fine, but having Wokes and Cook both available to them, I think is a worthwhile selection decision. There are plenty of quicks, including this bloke.
It's been excellent this morning, Gus Atkinson. They needed him to step up. Went wicketless yesterday. It was quite miserly, but He really has been top class today. And just further evidence of slight inconsistency of bounce here. It's going to be tough here for Warwickshire to scavenge something of a first innings lead here from this point, really. 108 still behind.
Oh, nearly through. Well bowled, Gus Atkinson. 138 for 5. They trail by 108, Warwickshire.
Yeah, just going back to that Oval Test match, it's a curious game from England's point of view. They lost the game by, what, half a dozen in the end?
Yeah.
They dropped 5 catches for sure, maybe even 6 in that second innings. They were 1 bowler down. Jamie Overton, no longer playing red ball cricket, of course, was, I thought, immensely unlucky in the second innings and bowled very well, considering his figures were something like 2 for 100. And even though they dropped all those chances, and they lost their most complete bowler in those conditions in Chris Wokes, they still got to within half a dozen, and yet it also felt like it was a huge missed opportunity. Hard game to read.
One of the great Test matches of the century so far.
It has to be, and
if you're marking it up, it's on the podium, I think.
It has to be, and the fact that England got so close, having been, well, in that position in the 4th innings, you thought they were dead and buried early on, and then Brooke, because he's this paradox, this riddle, this mystery, he plays as pure an innings as you can possibly see at that level, and then gets out in eccentric ways at the critical point.
What were they chasing? 360 odd, 370 odd? It was a lot.
I would say 373, but that might be. It was certainly around that mark.
And to come back that final day, I mean, it did have echoes of Border and Thompson and all the rest in 82 at Melbourne, like the way that the people flocked to this ground. You were here with me, Phil, when Alistair Cook played his last Test match, when he got that 100 on the Monday. I had reason to watch the highlights of that recently. It wasn't full that day. Like, it genuinely wasn't sold out. I think I saw the attendance was 18,000, right? Probably holds 25 here, give or take. So, and I'm only using that as a reference point to the Monday we came back to here for the final day of the Test a month ago, corresponding fixture, same teams. There was not a seat, there was not anywhere to watch from. Every vantage point was taken. It was special. It was, which doesn't discredit how special Cook's last 100 was either, by the way, simply that there was demand. People needed to be here for it, even if it was only going to be for 52 minutes.
Yeah, it was a zeitgeist series that we saw.
He started well to Mousley here. Likes to play shots.
Yeah, he's been becalmed, hasn't he? He's played one attacking shot in anger and fluffed his lines. That airy back foot punch to Atkinson in the previous over. But that's okay just for now. He just has to play cautiously. Just while he gets the sense of what this pitch is going to offer him. Just has to be slightly mindful of the full one as well. It's a close-ish LBW in the first over that he faced, falling over a touch. That's fine. Playing with the inside half of the bat defensively, that's okay. Trying to take those 3 slips out of the equation.
Played here last year and got 25 and 2 against Surrey. If I recall correctly, he was part of that ridiculous Chemo Roach spell when he took 6 wickets and won the game in a session for the home side. Warwickshire were at times threatening to be ahead in that match, but it was that classic Surrey grind where we see it time and again, where they permit teams to come here and have a good hour, or sometimes even a good session, but never a good day in totality, or very, very rarely anyway.
So the plan here is quite clear. 2 straight men on the leg side.
And 3 slips. Nicely played. Way to get off the mark with a square drive for 4. Played under his eyes, didn't overhit it. All timing. 143 for 5. So they've been held this morning. Only 11 runs in the first half an hour.
Yeah, it was there to hit. Lent into it nicely though. Transferring the weight. Yeah, just going back to that. So we have a mid-on and a very straight mid-wicket. Almost on each other's shoulders. So giving Worrell full license to try and arc that boomerang in swinger to the left-hander into those pads. As I say, it's got to be cautious and mindful of that plan. Stay upright. Don't get your front pad in the way. Your surfboard. That's good.
Completes the over, 5 runs from it, which takes Warwickshire to 143 for 5. If you're just joining our coverage, Ed Barnard was the man to fall this morning. Partnership of 89 broken by Gus Atkinson. Caught behind an absolute beauty for an even 50. It was 136 for 5 at this stage. Will Young still there on 40. Mousley on 4. Yaz Rana taking over from me after a few further words from Phil Walker. See you later, Phil.
No surprises, Gus Atkinson to continue. This is an international pedigree tussle here between Atkinson and Young. Morning.
Morning, Phil.
How you doing?
I'm good, how are you?
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you, Yaz. Thrilled to be back. Had a few days away. Landed back in the UK yesterday morning, straight on the streams.
I think this is the longest we've been apart since there was a pandemic.
Does the absence make your heart? No, let's not go there. Atkinson again.
Oh.
And that's what he's done, Yaz, all morning.
Really good intensity from Atkinson this morning. It was a strange first day in that there were swings of momentum throughout, and one of the more pivotal swings of momentum was at the very end of the day when it felt like Surrey were well on top, Warwickshire at 1.47 for 4, but that partnership between Young and Barnard got Warwickshire back in this game, and it wasn't just that they survived till the close, they scored quite freely, and Surrey just lacked a bit of intensity towards the end of that session. But this morning they've been right on it.
Him in particular, it's his real unique strength, isn't it? That delivery, and we see it time and again on all different kinds of tracks. There's no discernible change in the action. It's not like it's an effort ball as such, but he just has something in his makeup, does Atkinson. He just gets that life from that length. And that's why he's a test match bowler. Because he can extract energy from a pitch that other players can't. It's not that he's lightning quick through the air, but he has that magical thing. You see it, you saw it with Broad. Broad used to have it off a length, slightly short of a length.
Left alone, and look at that carry. Ben Folkes taking a ball that was no shorter than just back of a length above his head.
I tell you, another bowler, this is a big call, but when he's bowling well, there is a McGrath-like quality to him when he's bowling well. He's not in the same class, don't get me wrong, but it comes so much from the wrist. There's a snap in the wrist. It's quite an easy-paced run-up. It's not an especially explosive gather or action in itself. Looks like a pretty economical, physical challenge for him, ball by ball. But with that wrist, he just has something magical in there when he gets it right. And as we saw in that test match, that 10 for revelatory.
Change of angle from Atkinson coming around the wicket now to Mousley. Why was McGrath so good? If you look at the back half of his career, he wasn't express pace. What is it that meant that he was so prolific, actually in an era when run scoring was so high?
Well, he had height, he had enough pace, he had the wrist. The wrist is what you see when you think of McGrath. I was talking to someone who faced him a few times last week, actually, funnily enough, about what he offered compared to the quicker bowlers.
Appeal for LBW, but not given.
Again, it's the perfect length. Things happen from that length. Atkinson, been brilliant this morning.
Yeah, slightly fuller on this occasion, coming from around the wicket.
Yeah, the other thing that McGrath had is that he had quite a straightish run up, but then he would just curve into the stumps at the last, and so effectively he'd be bowling off stump, from the top of off stump in effect, and so the exaggerated swing of others, say of an Anderson or somebody of that ilk. That wasn't his style, but the movement was just immaculate. There was just enough back and forth, and all it required was a slight canting of the seam, slight shift in the angle of the wrist, and he'd have you. He was also a gnarly old sod as well, and he was, well, I mean, he was the fulcrum of perhaps the greatest attack, certainly that I've seen anyway. You only need 4 when they're Gillespie, Lee, Warne and McGrath. 8 for 38 at Lords in 97. I was there for that.
Well, gets his line slightly wrong, and Mousley clips that behind square on the leg side for his second boundary.
So perhaps in a sign that the ball's not doing quite as much now as the effects of the roller begin to dissipate. He's now going round the wicket to the left-hander, and so not looking to extract quite as much extravagant movement into the pads, more on the angle now rather than through the air. Didn't get it right that time, and Mousley's doing okay here.
I'm slightly surprised by the angle change for Worrell, because he was troubling Mousley in the previous over. Beats him, cuts him in half. Yeah, in the previous over from over the wicket, he was challenging the front pad with the one that swings into him, but the last ball of the over that was left alone moved away at the last moment, and you could see that is a line that could be really troublesome, both threatening the outside and the inside edge. But Worrell straight away, 2 balls into this over, looking threatening from around the wicket.
You wouldn't have been born in 97, Yaz, when Glenn McGrath turned up.
I was born in 1997.
Really? 2? 1, 2?
Down the leg side. Ben Folkes as well to get to it.
Yeah, the years do really roll on, don't they? Yeah, England won that first Test match in 1997 in the Ashes. Emphatically. The gaffer here smashed Warne down the ground for the winning runs, and Nasser got the 200, and Graham Thorpe a wonderful 138, and we thought that finally the years of misery and hell were behind us, and we rocked up at Lords a week or 2 later, and McGrath took 8 for 38. Well bowled, sir. And then, 8 years later, took 5 for 2 at Lords as well.
Change in the field. Third slip has moved to a leg slip. It's one of your passion subjects, isn't it? That England weren't quite as bad in the 90s as
they were in the 80s.
and that specifically too.
Yeah. They had their moments, and they came up against some pretty good teams. The 80s was more comical, more emphatically shambolic than the 90s. At least they were trying to get it right in the 90s.
What's that great run they went on?
So
several years of that winning a home Test match.
They won 1 in 5 summers at home.
It really does put modern conversations about not being very good in the final Test of series to bed, doesn't it?
Indeed, indeed. 1986, 1987, 1988, 1989. So, okay, so 4 years. 4 full years. And they won 1 Test match at home in August 1988 against Sri Lanka, where at Lords, where hardly anyone turned up because the English were still a little bit sniffy about those new nations playing red ball 5-day cricket. So they didn't even really count that one either, and it came after a 5-0 reversal against the West Indies. So what we'd maybe call a Pyrrhic victory. But yeah, they lost to New Zealand and India in 86. I think 2-0 and 2-0 or 1-0. And they lost to Pakistan in 1987, 1-0. 1988, 5-0, and then the Sri Lanka win. And then in 89, they lost 4-0 to Australia.
So they didn't.
Something like that, Samo? Near enough?
Near enough, yeah. I'm comparing those 2 decades. England were actually slightly better in the 90s.
There you go.
There we go.
I've been saying this for years. I've been saying this to you for years.
In the 80s, they won 20 and lost 39 out of 104 tests. 45 draws, remember draws? And in the 90s, they won 26 and lost 43 out of 107.
There you go.
Short. Pulled for 6. Briefly, I thought deep fine leg might be interested. But it flies to his right. And Warwickshire bring up their 150.
Yeah, slightly upish. Certainly wasn't looking to hit it for 6. Rode the bounce. Slightly top edged, but got plenty enough of it. Batted very, very well here across these 2 days.
Yeah, I don't think Gus Atkinson would mind that. As you say, I think Young would have intended to play that on the floor. It was a little bit shorter and perhaps a little bit quicker than he expected. Late on the shot, wasn't too far away from deep fine leg.
Feels like he missed out there, did Will Young. A rare errant delivery by Gus Atkinson. Got a good game on here though, Yaz. Whatever happens from here on in over the next couple of hours, even if Warwickshire fall over, then they can still fight back with the ball. 47 for 4 yesterday, it was a different story.
How do you see conditions here in September compared to earlier in the season? This season, more than others that I can remember recently, pitches have arguably got better for batting as the 4 days have gone on. It's been certainly harder to take wickets as a bowling side. But it's been such a long time since we had a Duke's ball game here. I'm almost not sure it's worth comparing the conditions. It was May the last time we had a Duke's ball game here.
Good again by Atkinson. Love this spell. Yeah, it's a long haul, isn't it? 14 championship games. I think Surrey, it's still theirs to lose this campaign. And we don't want to get ahead of ourselves, but they can pull it off 4 in a row.
Short and pulled this time in front of square and on the ground. And Fisher can't get round to haul it back in. So second boundary from a pull shot this over, and this one brings him to 50. 51 not out of 120 deliveries. A brilliant innings. Warwickshire were in real trouble yesterday evening. 47 for 4. The New Zealand international on his county championship debut for Warwickshire. His 4th county in English cricket. Makes a mark on debut.
Yeah, it's a fabulous shot as well. Shot of the morning, in complete control, laces it, even though there is a man just behind square on the leg side. Yeah, he's coming into this as well in good form. Made good runs against Zimbabwe. The test matches last month.
Nudge into the leg side. Warwickshire 160 for 5 at the end of the 46th. Samo.
Yeah, we talk quite a lot about Will Young's lack of centuries in Test cricket. 11 scores of 50 without going on to 100. In the county championship, his career before today was also 11 times he got to 50, but 5 of those he'd gone on to 100.
You can see why counties and so many counties have been interested in Young in recent years. Very compact, technically sound.
Yeah, I'm surprised at that really. 22 matches, not yet registered a Test match 100. Better player than that.
I was saying yesterday, doesn't have a Test match 100, but was player of the series in one of the greatest Test series wins ever.
Yeah.
Actually, just looking at his recent record, he's not actually played much red ball cricket in the last 9 months. Just the 4 first-class games since England's tour to New Zealand at the very end of 2024. One game in the Plunket Shield. Those 2 tests in Zimbabwe are now here. Dan Worrell into his 6th over of the morning so far. I feel like this is a really crucial mini spell. Can Warwickshire get through these opening bursts from Atkinson and Worrell? Both have been brilliant, but so far just the 1 wicket to show for Surrey's work this morning.
It's been top quality stuff. Another little glimpse into just how hard it is.
Well, a big appeal for LBW. Young had shuffled across his stumps, not something that we'd seen from him so far.
Yeah, just looked a bit leg side. Stifled appeal behind the stumps as well. It's asking for it to do a bit too much.
Possibly too high as well, but hadn't really seen that sort of footwork from Young. Moving across his stumps. Although predominantly an away swing bowler, Worrell does have the ability to shape one in too.
Yeah, people can make their own conclusions about the resources that the big clubs can call upon and so on, but to win 3 in a row is one hell of an achievement, and Surrey facing down this pivotal month to make a claim on the 4th. Well, for my money, in recent years, I don't think the quality of the championship's been as good as this in a long, long time. You don't really get, if you like, gimme matches in the top division.
Short, and Young just about ducks underneath it. Excellent take down the leg side from Ben Folkes.
And we've had this morning international class seam attack. I think anyone can argue with that. And yet Warwickshire have really dug in hard. Last night as well, staring down the barrel really, 4 down for 47. Against a team that routinely comes here to dominate. Good, tough, hard, gnarly, uncompromising cricket from both teams. Excellent to watch.
Another maiden over. Warwickshire 160 for 5 after 47 overs. We've got a change in the commentary box. Ali Brown comes in for the first time this morning to replace Phil Walker. Good morning, Ali. Were you surprised by the stat about England being slightly better in the 90s and the 80s in Test cricket?
Not really. No, I think they're more exciting these days, aren't they? I mean, we were looking at the lack of draws these days, which is, making this even more exciting. I did actually just see in the other room, I saw Colo's prediction of 4-0 or 5-0 to Australia, which I thought was a bit harsh. Biased, in fact.
Change of bowler powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Set the pace towards net zero. Drive your business forward with renewable energy. Jordan Clark on from the pavilion end for the first time today. Sense this is a really important 40 or so minutes here. Can Clark, Laws and Fisher back up the good work of Atkinson and Worrell first up? Clark into Mousley. Driven slightly upper sleep, not a million miles away from the man at backward point, but it's guided to deep third for a single. So what's the Ali Brown Ashes prediction?
I'm going to go 3-1.
Which way?
I just think Australia might nick it. I say that because I think their spin is stronger than ours. I think the Australian top order is vulnerable if we can keep our attacking bowlers fit throughout the series, but I do think that their bowling attack is very strong, and with the Kookaburra ball being another guide.
Short and guided again uppishly directly to deep third.
Yeah, I'd say the Kookaburra ball is also an advantage for Australia. using it in those conditions. But I think we'll play some very entertaining and attacking cricket. I'm really looking forward to seeing Joe Root out there. I do believe he's going to get 100 in the series, hopefully 2. Yeah, I just love the way that England go out there with belief. I think there's they might not be favourites, but I think they actually believe that they can win every game.
Beaten on the outside edge. We've seen that from Clark so many times over the years. Bowling from around the wicket to a left-hander, angling in, forcing them to play, and then the ball just nipping away at the last moment, challenging that outside edge. Mousley doing pretty well not to nick it in the end.
It's quite interesting watching some of the LBW appeals, isn't it? In the last, well, this morning, for anyone watching at home, my guide is if Ben Foakes can end up outside first slip. When he appeals, it's a chance. If he doesn't block first slip's vision, it's probably sliding down. In fact, both keepers, I think there's been quite a few LBW shouts in the game, haven't there? And I think what both keepers are doing really well to put pressures on the umpires is making sure they don't take a step down the leg side at all. They go further the other way. And there have been some very close calls, but the one in the last over, not quite close enough.
Oh, beats him on the inside edge this time, inducing a false drive from Mousley. Mousley goes for a little wonder, collects his thoughts. Sorry, it feels like they're close to this 6th wicket, but it's just deluded them so far.
Well, I think Will Young's looking, exceptionally good at the other end, isn't he? It's quite fun watching Phil go through the pull shot when Will Young hit that for 6. He didn't look to keep it down, he hit it quite fine. And Phil, in his own way, was guiding it down in the commentary box. But he's looked really good, hasn't he? I think he's the wicket that Surrey need, and I think if we can get that, then I think your prediction of 193 is probably on the mark.
Yeah, it's looking a little bit optimistic from a Surrey point of view at this point.
I don't know. I mean, they'll be thinking out there, put 2 on this. So if you're thinking 170 for 7 or something like that, I think it could be achievable. But as I said, if Will Young is the wicket that they can get, then that's a huge one for us.
Another change in the Surrey attack. Change of bowler powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Climate change won't wait. It's time to hit the ground running with sustainable energy solutions. It's Tom Laws into the attack for the first time today. He was the star of the show yesterday evening. An eye-catching 3 foot, 3 wickets in the space of just 10 balls. All LBW and all at good pace. All between 85 and 88 mph. Into the key man, Will Young. Right on the money first up. Going back to the Ashes chat, there was a really interesting segment during the Oval Test match on Sky where Stuart Broad was talking about what he thought might happen, but also going back through his own experience of being part of several England teams that didn't do very well in Australia. And he made the point that, one, sometimes there wasn't necessarily the belief there, but 2, that actually there were genuinely quite unsettled groups in terms of changes in personnel at the last minute. And one thing you can't really accuse England of is being an unsettled group. They've had a very consistent base of players, so much so that actually predicting who's going to be in that Ashes squad is pretty boring, because it's basically who's the guy who's going to come in for Jamie Overton who's now not going.
I think the thing is, if you can't predict whether the side is going to be the same from one game to the next,
Full from Laws,
then you've got players that are actually not playing with freedom. They're playing to play in the next test, and it's the same in the one-day side. So if you take the one-day side back 5 years, and I think we were sort of limping past Scotland or even losing to sides like that. We had players. I remember James Taylor, actually. He was interviewed. I think he got 90 odd at the Wacker or something like that. And it was like, do you think you're going to play? Oh, I hope so. And I'm like, Well, you know, if you don't have that belief that you're going to be in the side, and I know that from my own experience, that you know, I was sort of played for 3 games, dropped, and played, dropped. And when you have that, you don't play with complete freedom. And I think that's what's good about this England side going out there, is you have a very, very settled side. Although England are coming out and confirming who their number 3 is going to be, I think the rest are pretty much where you want them to be. And the bowling, if staying fit, can be strong.
Yeah, I think there are lots of unknowns that make it quite a difficult series to predict. I think Australia must start as favourites, given the recent record of England and Australia. But that bowling, that could be really strong. If Atkinson, Archer, Wood and Stokes are fit, that's something that's never happened before, them being on the park at the same time. That's a serious proposition. That Australian top order, we don't really know who's going to occupy a couple of the spots up top.
Yeah, I mean, that extreme pace that they've got in Archer and Wood is something that could really open up, especially someone like Travis Head, who's, you know, a very good player, but everything will happen in a rush. So if they can, and especially if you get someone like Jofra Archer bowling how he did in the one day of this week, which he's more than capable of. But the question then is, how many of those tests is he going to be fit for? Can he be? So you know, Ben Stokes, is he going to be able to bowl all the way through? We hope so.
Full and driven behind square on the offside, just for one though.
But your extreme pace bowlers in Jofra and Woody are players that can really, you know, rattle the opposition, and there's a few in that top order that won't want to face them. So I think it's managing those fast bowlers, and you know, I hope they all can stay fit. But as I said, I think Nathan Lyon is a key ingredient in that for Australia, and I think he could be the difference. He's someone who I think is ahead of our spinners, and especially playing at home, I think he'll be very good. But obviously they've got a good battery of seamers who will make life difficult for our top order. But I don't think we've ever looked as solid. Certainly from 4 to 7, I think we're incredibly strong, and 1, 2, 3, you know, could be very good too.
Clark to continue from the pavilion end. This one just dies on folks behind the stumps. I suppose that's the other unknown to a degree, is that England top 7 is pretty settled at the moment, but also they have not come across an attack like the Australian one. And I do also think that the schedule for the series is quite interesting, in that it's not like the India series where we just had, where rest and rotation was a topic of conversation all the time. There's a good 9-day gap between Test 1 and 2 and Test 2 and 3, which should allow bowlers like Cummins, if he's fit. There's a bit of a question mark over him at the moment. Hazelwood and Stark, Archer, Wood, Atkinson, to in theory be available for those first 3 Test matches, and you don't have to consider rotating them in the same way that you had to at times during the English summer just gone.
Yeah, I mean, as long as we can keep those players fit. I mean, I know with Wokes being injured, you know, his record in Australia isn't as good as it is here anyway. So I don't think that's the big
a really
loss.
nice shot. Really nice shot from Mousley. His shot of the morning so far. Slightly fuller from Clark, and Mousley leans into that nicely, beats the man at cover, picks up 4.
He has tried that shot a few times, hasn't he? But that one was the best of them.
I think at times he's tried to drive balls that haven't been particularly full. This one was more of a half volley from Clark.
I mean, Surrey have hit a good length this morning, and the swing out there. I think they've hit some good areas, and you know, you could easily see a sort of a boom boom happen with. You know, we saw it 2 wickets and 2 balls with Laws, and hopefully we'll see it again.
Another nice drive from Mosey. Beats Burns at mid-off. It's 4 more. Growing into his innings.
You get a sense that Surrey will want to get this done, you know, around about the 200 mark if they can, under 220. Because as you look outside now, actually it's good batting conditions. You know, the sun is out, and I think tomorrow it's not quite so good. So they'd love to get those 5 wickets. get some runs on the board today, and I think tomorrow, under perhaps cloudy skies, it might be a harder proposition.
I think you're bang on. It's not just about securing a healthy first innings lead. It's ensuring that you're batting today. Because I completely agree, conditions for batting look good at the moment. We saw them potentially ease out across the day yesterday as well, with the way that Patel batted towards the end of that Surrey innings, but also how Barnard and Young batted in the final hour of the day.
Yeah, I agree that I think it is looking to ease, but tomorrow is a day where it could be, overcast. Could easily be more happening. So yeah, the quicker Surrey can get batting, the better.
8 runs from that Jordan Clark over, all from Dan Mousley. Warwickshire 172 for 5. Some more thoughts from Ali Brown before we return to Adam Collins, who I'm sure will look to come back at what me and Ali were saying about the Ashes.
Yeah, Surrey looking in a good position this morning. Just the 1 wicket, but Tom Laws, the golden arm of yesterday, looking like he could be in a position today if he can just drag Will Young across the stumps. LBW would be the shout.
Well worked from Young. He's ticking over nicely, having had that life last night. He's made the most of it so far. Recapping the hour of play so far today, Warwickshire resumed at 132 for 4. The 1 further wicket was that of Ed Barnard, who copped an absolute beauty from Gus Atkinson, the kind of ball that gets you excited, I'm sure, as England fans watching on, with the Ashes round the corner, caught behind for 50, 136 for 5, and this pair have added 37 thereafter. 18 of those for Mousley, is working into it nicely, and Young, who has played a magnificent county championship innings here a couple of seasons ago for Notts. Class player. Here's Laws, 3 wickets last night. I think, just to cover off what you and Yaz were talking about on Ashes, my actual prediction is no test match will reach the 5th day. That's my prediction. My fear is that it, may not be as competitive as we all want it to be. That's my fear. I want it to be. 2 all going to Sydney. Come on, how good would that be? We deserve it as cricket fans. It's been a great era of Test cricket. The one missing thing in this era of Test cricket has been a belting Ashes series in Australia. I think we're all crying out for it, aren't we?
Well, I think it's tough for England, isn't it? When you go away to Australia and you go away to India, those are the 2 toughest places you can go. And it's not that we're not capable. I think we are capable, and I think we have the firepower to do it. But and the belief. I think we genuinely have the belief.
Yep.
I think it'd be a great series.
Oh, there it is from Laws. Just back of a length a little bit. And it spat off a length. Across him from over the wicket too. I was listening to an interview overnight. It was related to what Pat Cummins said last week, and sort of reading between the lines with Cummins saying they might need to take some risks with him. And being quite open about that, saying that's okay, I'm a big boy, I know how to, manage my body. Square drive of Mousley's been useful so far, up to 19.
You think he'd be fit though?
Well, I mean, my gut is that, but just reading between, I didn't see that quote about some risks, and I wonder whether that means like he doesn't play at Perth in order to give himself an extra week, and like he won't have any cricket before. That's fairly clear. But imagine he would have played 3 or 5, a bit like Bumrah here this year. Bumrah here this year was I think he ended up playing 3, didn't he? 'Cause he had to bowl for a long time at Old Trafford. But at the start of the summer, no one knew how much Bumrah would play. Ends the over 2 singles, 174 for 5, we're behind by 72. So yeah, that's a fascinating subplot. If not Cummins at the start, who knows? Maybe if not Stokes at the start.
I think though Bumrah. I think England look at Bumrah and they think he is the player that we need to see off the most. I think in the first couple of tests, I think they very much tried to manage him and then attack the other bowlers. Okay, and then when he wasn't playing, I think they were in a position where they sort of respected the likes of Siraj and others. And I think when you look at Pat Cummins, I think Pat Cummins is a key bowler in that series. But when you've got Stark as well and Hazelwood, you're kind of in a position where actually they're all really good. And I think whereas Bumrah is put maybe above the other Indian seamers, I think Pat Cummins is an excellent bowler, even just all rounder as well. You know, I think the others are equally as strong, and I think they'll be coming from all angles at England.
And Cummins is like that leader among equals thing, right? Where they're all great in their own way.
I think he's effectively he's effectively our Stokes, isn't he? I think he's the bowler when nothing's really happening, that give me the ball. You know, when I played here, Adam Hollyoake was that sort of bowler, give me the ball. You know, he wasn't the same pace as those two, but he wanted the ball, and I think, you know, that's what you get with Cummins. I think when things aren't happening, he's like, give me the ball, and he will actually produce it.
What would be interesting is if Australia got a second injury. So Boland coming in, okay, well, that's a pretty good outcome, right? You're fitting 4 into 3 anyway. He's got an extraordinary record in Test cricket. I think he's a 10th of a run behind SF Barnes for the best Test bowling average since World War I. Like, this is crazy numbers, right? And he's done it in multiple countries, and there's no real doubt about Boland's pedigree. If only he were a bit younger, I guess, to have a longer career. He's 36 now, Boland. But if one of those other 3 went down, in addition to Cummins, that would be interesting. Young Callum Vidler, the 19-year-old tearaway from Queensland, stress fracture this week. Well, at least may not be a fracture, but he's going to be away from the Aussie A setup. He was going to go to India and play in that Aussie A series starting next week. He's missing that with a back injury. Spencer Johnson, back injury, which will keep him out until the New Year's. He's no chance. So the depth of the Australian quicks on paper is terrific. In practice, for this particular summer, Jai Richardson hasn't bowled a ball this year since having surgery to fuse his back together. The same surgery that others have had before. Shoulder issues for Jai Richardson, which go back many years too. So there are a number of these Aussie quicks who are all class, who have all shown they can do it, albeit not getting much Test cricket because of the big 3. You know, it would be interesting. One more injury. Who's the next in? Is it Xavier Bartlett?
Well, I wouldn't worry about Boland being 36 because Jimmy was into his 40s and still playing very well. And but what I would say is if then Australia need to dig a little deeper into those resources, I think the players like the England top 6, top 7 will certainly be looking to attack a player that comes in early on. They won't sort of let them settle. And I think that's the exciting part of it, that no one really knows. But if that happens, if they sense a weakness, I think they will attack, and that's what McCullum has brought to the table. Well,
that's exactly right. That's the key point. Because 4 years ago, when this happened in Adelaide, when they lost 2 of the 3, when Nisa and Richardson played, England they weren't set up to attack in quite the same way as they are now. And Richardson ended up taking a fifer on the final day to win the Test for Australia. Different vibe around the England team now. If someone were to come in to make a debut, let's say. Clark, brilliant. He set him up through the over outside the line of the off stump. Had him wafting early on. Had him edging to finish. Mousley cordon to cordon by Pope for 19. Second wicket for the morning session. 174 for 6 Warwickshire.
Yeah, they pushed away at a really good line this morning. Been quite patient. They'd looked to go full and occasionally been driven, but that's a great length and well taken by Ollie Pope in the slips.
How many times have we seen Clark do that across the last 4 or 5 years, Ali?
Yeah, well, I mean, he's not just that. I mean, just this week. I mean, he obviously started in the 14 over game. He came in and hit some great areas.
Yep.
And again, he's a vital wicket.
He can do anything, Clark, for this Surrey team. He's been used to open the bowling, change bowler, can he bowl dry, bowling round the wicket, bowling wide of the crease. He's such a versatile cricketer. Mousley's an important wicket, one of the coming men of English cricket, departing for just 19. And now, still 72 in arrears. This is always the best day to bat at the Oval in the Championship cricket we've covered here in the last 4 seasons. It's been day 2 when you have to make the most of it. Well, they lose a 3rd wicket here in the morning session before much more time's elapsed. Then they're going to be in a world of pain Michael Booth walking out at number 8.
So who do you think the Aussies, who would they fear the most?
A fit Stokes has an aura about him that will make them feel like at any point he could, win them a test match. So I think it still remains Stokes. But I think the caveat of him being fit as well. Stokes, perhaps not bowling, let's say, for instance, is a different package. For whatever reason, Stokes, when he's up and about in both disciplines, one seems to feed the other.
Yeah.
It's reasonable to say. Outside of Stokes. Brook. I think, put it this way, I think in the depth chart of batters they will fear, Brook will be the one they know less of. Hasn't got the scarring of playing in Australia before, wasn't part of what happened there 4 years ago. I think he'd be the one who they would think can do the type of thing. Great start from Laws here with the ball that comes back off the seam. I think he'd be the one they would think, he's the wild card. He's a bit Travis Head-like in as far as against the flow of play, Brook can do remarkable things, like he did in the 4th innings here against India last month. So I sort of feel that, even though Root's clearly the pedigree number 1 batter in the world, no one doubts that. But I think something about Brook's aura will be a handful for the Australians the whole way through. That's sort of how I frame it up. I don't know whether any of the seamers in isolation will bother them as much. Of course, if Archer gets on a tear, or that's a different story altogether. But I think they'll feel at peace with what they have to do with the bat. It's more about what they might have to confront with Brook, which might be interesting. He's the wild card.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to seeing Harry Brook play out there. I think he's about as watchable of a player as we've had in the last 5 to 10 years.
Yeah.
And there'll be those that critics of him who will say that when he got his 100 here, and couldn't he just have seen off the last few and won it? But I actually quite like the way he spoke after that. I quite like the way that he's like, well, this is the way we play. I think in previous years, I don't think England would have gotten a position to win that, or had the belief and aggression at India to do that. So just the way he goes about his cricket, I think, I think he'll be fearless out there, which is what we need.
I mean, they get over the line there, chasing 1 million, and Brooks made a 80-ball 100 or whatever it was, and it's going to go down as one of the truly great 4th innings performances. It still objectively is a great innings, but them falling a little bit short does lend itself to, as you say, scrutinising how he was dismissed when he was so on top. But I think the broader point that McCullum and Stokes have made across 3 or 4 seasons now is that you can't have the fruits of this style of play without, from time to time, it not all sequencing perfectly. And I mean, I suppose you would know that as having been such an aggressive player yourself, that when it works, you are being lauded as a genius, and when it doesn't work, you're having your application questioned. That's the nature of being an aggressive player, right? Oh, why couldn't they do X, Y, Z?
And sometimes it's very difficult to change gear, actually. So to be at an adrenaline rush where you're scoring quickly and then bring it down, and the other way, where you're in a position where you're, have a defensive mindset, and then you're asked to go and up it. That isn't immediate. It's kind of certainly that's the way I found it. I found that you'd love to be sitting there on a sofa at home going, yeah, okay, right, just take it up a notch, and it just happened. But it takes a bit of time for that to happen, whether easing up or slowing down. I mean, and I've had this discussion with quite a few friends who are like, well, he should have just done the hard work, and yeah, he had done the hard work, but I like that freedom that he plays with, and I certainly wouldn't try and change him.
Yeah, I think that Brook has demonstrated now in a career that it isn't a 5-minute career either. He made his test debut out here in 2022, right? So Brook's shown across a number of countries that this game is sustainable for him, or at least it has been so far. I can't see him changing for Australia, even if it is sporting, and even if it is more like it is out here at the Oval, and I think it will be, for reasons that Phil and I discussed earlier. He's got a template for dominance. The new man Booth facing Clark after a Laws maiden was completed from our Vauxhall end. Yeah, that would be if I were an Australian bowling group, that'd be the one name on the whiteboard. You think, well, this is the one. This is the wild card. Brooks' best Test innings wasn't the hundreds that he's made so far. It's the 70 odd he made chasing at Leeds in that Ashes win in 2023. In terms of I say best innings, the most pressure on him at the time.
Do you think he feels pressure?
Well, I mean, on that day, right, they were chasing 250 on the final day to stay in the Ashes. They lose that day, and they were 2 for not many early on. And then he goes and strums 70 or 80 odd, which defined that final day. It indicates that he's got the ability to withstand pressure and to project pressure the other way. So, yeah, I think that's an interesting thing about which players are more susceptible to it. I'm not sure whether he's shown too much vulnerability there. I don't know what you think, but
I just like the way he's got an aura about him.
Yeah.
And I think whenever I played Australia, they had a real confidence to them.
Yeah.
Like you know, if one of them went at you, they all went at you, and I don't think he'd fear that at all. I think they'd actually respect him. I think they respect him for what he's done. You know, you go and get treble hundreds, and you go and I don't know, it's one day cricket, but you go and ramp someone who's 90 miles an hour and first ball, or you run down the wicket at him. There's the unpredictability that you just don't know what he's going to do next, and I think that's what makes him incredibly watchable, and with a very high level of skill.
I think a great compliment for Brook is that when I heard a few former Australian players talking on a social media clip recently, one of whom's an all-timer, and they were talking about the Brook challenge in the way we are now, I suppose. And the conclusion point was, well, we'll just bowl at his head. I think the greatest compliment you can pay Brook is that plan A, I will just bounce him out, right? There's not a lot of nuance to that, is there? It's already, we'll just get it up him. We'll just get it up him. Pom coming to Australia, we'll just get it up him and everything will be okay. Well, I'm not sure we've seen any evidence of Harry Brook being susceptible to short bowling, right? It's more like mindset with him is that, we'll just bowl quickly at his head.
That's exactly what you want an opposite to think.
Sure.
I mean,
that's kind of my point, yeah.
Watching in the 100, actually, I was watching Jordan Cox, and I think that's exactly what they thought about him. I think they thought in his sort of brief test career, he didn't play the short ball as well as he could have done.
Oh, that would have been a beauty. Diving away at backward point. Dan Worrell, for a moment, looked like he was going to Superman that in. It goes for 4 and breaths off the mark. It was a loose shot. We'll see it again on replay here. Hard to tell from the first angle that we saw here whether he actually got a mitt on it. I don't think he did. We'll see it.
Well, from my angle, it would have been a worldie.
Yeah, it would have been. Well, where we're watching it from, it looks like it was beyond him by the time he was diving. But he's, judging by the body language of those around him, he got close. Would have been something special from the big quick down there at backward point, chilling out to a certain extent.
Yeah, but my point in the short ball, I mean, if you watch Jordan Cox and the way he sets now, he sets for the short ball, and so he's worked on that, and then everyone's still bowling short to him. So if all Australia think that they're going to get him out with the short ball with Harry Brook, I think that's a positive sign.
Yeah, I doubt the dressing room will be as blunt in their planning. I'm sure there'll be a bit more thinking. Then we'll just bump him. But it's more just like, I suppose, if that's a window into the soul of Australian cricket at the moment, how they evaluate Brook. So, get him on our decks and with our big quicks, and we'll just monster him. I don't know. I don't think it's as simple as that. Well played off the back foot, Young, who's been a sea of calm across the practice pitches. Work to do. Just dragged in by Ryan Patel. They'll return for a third. Good bit of fielding. It's been slow going this morning, resuming at 132 for 4. They've added 49 runs and lost a couple of wickets.
What are you talking about, Ryan Patel's chase there? But, good effort.
Was good effort.
When it gets on those wickets, it does speed away. But reeled it in.
There's been some Australian-British sporting news in the last 20 minutes as we've been on air. Ange Postecoglou's got himself a Premier League gig with Nottingham Forest. There you go.
That's it. I can't believe they got rid of him. Not Nuno. I hope he goes to West Ham.
Right.
As a Hammers fan.
Okay.
you've got to feel for someone who's almost trying to take a side who have come up and are not far from Champions League football, which is way beyond. As a Hammers fan, a few years ago, West Ham thought we could have been in the same sort of position.
Yep.
So I think that's to get rid of a manager of that stature who's done so much. But if if you've got a billionaire who's an owner, and
just shows how ridiculously cutthroat Premier League football is.
Yeah.
The life cycle for these managers, extraordinary, really. How transient it all is. The culture of sacking and moving on managers when short-term results don't go your way. I'm not from here, so it's just sort of a more an impartial observer, I guess, on this.
I think you're going to go
doesn't
sometime,
tally.
but I mean, I'm very surprised they've made that decision.
Yeah.
And I think there'll be plenty of Premier League clubs that will be very interested.
I'll only mention it really in the context of, an Australian in Postecoglou infiltrating the Premier League, and he'll be here again soon, having been sacked at the end of last season.
Did you follow him when he was at Spurs?
Not really. I have friends who did very closely, but no, a lot of colleagues in the Australian media worked with him a lot. The thing about Ange is that he's just a broader sports fan. Massive Carlton supporter in the footy, loves cricket, often would provide punditry on cricket on one of the TV shows he was on, so he's a more rounded person than just
Like
football.
Brody does with the football. I mean, Brody is actually a big Forest fan.
Sure.
A number of the Notts players.
Now, the thing with Postecoglou was he was on this show called Offsiders, which every Sunday morning would, in a quite analytical way, would go through all sport. But he was just as comfortable talking about who should bat 3 for Australia as who should be playing in the national football team. He's that kind of personality, so very much a Melbourne sports nut. I think you're making way, Ali. I can see Cameron Ponsonby hovering. We'll catch up in the middle session. So 51 runs this morning. Slow going so far with 37 minutes until the long break. The 2 wickets to fall. Ed Barnard caught behind. Excellent ball from Gus Atkinson. The 50, partnership of 89 between Barnard and Young broken at that juncture. And 38 runs on from that. Mousley, another really nice piece of bowling from Jordan Clark, who's operating here. Round the wicket, caught at second slip for 19. As I welcome for the first time today, freelance journalist and all-round lovely chap, Cameron Ponsonby.
What a treat.
How are you doing?
Adam. I'm well. I'm enjoying the cricket. It's a good game we've got here. 60 behind, 6 down. Me and Yaz were discussing kind of late yesterday that we thought Surrey was still ahead for about an hour, unless they claimed a couple of quick wickets, which they have done.
Yep.
I'd still rather be Surrey than Warwickshire just at the moment.
Yeah, I would too. A lot does hinge on this man, though, Young, who's serene as ever. If they can bat around him and bat with him more to the point, give themselves a first innings lead, that feels so important psychologically. 63 away from Surrey's 246 yesterday. We say it all the time, but it's the winning multiple hours at the Kia Oval, which is very hard for visiting teams. And it's only been 2 wickets this morning, but it's been the clamps they've had on Warwickshire as well, which means that if they break through again here, then they really do open up an end, and this could end in a hurry. So a lot hinges on what these two can do. Next, Ethan Bamber, though. Ethan Bamber can more than hold a stick. His maiden first-class century was this season, which I enjoyed very much. Then Nathan Gilchrist and Ollie Hannon-Dolby rounded off for the visitors. Well, close to the inside edge, past the stumps. Athletically, folks, as you might expect, drags it in. But that took some stopping. That is jagged miles.
This is a spectacular take from Ben Folkes. That ball is launched in off the seam. You can see the batter backpedaling away after it's beaten him on the inside. Will Young's kind of had 3 stages of this innings. He was on 8 off about 50 to begin with. And his second set of 50 deliveries, he picked up the pace a bit and he slowed back down.
Shout Impacts outside the line of the off stump, you would think, on the basis of our first look, Michael Goff wasn't that interested.
He just gestures to the non-striker, batter at the non-strikers, and that was drifting down the leg side. I say drifting, it's accelerated quite dramatically into the right-hander.
Yeah, actually, I thought impact outside. Maybe one of those where it was impact outside and also missing leg. It did so much off the seam. Could have been going over the top.
How you're meant to know where that ball is ending up.
Yeah, makes it very hard. But umpire Goff, when he was on the elite panel, was about as close to perfect as you can get on these matters. Leaving alone after advancing. Bit going on there. Clark Maiden, 183 for 6. Oh, my apologies. It's run away for 4. 4 byes at that. The lesser spotted for Ben Folkes. Valuable runs at this stage of the game. They trail now by 59.
I don't really blame Ben Folkes for that. You can see Jordan Clark motioning as well. Everyone's motioning, Adam. They're all acknowledging the fact that Surrey have got this ball leaping around at the moment. It's 56 overs old. One of my weaknesses, Adam, is I can't tell you if it's just started reversing or not. When the ball starts kind of hooping dramatically, the ball's doing something at the moment, whether this is conventional or otherwise.
It didn't feel like that late reversing going on. It felt more like wide of the crease, Clark getting it to angle the way that he does so well from that pavilion end. Laws again here. Not been anywhere near as quick as he was yesterday, although that's a high bar. Not to say it's slow at 82, 83 mile an hour, but the fact that he was pushing 90 yesterday was a real standout. And I know online last night, those wickets that Yaz called so delightfully were buzzing around the social media channels. Andrew Sampson with us as well, the Oracle. What's going on?
Just Michael Goff. As some will know, of course, he's got comfortably the best record on the review system in Test match umpires. I'll come back after this ball.
Short, taken on, doesn't go anywhere.
I mean, of the, 21 umpires have had over 100 reviews now in Test cricket of their on-field decisions, and he's the only one who has been overturned under 20% of the time. He's on 17.32%.
17, so right, he's 17.
Rod Tucker's the next best at 21.79. So there's quite a big gap between first and second.
I'm duty bound to ask, how many, you say 21 umpires who have overseen 100 reviews, did you say?
Yep.
Who's umpire 21 and what's their percentage? Who's bottom of the table?
You know who's bottom of the table.
Is it the first Joel?
It is indeed.
Oh,
dear old Joel Wilson.
I have no problem with Joel.
Yeah.
It's just that he managed to have an extraordinary number of decisions, Cam, that were like so line ball that naked eye tested. He's just an unlucky dude. What was his percentage?
So he was 34%, just over 34% overturned.
Third of the time. So,
yeah. Which is again quite a big drop from him to the second worst record, which is Nigel Long, 29.
Okay. I made a passing comment about Joel, you're going to have to change your decision, was the soundtrack of a couple of summers there for a time. And there's one journalist who's bonkers who got very cross at me and was like talking about how Joel should take legal action for someone saying such a thing. I think some of our colleagues around the world would do well to go for a walk outside periodically and touch grass.
Joe Wilson became public enemy number 1 in Australia over their summer.
Border Gavaskar summer. And look,
remarkable.
Yeah, because there was baggage, wasn't there, Cam? 2019 Ashes, that first test at Edgbaston, where it felt like every decision was overturned for both umpires, not just Joel. But yeah, he had priors, shall we say, with things not going well, overseeing high-profile Australian Test series. But he did stand in World Cup finals, Joel. At the very least, he was third umpire in a couple, which indicates that, the selectors using the data have seen something in him.
I'm actually really sad to have just discovered he was bottom of the pile, because I liked the idea that it was kind of an Aussie thing, based in nothing.
Laws finishes here, placed out to cover. There'll be no run. I think Rana's going to replace me for the next over. We'll see. When he'll burst through the door, and I'll hand over to you, and you can hand over to him. We'll see. 187 for 6, 75 overs remaining on the day. We've got 29 minutes until the lunch interval here at the Kia. The wickets were Barnard and Mousley this morning to Atkinson and Clark respectively. It will be Yaz Rana. As I said, as I predicted, he has burst through the door. It'll be Cam, maybe Samo, who knows? Then it'll be Yaz, and I'll catch you guys after lunch.
No, it probably won't be me.
Won't be Samo? I'll think of something to say.
I don't know much to add. You can think of something to say. I did once. Oh, sorry. Now I am saying.
No, now you are saying something. I
was once working for SABC. And at the end of the over commentary change, whenever Neil Manthorpe was on, and he said, and after a word from Andrew Sampson, it'll be whoever. And my mind was completely blank, so I just said, a word.
Perfect. There we go. I'm sure everyone enjoyed it.
Yeah. Anyway,
we're here remembering it now.
More importantly, we have Yaz. Yeah.
Well, this is the trio we had at the end of the day yesterday, where we really fell off the rails. Worked you hard in the final half an hour.
We're going to stay on the rails for this half hour.
That's a great shot from Young. Not a lot of width to work with, but he cuts that behind square, but to the right of deep third, picks up another boundary and moves into the 60s.
Just a little bit shorter on that occasion from Clark, so he wasn't able to get that extreme movement in to the right-hander. His last over to Will Young, he was cutting him in half regularly. I was getting my mind in a twist. I was trying to work out if Clark decided to start reversing it all of a sudden, but I don't think that's the case.
It was actually a very Jordan Clark shot from Will Young. Tickled down the leg side. Folks gets a glove on it, but can't stop it. Runs away for 4 back-to-back boundaries for Warwickshire. This time given leg byes.
He's having to earn his keep at the moment, Ben Folks. Being tested out a lot because the ball isn't carrying through to him on the full.
It's quite inconsistent at the moment. Some balls are coming through, and length balls he's taking at shoulder height, and then another ball, similar length, comes to him on the bounce. Good cricket from Young. Back-to-back boundaries and nicks a quick single. These are hugely important runs. Surrey's lead now only 50. Will Young has been at the crease for pushing 4 hours, 225 minutes for his 63. A reminder that Warwickshire were 47 for 4.
Warwickshire have Ethan Bamber in next. Adam Collins had noticed that he scored his maiden first-class century earlier this year. And I think it was our colleague Nick Friend at the Cricketer who had made the observation he's one of a very select club whose first ever 100 is their first-class 100. Bamber had never scored a 100 in any form of cricket until he scored one in the county championship. Deep square leg has dropped out.
Full, driven for 4 by Booth. Bluff perhaps from Surrey with that man going out. But the half volley is sent to the fence. It's 4 runs that brings up the Warwickshire 200. Very profitable over. 13 runs coming from it. They trail by 46. Dan Lawrence shadow batting there, but playing a shot you rarely see from shadow batters. The reverse ramp.
Naturally. It's a good option out there in the middle at the moment. Clark's got the ball swinging around. This 5-man seam attacker Surrey. We'll see more of Tom Laws. Matt Fisher only bowled 5 overs so far. Would expect to see him soon.
Down the leg side. Well taken by Folks. Who, yeah, as Can says, has had to work hard today. A few deliveries down the leg side, some of which haven't carried. As we were talking about earlier, as much as Surrey will want to lead, they will also be desperate to bat in these conditions with rain forecast for much of days 3 and 4. It's unlikely to have long spells in the final 2 days with the sun out as it is now.
Oh, blimey, I hadn't quite realised we've got thunderstorms forecast for tomorrow. Thursday, a less certain forecast. Thankfully, we've got 16 wickets into the match already, so we're a long way through the contest. Still be good for a result, one suspects, one hopes even. Burns just tweaking the field here. Deep square leg coming up into the ring now. Fine leg drops a bit wider. Expecting Laws to go full and straight.
Would Gus Atkinson fall into that Ethan Bamber category of scoring his first ever 100 in a first-class game? Obviously, that was a test match.
Game. I'm pretty sure Atkinson would have scored a century, whether for school or whether for... No, he would have played... He scored a Surrey 2 century, I'm sure he did. He might have had a few... Atkinson was kind of an out-and-out all-rounder growing up. Bamber, from what I know, was not. Bamber's responsible for one of the... He did an interview with, again, the same journalist, Nick Friend, years ago, and Bamber was kind of talking about how he's never really felt, and I'm kind of paraphrasing here, so forgive me if I misquote him, how he's never felt particularly good at cricket. Kind of, Nick raises the point that what kind of ludicrous statement that is to make. He's got 200 first-class wickets at 20 odd or whatever it is. Bamber's kind of point is like, no, but I've always been the worst player in the room I'm in. Because he bowls kind of low 70s. He's not a spectacular cricketer with ball in hand. He's not a batter who can whack sixes. And then that kind of perennial, it just seems to exist in everyone, that kind of utter angst and anxiety and lack of confidence when it comes to cricket. I hope, for his sake, now he's got a first-class century behind him and 230 first-class wickets.
Signal on offer. Booth takes it. 2 runs from the over. Warwickshire 202 for 6. 22 minutes remaining in the session. As always, we've got a conversation lined up for you during the innings break. Today we'll have the journalist Simon Wilde joining the show. Talking about his new book on Gilbert Jessup and the 1902 Oval Ashes Test. We have a change in the Surrey bowling attack. Change of bowler powered by SSE Energy Solutions. Step up to the crease. Let's bat for sustainability together. Gus Atkinson returns from the pavilion end. Very impressive first up this morning. Struck early. The important wicket of Barnard on 50, who batted so nicely yesterday and has had a brilliant season with the bat in the championship. Edge, and taken well by Ollie Pope at second slip. Atkinson strikes with his first ball back into the attack.
Well, a second crucial intervention from Atkinson this morning. Now Surrey are definitely in the driving seat of this match. Well held by Pope. He put one down yesterday, but has 2 catches this morning. Surrey is still just getting this ball to nip around off the surface. In a way, we saw Warwickshire struggle to do so when this ball got to around 55 overs old.
Yeah, it's a length that Atkinson often finds success from. Just back of a length. It's quite a jabby prod from Booth. Hard hands. It ensures that the ball carries to Pope at second slip. Pope, who shelled a chance yesterday. would have enjoyed that one.
It's a very Gus Atkinson wicket. That delivery kind of back of a length, in at the batter, not attempting to swing the ball at all. Trying to get it to wobble off the surface. That man, Ethan Bamber, comes to the crease accompanying Will Young in his first innings for Warwickshire. It's a serious stay so far, 64 of 154 deliveries. I wonder if he'll just go up the gears a little bit to try and eat into that lead that Warwickshire, well, Surrey currently have.
Yeah, really important final 19 minutes in the session. Surrey 3 wickets away from ending this Warwickshire first innings. The lead is 44. Plenty of time left in the session for Warwickshire to make further significant inroads into that Surrey lead. But Surrey will want to wrap this innings up as quickly as possible. Atkinson in. Left, that wasn't far away from Ethan Bamber's off stump. And again, another sign of the inconsistent bounce that we've seen today. Ben Folkes on his knees, just looking at the ground in front of him. Some balls flying through. It's what you tend to see towards the end of the season, especially with the weather that we've had recently. Fed into the offside. They think about a quick single, but opt against it. Samo.
Gus Atkinson did get 100 for the Surrey seconds.
There we go.
Worcestershire seconds at Kidderminster in 2018.
Is that the only one?
That's the only one for the seconds, yeah.
Okay.
That's on Cricket Archive anyway. Corbin Bosch got 100 against Zimbabwe the other day, which people don't remember that much because Vian Mulder was making a few more than that, but in the interview afterwards he revealed that was the first 100 he'd made in any cricket ever.
Oh wow. Left alone. That I'm really surprised.
Well,
by
exactly,
Corbin
because
Bosch.
Bosch averages over 40 with the bat in first class cricket. I mean, he's helped by a lot of not outs, but he's a very good number 8 player. You'd think that at school cricket or something like that he would have made 100 somewhere along the line.
That's amazing. So he averages 40 in first class cricket from a pretty significant career, but he's never, until that Test 100, never scored 100. Wow. Yeah. I'm also surprised by how long ago that Atkinson 100 was, given how relatively recently it was that he broke through into the Surrey first team. Oh, beaten on the outside edge. That's an absolute jaffer from Atkinson. He's really found his rhythm today, showing his international class. Serious test for the new man, Ethan Bamber. Oh, play that.
That ball doesn't seem to have just gone off the surface either. He's got a bit of shape on that delivery as well.
Oh, and he nearly chops on. In the end, he'll take a single, gets off the mark. An eventful over. 1 wicket from Atkinson. And very nearly picked up another. Warwickshire 203 for 7.
Surrey have been fantastic this morning. They knew it was a crucial period of the match. It's often cliche to talk about the crucial first hour. With a bit of moisture in the air, they knew that they had to make their inroads quickly, otherwise Warwickshire would have had a path to building quite a substantial first innings lead, and they're able to keep rotating these quicks and keep on bringing in superstars of the domestic game into the attack, and they're doing so again here with Daniel Worrell returning.
Yeah, Surrey in for the kill here. Worrell returning from the Vauxhall end. Change of bowler powered by SSE Energy Solutions. We're up for the test. Let's reach net zero together. Worrell into Bamber. 2 slips alongside Ben Folkes. Left alone by the new man. Change in the field. Rory Burns, previously stationed A mid-off. Moves to the cordon. They're also cutting off that single opportunity to deep third. Matt Fisher now at backward point position. They want to keep the new man Bamber on strike as much as possible. Still with his 61 overall ball, we're all finding that trademark away swing movement away from the right-hander. Another healthy crowd in today at the Kia Oval, especially given all the strikes around London at the moment. Difficult to get around the capital. Brilliant delivery from Worrell.
This is remarkable from Worrell. How he's getting that much movement for a ball this old. We saw it from Clark earlier on today. He was getting the ball almost with the angle, though, a little bit, to come into the right-hander. But you see that shape away from Ethan Bamber.
It's just a continuation of his boomerang run-up, really. But it is amazing how much more away swing he is able to generate than basically any other bowler in the land with a ball this old. That's another absolutely brilliant delivery. Bamber's done very, very well not to nick these last two deliveries. This one's slightly straighter, and he really had to play. The angle coming in, if it goes along with the arm, that's hitting leg stump, let alone off. It swings away at the last moment and very nearly kisses Bamber's outside edge. Brilliant bowling from Worrell. Nudged into the leg side, they'll pick up one. Sorry, won't mind that too much given there's only one delivery left of the over.
From what I can remember, that's the first time Bamber's laid bat on ball this over, but I actually think he's played it pretty well. He's held his line, knowing that if Worrell gets as much outswing as he is doing, he's going to be pretty safe.
Be interesting to see how Young plays the situation. Not necessarily this ball in particular. Uses his feet, sign of intent, but it's a short delivery from Worrell. It keeps Bamber on strike for the start of the next over. Warwickshire 204 for 7. Yeah, that should be down the track. Potentially signals a change in intent from Young. But I thought that the other element to it is not just the situation where they are in the innings. It's our proximity to the lunch break. 11 minutes away from the interval. There's a danger as a batting side in a situation like this where you get a bit stuck and you're basically just going at one run and over. Atkinson to continue from the pavilion end. His 15th over of the innings. Defended late by Bamber, but solidly enough.
It's quite an intriguing field that Atkinson's bowling to here. 2 slips, 2 fielders in the ring on the offside at point and mid-off, so there is a gap at cover if Bamber wishes to access it, but there are also 2 fielders out in the deep on the leg side, so he's giving himself the option of dropping short as well. In effect, he's bowling a very tight line, but he can vary his length as he wishes.
Short. Full safely. Bamber took on the pull shot. In the end, it just looped out, just 5 or so yards in front of him. Landed safely. This is good intensity from Atkinson.
It's remarkable how kind of visibly different he can be from spell to spell. Yesterday didn't have his finest day with ball in hand. But today he's been putting in the type of performance which is why he's kind of going to be one of England's strike bowlers down in Australia this winter. He's bowling good pace, getting movement off the surface.
Threatening again, this time with a slightly fuller delivery. We're in an interesting phase of Atkinson's career because his record for England is brilliant. In Test cricket, he's had one of the better starts to a Test career for an England bowler that I can remember in recent times. 13 Test matches, 63 wickets at 22, already 4 5-wicket hauls. He's 27 years old, but he's also, in the grand scheme of things, still a very inexperienced professional cricketer. Because of the injuries that he had, and because of how quickly he took to first-team cricket here at Surrey, the gap between him becoming a Surrey first-team regular and an England first-team regular was actually pretty small. Yesterday, when we were talking about Tom Laws, we were looking at his career record. Atkinson's actually only played 2 more first-class games than Tom Laws. Atkinson is an England attack leader who's 5 years older than Laws. So I think there are times, even with all this success that Atkinson has had, where we're still sometimes working out exactly what type of bowler he is. But one thing we do know is that he's a very good one.
You make an excellent point about Atkinson's relative lack of experience. That delivery again, he beats the outside edge of Bamber. The comparison I always kind of enjoy is between him and Sam Curran, who are kind of the same. I was going to say they're schoolmates, but that's wrong. They didn't go to school together. They're the same year group at school, so they came together at Surrey at the same time.
Out. Atkinson picks up his third. He's looked seriously threatening in this spell. Bamber falls for 2. Warwickshire 8 down.
Well, as simple as they come for Atkinson. This time the ball just held its line, kept on coming in towards Bamber, who seemed a bit rushed there and just stabbed at the ball as it was heading down the leg side. And a smart catch at mid-wicket. Very simple for a fielder of Dan Lawrence's calibre. Surrey, all of a sudden, I say all of a sudden, they've worked hard this morning. They've taken 4 wickets. They look like they might be about to secure a first inning lead of about 30 or 40.
Yeah, a couple of times. I think rushed is the right word there, Cam. A couple of times in that Atkinson over. Bamber visibly rushed. He was late on that pull shot. He was late on a defensive stroke. Late on that leg side clip too.
If I can finish my Sam Curran
yes.
Atkinson comparison now. So both of them are 27 years old. Sam Curran has played 360 more professional matches.
360.
360 more professional matches.
Amazing. Well, so that means that Atkinson was in that same age group as Ollie Pope, Brian Mattel,
yes.
and Marverdi. And in that famous photo of the 4 of them who played in the championship at the same age, I think, Atkinson was the same age group but didn't even make the photo. They was doing the rounds back then.
That's cruel. That's unfair.
I was cricket archiver when I was looking at Atkinson for his 100 in the second 11. The first game they have on the database room was a game for Surrey under-13s against Hertfordshire under-13s. And the wicketkeeper was Ollie Pope. Atkinson batted at 7. Ryan Patel, who was down to bat at number 9, opened the bowling, didn't bat. And Amar Verdi was in that side as well. So there you go.
Yeah, there's a photo of Sam Curran, Ollie Pope, Ryan Patel and Amar Verdi watching what looks like a blast game together as 13-year-olds. And then there's a photo of them in exactly the same pose in their title-winning year in 2018. When aged, what would have been 19 and 20, all 4 of them played regular roles in that title win. Young took a single off the first ball of the over. It brings the new man, Ollie Hannon-Dalby, on strike.
So we will have an extended session if another wicket falls in the next 4 minutes before the lunch break. So I'll be hoping that will be the case, and they're able to nab a couple of wickets before they go and have their break.
Hannon-Dalby well in behind that one.
I remember interviewing Atkinson about that fact that he was kind of almost threatening to be the black sheep of this kind of historic age group, and whether that was kind of difficult for someone if you think you are these 4 or 5 other people's peers and you're the same level, to see them go on and playing men's professional cricket, international cricket. He said it wasn't necessarily hard and he wasn't kind of jealous, as it were, but there was that kind of fear of kind of my career isn't going the way I want it to at the moment. He kind of very consistently, on an almost annual basis, was breaking his back, which is never useful. And so he did have this kind of almost meteoric binary rise, where he had a net session with Vikram Solanki and Jordan Clark, where things weren't quite feeling the way he wanted them to. He was a bit out of rhythm. Solanki said, why don't you lengthen out your run up, just try and bowl as fast as you can, don't worry about anything else. And it all clicked into place. Within the year he was pretty much playing for England.
It was a remarkably quick rise. If you think about it, if you take the middle of the 2023 summer, sure, regular viewers of the Surrey live stream knew all about Gus Atkinson, but to the wider English cricketing public, he would have been somewhat of an unknown. Fast forward 2 years, he's the guy people are clamouring about when he's out injured during a 5-test series against India. It can change very, very quickly, especially for bowlers, I think.
I think Atkinson also kind of ticked off a box in performance against India, where there was still that element of the unknown, where you could argue he'd had a soft landing in Test cricket. He played against West Indies and Sri Lanka in his first home summer, did very well. He only played 1 or maybe 2 Test matches in Pakistan, then did some of the New Zealand series, and so it was his first kind of big 3 contest, and he was almost the deciding player.
Full and straight, but a little bit too leg side from Worrell to challenge the stumps. They come through for a leg bite. So, and again, another sign that Will Young is more than happy to give his mate at the other end the strike. Warwickshire 206 for 8. Since that time that Young came down the ground, or tried to at least, against Worrell, he's only faced 1 ball. Atkinson will continue from the pavilion end for what will be the last over before lunch if Surrey don't take a wicket. If they do take a wicket, we will extend this opening session. Just looking at Atkinson running, it looks like he's just got such a good rhythm at the moment. Everything's really smooth. At times you feel that his run-up can get a little bit stuttery.
He sometimes kind of darts to the right, kind of does a side step as if he's kind of playing on the wing in rugby. I haven't quite noticed him doing it in this match.
Yeah, very interested to see how Will Young plays this if he gets the opportunity to face again. Oliver and Dorby, you got different types of tail enders. Some who like to whack it, some who like to block it. And Dorby more of the latter. Strike rate of 17 this year in the championship.
That's my question for the next session, Andrew. I want to know what's the lowest strike rate of like an actual batter.
Oh, an actual batter?
Yeah, let's say like minimum 3,000 first class runs. I think that's good.
I'm more interested in just the lowest strike rate, full stop.
Okay, no, but then you've got silly things. Someone who scored like 17 runs
With a reasonable cut-off.
Okay, that's fine.
Of 100 first class innings.
I really hope there's someone in the modern day. If they're from the 1800s, it doesn't count.
Well, if they're from the 1800s, they probably won't have a strike rate.
Brilliant.
Because we don't have balls faced for those.
Even better.
Times. But there were some. There were some from the 1800s who were spectacularly slow. The Stonewallers, they called them. Have you heard of Bill Scotton?
I haven't heard of Bill Scotton.
Alec Bannerman. Not Charles Bannerman.
Not the Bannerman.
Not the Bannerman. The Alec Bannerman who made a 91 of about 600 odd balls in a test match once.
It's amazing the sport survived, really.
Well, they had guys like Gilbert Jessup at the turn of the 20th century who scored faster than anyone else ever.
What's the point of getting 100 off 70 if you make down the Everends getting 90 off 600?
I'm fascinated by this upcoming chat on Gilbert Jessup.
Yeah.
There have been times in the last few years, Andrew, where I've questioned whether or not the man actually existed.
He was an extraordinary player, really. It wasn't just the one innings that everyone talks about these days, because he suddenly started appearing on Foster's 100 lists, and of course television, those lists come up often, especially with the way England play these days, and people got so close to it so often in the last few years.
Dug out by Hannah Dalby, plays out a maiden, and it means that will be the lunch break. Warwickshire 206 for 8. It's been another entertaining session. Surrey right on it with the ball. Atkinson and Worrell outstanding first up this morning. Atkinson picked up the crucial wicket of Ed Barnard for 50. And then 2 late wickets in the session to reaffirm Surrey's position of strength at the moment. They are 40 runs ahead of Warwickshire. Warwickshire have 2 first innings wickets remaining. And while Cam and I are going to head for lunch, the show continues on the Surrey live stream. I'm going to be joined, well, I'm not going to be joined. Dan Norcross is coming to replace me, and he's going to chat to Simon Wilde about his new book on Gilbert Jessup and the 1902 Oval Ashes Test match. All over to you, Dan.
Thank you, Yaz. Just see there the match summary. Surrey still have a lead of 40. Warwickshire still have 2 wickets in hand. Nail-biting contest taking place. And it's sped up so much that, well, with 2 days and 2 sessions to come, a little bit of rain forecast, hopefully. That little bit of rain won't affect the ability to get a positive result for either side, because Warwickshire, of course, are also up there contesting the title. A longer shot for them, but if they were to win, well, that would start to put a bit of pressure on Nottinghamshire and Surrey at the top. Now then, yes, we are going to have a massive change of tack. We are going to leave this game for the time being, for the next half an hour or so, and we are going to talk about truly one of my favourite books, certainly of the year, possibly of the decade. I'm going to go that far. I gobbled this book up in about 4 sittings. It is glorious, and it is about an achievement in English cricket that has come under the spotlight a lot lately, because with Bazball, the likes of Harry Brook and Johnny Bairstow, especially back in 2022, got very close to surpassing the great Gilbert Jessup. Here is the book, Chasing Jessup. Gilbert Jessup, I'm sure you all know, and if you don't, you should be ashamed of yourselves. The Croucher from Gloucestershire is the holder of the fastest 100 in English Test match history. But, and it's a big but, ladies and gentlemen, no one really knows how fast it was. We've got an idea of how long it was, but we don't even really know how long it was in terms of minutes. We've always assumed that it was 76 balls. That's been the number, the magic number that Harry Brook and Johnny Bairstow and the like have been attempting on occasion to surpass. But this man here, Simon Wilde, insanely enough, has spent, I don't know how long, we'll find out in a minute, has spent yonks trying to recreate this innings. And if that sounds dry and ascetic, it really isn't, because that part of the book comes towards the back end. The start of the book contextualises the England in which we are living in 1902 when all this happens. And it's a brilliant way of getting us in to the story of Jessup, Simon. So just give us a little overview. In 1902, where are we in the series? It's England against Australia for the Ashes. Where are we in that series? What are the types of players that are playing? And where is England's cricketing fortunes at this stage?
Well, thanks for that introduction, Dan. England were at a low ebb. They'd just lost the fourth successive Ashes series. May sound familiar. England struggling against Australia. They'd gone 2-0 down in the previous match at Old Trafford, where they'd lost by 3 runs. Heartbreaking defeat. They should have won that match.
Famous game. Fred Tate.
Exactly.
What was he doing in the team? It's very much the selectors putting people in and then taking them out again.
The selectors had a horrible series. They made a lot of mistakes. They dropped Jessup for that game, and George Hurst, who was the great Yorkshire all-rounder. They messed up, England messed up, and they lost the series. Well, they went 2-0 down, and so England came to the Oval desperate to even just get a consolation win, really. The previous series in England, 1899, England hadn't won a match. They'd lost that one as well. So things were pretty serious. The selectors realised they'd made a mistake, brought Hurst back, brought Jessup back, and they picked probably one of England's strongest teams. They got it right at the end.
These selectors at this stage, we've moved on, have we, from the kind of absurdity of the club, like Lancashire picking the side when you were at Old Trafford, and the MCC, I guess, picking the side at Lord's, would they have done, I guess?
Yes. In 1890, so the previous series, 1899, by that point they'd got in a panel of selectors who were like full-time people, and Lord Hawke, who was they were basically county captains, the selectors. Lord Hawke was the Yorkshire captain, and he was the chairman of the panel, and a couple of other people. Well, W.G. Grace had been on it; he dropped off. But there's a lot of parochialism still. Did Hawke want to pick the Yorkshire players and weaken his own county? That sort of stuff. So it was still very complicated.
Because that still counted for so much, didn't it? I mean, you get certainly stories in the 1890s where teams just don't want to release their players. The county championship is in many ways more significant than a test match.
Or release them for a tour. So Hawke wouldn't release Hurst and Rhodes, two great all-rounders, for a tour of Australia because he wanted them to be rested for the next county season. I mean, it sounds absurd now, but that's how it was then. But yeah, so England were in a desperate plight, really. They were feeling sorry for themselves, and they needed a win, really, to boost morale.
And you didn't really gather the notion of dead rubbers, did you? I mean, in the book, what comes through loud and clear is that you may be thinking, well, surely if England have already lost the series, how desperate is it? But actually, the England you describe at this point, each game is a standalone moment.
Yeah, and a sort of measure of national pride and status. And also, I think, to give it a bit more context, we'd had the Boer War had been going on for several years. There'd just been a peace treaty in May of 1902, so only a few weeks before this match. So there was a sort of jingoistic mood in the country. And in fact, a large element of the crowd were Australian troops who'd come over to Britain for come back from South Africa and had come over for the coronation of Edward VII. Queen Victoria died in 1901. There'd been a delayed coronation. It happened 2 days before the Oval Test match. So on the Saturday, just over in Westminster Abbey, there was the coronation of Edward VII, and then on the Monday, this Test match starts. And so the crowd involved, so the Australian Prime Minister, Edward Barton, he was watching. A lot of Australian troops were here. So there was a sort of like it was a proper international event in some ways because of the coronation.
And another part of this context that you bring out so well is the Britain or England, Britain, Europe of the time, which is technologically advancing massively quickly. And that technology, you've got moving pictures to a degree, but you've also got technology that allows
newspapers to print vast quantities at various different times of the day. So you can, like, evening newspapers are really significant at this time, aren't they? Being able to get news of the match as it's going on. You've got telegraphs, you've got all sorts that were not there probably, 10 years before, would it be? How recent is this technology?
I think the telegraph system had sort of started in the 1860s, but it was improving all the time. In fact, by 1902, telephones were starting to come in, but I think there'd been a vote amongst the journalists in the Oval press box, and they said, we don't want telephones in the press box, it's going to disturb us, so can we not have them, please?
Precious bunch, aren't they, the scribblers?
Still are, obviously. The telegraph system was an amazing thing, like the internet has been for us. It transformed everything, and I think newspapers saw something like a cricket match, ongoing event, live event, as a way of showing off how up-to-date they could be. And a lot of the papers I looked at would have on the front page, would have a cricket edition sort of stamped in the top right corner, say sort of 7 p.m. edition or 6 p.m. edition, whatever, to show how current they were. And not many things were happening in the country that were necessarily rolling news, if you like, but the test match or county matches even was one, and the stop press would often have cricket scores or even racing results. Those sort of things were a way of the newspapers showing how up to date.
I mean, this continued, didn't it, well into the 70s and 80s. I used to get my Evening Standard when I came out of school on a test match day to try to get the latest score, get the T score, and it would be on the back of the Evening Standard the wrong way round. Yes. That was the only reason I got the paper, just to check that. I don't know why I bothered paying for it, really. Or you'd ring up the actual pavilion to try to get the score.
Yes.
Now, another part of this is speed, and we've touched on it there with the telegraph, but you've also got innovations in trains. People are getting around the country a lot quicker. It's a techie world, isn't it, in which people are being sort of wowed by these new inventions. You've probably not got aeroplanes exactly yet, but you've got...
Well, the Wright brothers was 1903, I think, perhaps, so it was coming. There's a quote which I put in the book from a Frenchman whose name I can't remember now, but Charles Pégou, I think. But he said the world had changed. He was writing in 1909. He said the world has changed more in the last 30 years than it has in all the time since Jesus Christ. So basically, 1880 to 1910, there's a lot of stuff happening, and the world was getting faster. Trains were going at a mile a minute. That was a big story in the papers in 1902. There was you could drive a car at 100 miles an hour. Again, sensational development sort of thing. And the telegraph system was another manifestation of speed, really. But I think also, so the Jessup innings being fast was also celebrated as another example of man being able to go faster than before. And a lot of the Olympic Games had started in 1896. Same thing, going faster, further, jumping further, etc. So Jessup sort of tapped into all that sort of mood of things being more extraordinary than they had been. And I think there was an element of them, certainly the journalists, exaggerating the time that he took to get to his 100. It was given as 75 minutes. It's still in Wisden, I think, as 75 minutes. I sort of reconstructed the whole innings, and I reckon it was actually 80 minutes. It's a bit slower than that. But I think they rounded things down to the nearest 5 minutes.
Right.
And I think they were quite keen to say, gosh, this is fast,
So
you can't get away with that now, obviously.
No, quite rightly too. So let's we've got the match in its context. England can't win the Ashes. They're desperate for a win. We've got Gilbert Jessup we've now got to contextualise, because this is a guy whose name has come down through history and is associated with this innings first and foremost. But this is not an isolated incident of him being an absurdly rapid batter. And at this time, and we kind of think, don't we, about this, well, I suppose you may or may not think, but this golden age, this crossing over between the centuries and this Edwardian era, there's a time of flamboyant batters, the likes of Victor Trumper from Australia, Jessup himself, Fry, Ranji. But actually, it's not everybody is going berserk and trying to hit the ball incredibly hard, incredibly quickly. Jessup is still a bit of an outlier, isn't he? And that's partly why he's in and out of the team, because it's an untrustworthy way of playing, isn't it? Actually trying to entertain.
Yeah. Well, this taps in again nicely with the sort of baseball thing where McCullum and Stokes back people like, say, Zach Crawley, because they feel that he can take the attack to the opposition, and even if he doesn't come off very often, if he does, he can help win the match. And they like that. Well, Jessup was that sort of player. He wasn't going to. He's not. McCullum said about Crawley, he's not a consistent type of player. but we still value him. Well, Jessup wasn't a consistent player, but he could still play an explosive innings that could change the match.
He's an impact player.
Impact player. And so if he'd been playing today, he's exactly the sort of player they would have stuck by, because he would have had an impact. I mean, he might have been a bit racy for McCullum, actually, Jessup.
Really?
He really was a maniac. But in those days, the selectors mistrusted him, and they weren't quite sure. So he started out as a fast bowler. When he was young, he was a very fast, aggressive, sort of a lot of bounces and things like that. He bowled very fast, but his back sort of went in the end. And so by 1902...
Oh, the old stress fractures, even then, we think.
Yes, stress fractures. So by 1902, he was really a batsman who bowled a bit, and I think that's why England were unsure whether they could pick him, because they weren't sure what they were getting. Was he a batsman who bowled or a bowler who batted? And that sort of changed throughout his career. So
that's a familiar problem,
isn't
it?
I mean, he only played 18 times for England, and he was in and out a lot. And this innings was really in this test in 1902 was the sort of highlight. He did play another amazing innings against South Africa in 1907, the first test South Africa played in England at Lord's, and he got 93 off what we know is 64 balls. Well, had he stayed in, he would have beaten his own record for sure.
Yeah.
He would have broken the 70 ball mark, I think.
Well, he was an amateur as well, wasn't he? So it's quite unusual that there was a lack of trust in him, because the amateurs all stuck together in those days. And if you were an amateur, you were seen as the right sort of chap.
Yeah.
But he wasn't your usual amateur, was he?
No.
Because he wasn't from a particularly wealthy background.
No.
Was his father a doctor, was he?
Yeah, in Cheltenham, yeah. And he didn't go to... He went to Cheltenham Grammar School. Well, there was in the social hierarchy, there's private schools and there's grammar schools, and so he was not from the top drawer. That stuff mattered. And also... I mean, his background was interesting because he went to Cheltenham Grammar School because his father was a governor, I think. But his father died when he was... Gilbert was about 13 or 14, that sort of age. So Gilbert had to leave the school, and so his education stopped, and he only managed to sort of continue it by being an assistant teacher at some other schools around Oxfordshire and places. And he moved around the country, in fact. Continues his education. Eventually, he got himself to Cambridge, where he wanted to go and ultimately go into the church. That didn't ever happen.
Too racy.
But absolutely. But as a result of that, he didn't have an orthodox cricketing education. So had he gone to Harrow, like F.S. Jackson, who he shared a partnership of 100 with in this match, he'd have been coached properly, and he would have looked like an orthodox batsman in those days, classically, tutored or whatever. He was a free spirit, and he basically played a bit like a child would, where you'd bowl as fast as you can, you'd throw yourself around in the field like a maniac, and you'd try and hit the ball as far as you can.
And he was a great fielder as well, wasn't he?
He was the best fielder in the country, yeah, without a doubt. He was amazing. So he had this sort of unfettered style of doing everything, but had he gone to in fact, he said this, had he gone to a sort of a proper school, he would never have played the way he did. But he was a free spirit, and he just saw the ball and tried to hit it as far as he could. That was sort of his approach, and he quite quickly realised that actually it worked in a way. He was inconsistent, but when it came off, he scored over 50 first-class hundreds in an era when that was a lot.
So he's kind of a folk hero, because people are going to matches, and when he's playing, they're on the edge of their seats, they're excited for what can happen. But when we come back to 1902, he's just come back from a tour in Australia, 01-02, where he didn't have a lot of success. And the Australians felt that they got his number, that, they know how to handle this, like they do with Bazball, don't they? They think, we know how to...
They put a lot of guys on the rope, and he'd hold out. That's what happened.
And unfortunately, he would fall for this. And in those days, in much the same way as we got infuriated when Jamie Smith got caught the ball before a new ball against India and things like that, then lots of sanctimonious preaching takes place. But fundamentally, he's the person that the crowd all want to come and see. So that's Jessup. We've set him up for you. We've set up the match. The match itself, and the part of the reason why this game is so extraordinary and why this innings is so well remembered, not just the speed. If the game hadn't been a lost cause, if England hadn't won it from a seemingly impossible position, it would probably just have been a very fast 100 and losing cause that people would have remembered as great fun, but that would have been about it. It would be people like Andrew Sampson who would go on about it only. But instead, the whole book is written about it because it is one of those absurd comebacks, isn't it? It's like heading the 81, it's like heading the 2019.
Yeah.
Paint us the picture, and just a reminder, in those days, we are living in uncovered wickets,
Yeah,
so things could go horribly wrong very quickly.
It's a 3-day match for a start. Uncovered pitches. The reason they could get a result in 3 days was because the pitches were uncovered. If you had a bit of rain, the surface would become, I mean, it's hard to imagine now, but the surface would become tacky, particularly if the sun came out. So a hot sun on a wet pitch, it becomes sticky, and the bowlers could cut the ball and spin it, and it'd be like a sort of the equivalent of a dust bowl in India. It would just, the ball would deviate all over the place.
Uneven bounce as well.
Bounce, yeah, very difficult. And there were you would pick a team that would include specialist batsmen who could play on a sticky pitch, like Johnny Tildesley played in the England team specifically because he was very good on those sort of pitches.
He was from Manchester, so it was forever raining there.
The Northerners knew how to play when it rained, and they'd always have maybe a brisk spin bowler, sort of Wilfred Rhodes type figure who could make the ball spin and cut and bite it on the. So you always had to pick a team with that in mind. And that's exactly what happened. Australia batted first, weather good, they ground out a score of 320. We got through many more overs per day as well, that's the thing. So this match had 310 overs in it over the 3 days. So you're getting...
Are they 6 ball overs?
6 ball overs.
Yeah.
You're getting 100 overs a day. Clearly you don't do that now, but many Bazball test matches are finished in 310 overs. So it's like a modern test match. It's just spread over 3 days.
Just over 3, yeah.
So Australia get what is a big score, really, 320 on a decent pitch. It then rains, of course, as it was bound to do. Rains on the first evening. So when England then bat on day 2, the pitch is tricky, and they're really struggling. They're 80 odd for 6. Jessup's 6th out, 83 for 6. It looks like they're going to have failed to have saved the follow-on, which is 150 behind. So that's about 170 something. But Clem Hill drops an important catch, and England managed to creep past the follow-on. So then Australia have to go into bat. The pitch is still difficult, and England, great job, they skittle out Australia for 120.
So let's bring...
Jessup runs out trumper, by the way, with a brilliant throw. So that is a key part of it.
Let's bring Samo in at this point then. So when are England batting in this match? Are they batting on the second morning by then?
Well, the first innings or
in their first innings, yeah.
Yeah.
So they're coming in the second morning. So we've had overnight rain, and this is the overnight rain that was probably what Jessup was talking about in his hotel room, because we have a little anecdote, don't we, about
a bet,
about a bet, and they're looking out the window and going, well, that's us done. We're toast.
Yeah, who can possibly even score 50 on this? And they have a bet about it. And then he says, what about if one of us gets 100? And they took a bet, and obviously he ended up winning this bet.
So that sort of 7th, 8th wicket partnership, that revival, is what gets England to a point where they don't have to bat again immediately
on the pitch that's still difficult.
So Australia have to go out to bat, and what is the lead they've got there, Andrew? Is it about 140? Because
the lead's 141.
141.
And Australia, England started their second innings. Australia was still batting. They went down at the close of the second day.
Yeah, so 18 wickets fell on day 2. Australia 114 for 8 or something like that.
114 for 8.
So on the final day, England get the last 2 wickets quite quickly, so the target becomes 263.
Yep.
And the pitch is still difficult, but it's they sort of various accounts say that it does ease as the day goes on, so maybe things get a little bit easier. But England lose 5 wickets before lunch for 48. So they're when Jessup walks out, 48 for 5, 20 minutes before lunch. The game looks done, really.
And let's not forget they've got Trumbull, who is a petrifying prospect. He is best bowler in the world at the time.
Yeah, and he took more wickets in Ashes tests than anyone, right through to Dennis Lillee in the 1980s. He was a phenomenal bowler, tall, could cut the ball on these sort of pitches we're talking about. He was he could bowl in all conditions, is what I'm trying to say. Highly skillful, and the height was a problem. And Jessup had got out to him a few times in the series, and he decided in this innings that he was going to not play cross-batted shots because it was too risky, because of the bounce would vary. So he hit him straight. In fact, he ended up hitting him in the pavilion. But he didn't play cross-batted shots to Trumbull. He only did it against Saunders, who was the left-arm spinner. And that was a sort of crucial tactical change for him. in that innings.
So he's a thinking batter here. I mean, these are quite 21st century tactics, aren't they? And just to put it into context for you, what the Oval was like at this point. So you've got Trumbull bowling from the pavilion end, and you've got Saunders, the left armour, bowling from the Vauxhall end. And the reason why this is significant is because the Oval that you see today has similarities with the Oval of 1902, but some fundamental differences. One of which is that the playing area in those days was much, much bigger. So where we are now in the media centre, this would probably even still have been part of the playing area, I reckon, from when I was a kid, because there's a bit of a concourse behind us as well. So you've got this massively long boundary at one end towards the Vauxhall end, and the pavilion end is altogether shorter. It's not an inconsiderable hit.
Not dissimilar to what it is now.
But exactly, not dissimilar, because the pavilion is also not dissimilar,
and was built just before the match, so that it's not moved position, I don't think.
Right.
It might have gone up, but it's not gone.
It's not. Yeah, it's not gone forward.
No,
it's gone up.
It's where it was.
So Jessup's got to take a view on this. He's coming at 48 for 5. England still need 213 or so to win. Is that right?
215. Yeah.
215 to win.
That's quite similar. Just to divert, that is a very similar match position to when Ben Stokes walked out at Headingley in 2019. The only other time England have beaten Australia by 1 wicket in England, as happens in both these games. Very similar situation, although I think England were 3 down rather than 5 down, but they needed about 215. Similar, but Stokes' pitch in 2019 much easier. Yes,
the Headingley pitch and also the outfield much quicker.
Correct.
Because you do mention, get this, there's an all-run 5 in this match as the ball is hit towards the Harleyford Road side.
He cuts it down to the Vauxhall and where we are now, into that corner. I can remember from my early days watching it. That corner particularly was very long, and you could. I think there were all run 7s and things down there sometimes. I can't imagine really, but there were some ludicrous situations down there because it was so long. You couldn't put a man on the rope for it. It's too far away.
And the other thing you need to bear in mind, because this will become important later, is that there are no 6s to speak of. To get a 6, you've got to hit it out of the ground, which, given that the Oval's the largest playing area in the country by some considerable margin, it's not going to happen. So you can hit it into the pavilion as many times as you like, but you're still only getting 4 for it, which does sort of beg the question, what's the tactical advantage to going aerial, except I suppose you get it over the fielders.
Correct.
But you don't get any more runs for it. So he's coming at 48 for 5, and then he starts this partnership. And it's an interesting one, isn't it? Because it's with Jackson. And these are people who are very, very different in their approach both to life and to cricket. And there's even a sort of suggestion that Jackson is kind of block on his selection at various points and has no real faith or trust in the Jessup method. Is that fair?
Yeah, so Jackson was... what they did, we talked about the selection panel earlier, they would co-opt a couple of senior amateur players who were in the team and were going to be in the team onto the selection panel. So Stanley Jackson was one of the selectors early in the series, and he would have been party to the decision to leave Jessup out for the previous match in Manchester. And when Jackson subsequently became England captain in 1905, the next time Australia came here, Jessup played in the first match, got out for naught, and never played again. And it's widely described to Jackson that he didn't want him in the team. He didn't trust him, even despite this great 100 in 1902. He still thought he was too unreliable.
And did he perhaps in the end, might he have been a bit jealous of the brouhaha around it?
Well, possibly,
because his innings is absolutely vital, and yet we don't really talk about him in this game. We talk about Hurst and Rhodes, that we will come on to very shortly, because they're a large part of the story, and Jessup, and yet that partnership is the one that transforms England's fates, isn't it? From 48 for 5 to when the 6th wicket falls, how many do they put on, and in what time?
100. They put on 109, of which Jessup scores 83. I think there are maybe 8 extras, so what is that, 90? So Jackson would add 18 in the time that Jessup's scoring 83. I think, to his credit, Jackson thought, this guy is going great guns. All I need to do is stay in, so I'm going to block. I'm not going to take any risks. And so, in that sense, it was sensible. But he didn't really approve of Jessup at all. But
how long does that take? Because in the book, you do brilliantly. You break it down into various hours of play, actually, at some points. So we've got this section when he comes in just before lunch, and then we've got the fireworks after lunch, and all this is significant. So the transformation of England's fortunes happens almost in the blink of an eye in Test match terms, in front of a very full, very engaged Oval crowd.
Well, so I mean, Jessup comes in what I calculate to be maybe 22 minutes before lunch. He scores 29 by the lunch break. And he attacks from the very start. He's almost out first ball. He almost drags it on first ball, but doesn't. He hits Trumbull into the pavilion once, but he's also, when he's facing Saunders from the far end looking down here, he's dropped by Victor. The only proper chance he gives, he's dropped by Victor Trumper. It's like a low skimming drive that Trumper runs in, dives forward to try and catch it, can't quite get there. He's on about 27 at that time. And there's also talk about a stumping chance, although I think it was probably quite hard. That he was in the 20s both those times. They're the only two mistakes, really. Apart from that, it's pretty pure stuff. So even by lunch, there's quite a few eyewitnesses describe the mood in the ground. And they say by lunch, already the people are getting excited, thinking, wow, as long as these two are still in, we could still win this game. In fact, some of the eyewitnesses, there's Ben Travers, famous playwright. He wrote about it very well. He was the first man to appear on Test Match Special when they did the sort of chat at lunchtime, tea time. He was the first guest, 1980, and he spoke about the Jessup match.
Wow.
And P.G. Woodhouse, who I think you've probably heard of, he was working at a bank, Hong Kong and Shanghai Bank in London, came over during his lunch break and saw the start of the partnership around the lunchtime period, but had to go back to the office, very annoyed about that.
Well, you would be.
So these people described what was happening, and quite a few people left at lunchtime. They still thought the game was done. They thought England were going to lose 5 down, but other people came into the ground, so they reckoned that the crowd actually was bigger by the afternoon session than it had been before, because this phenomenon of people finding out that Jessup is batting often drew people to come race down to the ground.
And that's taking us back to the newspaper story we were talking about earlier, that suddenly new word can get out.
Yeah.
And so there's a stampede to get in. People have come to watch, and after lunch, this is where things go absolutely berserk.
Yeah. So Jessup goes from 29 right through to 104 in an hour after lunch. So he's getting sort of 75 runs. Jackson gets out just after 3 o'clock, 45 minutes after lunch. But then George Hurst comes in and he starts bright. He hits a couple of early boundaries, and he will take, after Jessup is out, he will carry on right through to the end. But yeah, there was one over. I mean, we're sort of spoiled now. We see so many big overs where the bowler gets absolutely mauled. But there was an over where he hit Saunders for 4 fours in a row, all to square leg sort of area, and the crowd just went crazy. They thought this was amazing. He went from sort of something in the 50s to the 54 to 71 in that over, I think 17, and there's some good descriptions of how the crowd were throwing their top hats in the air. It sounds sort of cliche, doesn't it? But they were generally throwing their top hats in the air, or their boaters, or whatever. So yeah, the crowd went crazy, which in those days I think they were far more restrained than we would be today. But there was genuine delirium going on, and as happened
and is that unusual?
When he got to his 100, yeah, I think very much so. And I think it wouldn't have been the same had it been at Lord's.
Nothing's the same at Lord's.
No, I mean they're far more straight-laced, buttoned up, aren't they?
Yes.
So they would never have done that. But at the end of the game, when England win, there's a pitch invasion, which again I don't think would have happened at Lord's. And they all gathered in front of the pavilion and chanted for Hurst and Jessup to come out and be saluted. It was raining by then, by the way. It rained just after the end.
So he had to get on with it, or else it would have been. If he'd managed to stay in, that England wouldn't have won. They would have been able to draw it.
That is the thing that's not sort of. I suspect that was part of his thinking, but I don't know that anyone now actually sort of articulated it properly. But I think he would have known that if they didn't get on with it, it was an overcast day and there was sort of rain threatening, that they would have run out of time. And they only just made it. They won just before. In fact, I think it was raining at the end, but they carried on.
So just to finish off on that before we just dig into the very last bit of the chat before the players come back out, Jessup does unfortunately get out. And what's the score when he gets out, Andrew?
187 for 7.
187 for 7. So they still need another 76 with only 3 wickets in hand on an awkward pitch, albeit that Trumbull's been bowling forever. So at some point, he must have got slightly tired. You never know.
Yeah. I mean, in fact, they'd brought Warwick Armstrong, who was a leg
the big
spinner,
ship,
in place of Saunders, after Saunders went for 17 and over. Armstrong bowled sort of down the leg side to frustrate Jessup, which worked. He did stifle him. Jessup got some boundaries away off him, but in the end he's caught a short leg off Armstrong, attacking his sort of leg, coming into his leg. So he got it. The ploy worked. No sooner had Armstrong got him out than they took him off, brought back Saunders. They later bowled Monty Noble as well, but Trumbull kept going through for the whole innings from the pavilion end.
Absolutely
Never came
astounding.
on.
What did he? How many overs did he bowl at the end there, Andrew, in this innings?
33.5.
Unbroken,
Unchanged, yeah.
unchanged.
I mean,
33 overs.
they had the lunch break, but that was it. Yeah.
So the reason why I remember Hurst and Rhodes, there are a couple of partnerships for the 8th wicket and the 9th wicket, which are vital.
I mean, Hurst becomes the senior man. He does most of the scoring. There's Bill Lockwood stays with him for a while. He scores 2, but they added 20 odd perhaps. Dick Lilly's the wicketkeeper. He bats quite enterprisingly. They add another 30 odd. So when Wilfred Rhodes, who's quite a young man, I think, still at that point, comes out to join Hurst. These two Yorkshiremen, both born in the same village in Yorkshire, in Kirkeaton, very different characters. When he comes out to join Hurst, I think they need 15 more.
15, yeah.
And of course, you can tell the apocryphal story.
Well, we're going to get him in singles, apparently.
Yes, I mean that was supposedly the conversation. They did have a chat. It's quite clear from the newspaper reports. They did meet. So Hurst went to meet Rhodes as he walked out, and there was a chat. But pretty sure that wasn't really it. It was more a case of maybe, you stay there, I'll sort of get the run, sort of thing. But in fact, Hurst did get them mainly in singles, but there was an overthrow which gave him a 2, and Rhodes, who actually was a little bit lucky, nicked one through the slips for 4. So it wasn't done in singles.
And just to be clear about this, Wilf Rhodes is no ordinary number 11. This is a man who's going to share in a record England opening partnership with Jack Hobbs of 323 in about 10 years' time. Is it 1912 or so?
Yes.
He bats. He's 11 here, but he's a regular opener for England later on in his career. Took over 4,000 wickets, but scored tens of thousands of runs. So it's quite fortunate in a way that you've got these two together. But England get over the line, and they do it just by 1 wicket. Pandemonium ensues. Crowd goes completely berserk. And then everybody wants a piece of Jessup's innings. And then what I want us to do now is focus in on that press room, because what's so marvellous about this book is that we start from the macro. We start with the need for speed that's going on in the world, the human endeavour, trying to go as fast as humanly possible, and we end up in that press box over there, trying to piece together the truth of this crazy innings, because by the next day, every newspaper wants the story, and it wants as long and as full a record as humanly possible. And this is where you come in. So 76 balls is where we started this conversation. You think you have worked out roughly what it actually is.
So I mean, the starting point was that there was very quickly the Jessup family had some scrapbooks which still exist, and when Gerald Brodgib did a biography of Jessup in 1974, centenary of his birth, he used those scrapbooks. In those scrapbooks there's a cutting, but there's no heading, no date, that has a list of the every ball Jessup faced. It turns out it was I found out subsequently it was in the Athletic News, which is a very respectable sports weekly, that had the 76 ball list. I went digging and I found the British Newspaper Archive is now digitalised. It's great because you can search it much faster. I found a newspaper called The Morning Leader, published the next morning. The Athletic News came out 5 days later. The very next morning, the Morning Leader had not only a ball-by-ball list of its own, which had never, no one's ever sort of seen it since, if you like. Not only a ball-by-ball list, but who was bowling each ball. So that's far more sophisticated data than we had before.
Because you don't get that in the scorebook, do you? I mean, this is one thing that's very interesting, and Andrew, you might be able to help out on here. It's scored like you'd score a club game, but nowadays, even in a club game, you'll keep a note of the dot balls that the batters are facing.
Keeping a note of dot balls for each batsman was not done then, and wasn't done really till the 1960s.
Well, I mean,
there was a few people who did.
Yeah, no, Ferguson, of course. W.H. Ferguson was scoring linear from early days. So
and linear, by linear we mean,
if you looked at Zaltzman's or Frindle's score sheets, it's the kind of linear with
it's each over has a
line.
Each over has a line, and it's logged against.
Who wants you?
It's logged against each batsman as well as each bowler, so you can trace every ball. So yes, it was.
So we're relying on newspaper men keeping notes.
The scorebooks are missing. We don't have the scorebooks. even if we had them, it wouldn't necessarily give us the answers. But some enterprising journalists kept a ball-by-ball note of Jessup's innings, probably because he was so devastating that they'd come to remember that this could be, it could be interesting. So I found this new cutting, which was like the eureka moment. That's when I knew I had to sort of dig
what's
deeper.
that? What did that feel like?
Yeah, well, I was quite surprised, I've got to say. But that had so that reckoned he'd got his 100 off 71 balls. The Athletic News list said 76. I basically reconstructed the innings using those two lists and all the newspaper accounts I could lay my hands on, and worked out that it's he scored his 100 between 72 and 74. The reason I can't be precise exactly is because there's a couple of overs where the strike changes hands, and the Athletic News list suggests at one point and the Morning Leader says another. There's no way of knowing which is correct.
And there's no way we'll ever know, do you think?
I don't think so. I don't know.
You've exhausted pretty much every possible
I've
avenue.
exhausted myself. I know. Yes, I don't think there are any more newspapers out there, but you never know.
So now we've got this awful situation where if somebody gets 172 balls, if Harry Brook does it in 72 balls,
there'll be a bit of a fuss.
What are we going to say? Are we going to say he's got the fastest 100 in English history?
If he's done it with the aid of sixes, then Brooks got an advantage over Jessup, hasn't he? Because
right, now tell us this. You
couldn't hit a six.
Yeah. So how many balls?
So
how many balls could it have been?
Jessup hit 3 what we would call sixes into the pavilion off Trumbull, 2 of them before he'd got to his 100. So he would have got there 1 ball fewer.
So his his last 4 runs were a 6, were they? In effect, a modern day 6.
Yeah, he would have already been at his 100 by the time he hit the third one, but the first 2 would have helped him get there faster by 1 ball.
By 1 ball.
So you could argue that he's sort of 71 to 73. So I would say to Harry Brook,
70.
Jamie Smith, if you want the record, get it in 70.
Get it in 70.
Yeah.
Simon, the players are making their way out. I would want to talk to you about this for hours more on end. It is such a fantastic book. It is a rip-roaring read. It is just it's quick. It's fast-paced. We've told you much about the match, but if you read this book, you will get so much more fabulous detail. You'll find out an awful lot more about the great man himself, Gilbert Jessup, the Croucher. And it all took place here. If you're a Surrey fan, it took place here. Reading this book just transformed me back to the Oval of 1902. It's an incredible achievement. Simon, congratulations. Well done.
Thank you.
And thank you for joining us. Right, the game's resuming too soon in my book. 206 for 8. Warwickshire still 40 runs behind Surrey. Dan Worrell is going to resume. He's got Will Young in his sights. 2 slips in place. And he strikes the pad. They're going to nip through for a single. And the doughty Oliver Hannon Dolby is there. And Surrey fans, I don't like to bring this up, but Hannon Dolby has been known to bat for an hour and 3/4 and get 1 run. Although he disputed that. He thought it was a leg by and remonstrated with the umpire. I don't know if you remember that. Addy Brown's rejoined us. He was so annoyed. He was trying to get the slowest naught of all time. And the umpire gave him a single. He said, I don't want it. Anyway, on that revelation, I'm getting out of the way. Adam Collins is back.
I think we did that bit last year, Daniel, only for him to get his stumps splayed next ball. Rings a bell. I think we need our effects mic brought up as well. Can't hear the effects if we can get them taken through. Dan Worrell operating round the wicket. To the aforementioned Hannon Dolby. Is that a leg by? He's not off the mark here. It is a leg by. So 13 balls without a score for him, but the board ticks over. So they trailed by 38, Ali. There were 4 wickets in that morning session, which Surrey ultimately won comprehensively. Only 74 runs added. Warwickshire needed to win the first couple of hours, and simply put, they could not.
I'd actually say it's honours even, I would say, in the first session. I think Will Young in a great position to potentially get 220, 230 if they can get close to the Surrey score, but it really is looking like a potential 1 innings game. And, there's a few of us that were quite happy that Hannon Dolby actually saw it through to lunch for a slightly earlier feed. But yeah, Will Young, I think, very impressive in the first session. Looks a rock at the crease. Sorry, we're trying to keep him at the other end.
Off the mark. Yeah, I think the issue really, if you zoom out, is that having had such a good second hour yesterday, if Warwickshire only lose a couple of wickets there, they're probably going to bank a pretty healthy lead. Now, with respect to Hannon Dolby and to Nathan Gilchrist who follow, Young's going to have to manage the game. He's operating with tail enders, and look, if they get beyond 246, and you're right, one innings game, I guess it essentially will be either way. But they just lost a couple too many to apply any pressure back on Surrey here. And we know how effective Warrell can be bowling at the lower order. So a bit of a numbers game here for Surrey. How do they control the over? For instance, this ball coming up here, last of the set. How will Rory Burns set it up in such a way that it gives the greatest chance of Hannon Dolby facing up for the next one?
Well, I actually feel that he probably bowled this quite wide, I would say, and see if he chases it, which I don't think he will. But from the setup, I think it's the thought that it's going to be a short ball, but there's every chance I see this as being a slightly wider away swinging ball that you might get lured into, but the way he's played so far, I would think not.
He's the short one. Gets inside of it and takes the single that they want. So Young retains the strike on 67, 211 for 8. If you're just joining our coverage, there were 4 wickets taken and 74 runs made before lunch. The first of those wickets was Ed Barnard, a beauty from Gus Atkinson, one of 3 wickets in the session for the England international, who will resume, by the looks of things, from the pavilion end. Barnard gone for an even 50, caught behind. Clark nicked off Mousley. Looked pretty good for 19. Seemed reasonably well set, but got a nice one from round the wicket. Caught in the cordon by Pope, as was Booth for 10, again from the bowling of Atkinson. And he completed the set with Ethan Bamber, caught by Lawrence. Atkinson, the bowler, for 2. At that point, they were 204 for 8. And they added a couple of further runs before the lunch break, with Young batting the whole way through the session, having walked out yesterday early at number 3. And here is Atkinson bowling to the set New Zealand international. I think Atkinson's the type of bowler, we've spoken a lot in reference to the winter that's to come for England, where he's a bit of an unknown for Australians. They just haven't faced him much, other than those that might have played a little bit of 100 against him in the last couple of seasons. The majority of the Australians won't have faced him with a red ball or anything quite like it in long-form cricket. That'll be of interest.
Yeah, look, I think he's bowled very well. He's come back a little bit from injury, and he looked very good. I went to go and watch him a month ago in the second 11. I thought he bowled brilliantly on a very slow wicket.
Really nicely clipped away by Young for 4. Had to beat the one man out on the rope and timed it so well that he had little chance of it. So 215 for 8, 31 the deficit.
He is putting a bit of faith in Hannon Dolby here, isn't he?
Yeah.
He's not actually changing gear. I mean, you'd like to think Will Young would probably try and target 100 from here, another 29 needed.
Sure.
But he hasn't. He's just played very nicely all the way through. Just his tempo has remained the same, and he's looked a class act in this batting lineup.
Somewhat surprised by that he's not sort of playing the game a bit more yet. But, well, we saw that with Surrey yesterday with Matt Fisher, thoroughly trusted by Ryan Patel all the way through. Atkinson towards us and towards Young. Not quite there with the radar as yet, as he works into a new spell after the long break.
But he's one of the bowlers that in the Ashes you could see playing majority of the tests.
Mm.
I think being more of a not just a holding role. I mean, he's got from a pace angle, he sort of gets pace from a very, very smooth run-up. So he's one of those bowlers that's difficult to line up because you don't expect the pace that he gets from his wrist, which is very impressive. But I think he'll play a big role in the Ashes. He won't be the strike bowler that potentially the Woods or Joffres of this world will be. But yeah, I think he'll have a sort of a successful series.
He has been for England the strike bowler perhaps more often than not, right, the way they've used him. That test match out here against India when he had to do even more heavy lifting than usual in the absence of Chris Wokes, who was injured late on day 1. He bowled very nicely, pick of the bowlers comfortably on that first day. And to keep England within touching distance in the second dig when India got away early on. Created a lot of chances there.
But in those games there was no Joffre, there was no Woody either. as I said, he can go to those levels. And
Yeah.
He's, in a similar way to the way that Jofra can actually just sort of run up and then suddenly it's on you at 90, 92. And Gus can certainly hit those sort of numbers, certainly the high 80s on a regular basis.
Yeah, as a batter, if you were facing him, would there be a comparable challenge to Jofra with respect to how he lets the ball go so far in front of him? Like he kind of eases to the crease. There's no big extravagant gatherer, or is there with Atkinson?
I think that makes those bowlers harder.
Yeah,
actually,
right.
Because
we'll see here. On the approach, he doesn't necessarily jump up.
Well, it's the likes of those that get power from the wrist. So Freddie Flintoff used to get very a lot of power came from there and the sort of flick of the wrist, and that makes those bowlers harder to face because their short ball you don't pick up quite as quickly.
Right.
So your Darren Goffs, who are more effort short ball bowlers, that's coming probably a second earlier because you get those keys. But I think the thing about the Gus Atkinsons, the Joffras of this world, they're on you. They can go up there and they're very skillful, probably pushing it slightly into the right hander or going away from the left hander, but also they can change length very quickly without a big change.
That was the thing with Archer version 1.0 in an England cap. It was there were those one-day internationals before the 2019 World Cup when he just became eligible to play. There was one out here against Pakistan, which was ultimately washed out. But Archer, to that point, as Worrell starts a new over with a delivery that requires a sensible defensive response from Young. He came out and bowled the house down initially. He looked perfect in time for the World Cup. Bowled extremely quickly against South Africa here again on the first day of the World Cup. And by the time we reached the Ashes and he played that second test at Lords, he was at the peak of his powers. I wonder whether we might be seeing a similar thing. Archer's played a couple of test matches now. Of course, bowled exquisitely in Southampton on Sunday. I was reminded a little bit of the way I felt about Archer all those years ago. It feels that not long ago, does it? 2019 World Cup doesn't feel that long ago, but it really is. It's over half a decade.
I don't think Jofra though can produce those spells, every day. That's the thing. And I think going back, you see that Lord's spell, we're all on the edge of our seats, and that's a proper gladiatorial battle, isn't it? You almost feel for that. You can feel like what it's like to be in the batsman's shoes, which is very uncomfortable. And I think certain wickets he will go up a gear and be very uncomfortable. But he sort of sits, doesn't he, somewhere between the.
Oh, there it is. There's the edge. And, he's dragged it in. Folks, brilliant. Across the cordon, low and to his right. Worrell gets Young, who's batted so patiently and so well. That opens up Warwickshire. We'll get a second look and see just how well Folks has done here to keep it above the turf. Continues to have some of the best gloves in world cricket. So it's Worrell almost straight away after lunch. Draws the outside edge. And he keeps it off the ground. Ben Folks, superb. 216 for 8.
What a snare. I mean, I don't think there are many keepers that actually managed to get the glove under there and that sort of catch. I think when Will Young, he looked in sort of disbelief that hadn't bounced in front, but he managed to get the glove underneath the ball. Great catch, and the wicket that Surrey so dearly wanted.
Just gets better with every watch, doesn't it? That you've summed it up beautifully, Ali. And Will Young's looking at the screen going, how on earth has he got his glove under that? Because it's a bit of a, the 2D image that we're looking at here. He's had to go so far forward and then somehow have the dexterity in his wrist to get the hand underneath. As we slow it down again here. So it doesn't fly through. And it's dying as well in the webbing. Just glorious wicket keeping. Dying away, still moving, still swinging, and Folks keeping all the different component parts where they needed to be. What an extraordinary keeper. As I said before, he is one of the premier glovemen in the world, if not the best. There's an argument that he remains the best pure gloveman in world cricket. A joy to watch him.
That is a stunning catch, but it's what you expect of Ben Folks on a regular basis. I know he had a little bit of an injury in the middle of the season. We saw him drop one, which was like, I think everyone looked in the commentary box as if, did that really happen?
Yeah.
But that's when he was carrying a bit of an injury. He's come back, and that is an exquisite catch.
What a cricketer he has been for this club. And there'll be many people out there who continue to be frustrated that his opportunities with England were limited at times, having been part of the setup when McCullum and Stokes took over. Nicely driven there by Gilchrist, the number 11 off the mark with at least a couple. But there's never been any doubt about the fact that he is, at what he does, his primary craft, that he is the best in the country at what he does, and he continue to be a standard bearer there. You could imagine a world where he could be dispirited about the way things have played out with England, but you never see any evidence of that when he puts on that brown cap.
No, I mean he's 100% behind the Surrey team, and he's they're very lucky to have him.
Good from Worrell to finish as well. Leaving on length is Gilchrist. And Young too. Fine innings of 72. He occupied the crease for 166 balls through multiple hours. But think about moments in the context of a season, Ali, that if Young's able to bat with the tail and push Warwickshire into something of an advantage, maybe even register 3 figures himself, it would change the energy of this game as it reaches its second half. Well, now it's 10 and 11, and it's a moment of brilliance from folks that's made it so.
Well, it's a massive game changer because the forecast for tomorrow is potentially drizzly. I don't know how much cricket we're likely to see. Hopefully, plenty. But yeah, it's so important to get a first innings lead today.
Can Atkinson finish it? Nearly.
And quite a substantial one. I mean, if Surrey can pick up this final wicket in the next 2 or 3 overs, then you'd like to think they've got plenty of overs, 65 remaining, to be posting a 200 lead, and that's exactly where they need to be.
Gives them an eternity, doesn't it? On the day where we make a lot of when's the best time to bat at the Oval, back half of day 2 is when Surrey have just piled on bulk runs, game after game. So if they can finish it here, or near enough to here, they'll give themselves the chance to bat at the best time of the match and really pile on those runs as you refer to there.
It's actually interesting just seeing the sort of the colour of the wicket. I mean, I think when we came yesterday, I feel that the colour of the wicket was closer to the 2 strips on either side. And it's not a massive change, it's just slightly lighter, and something that hopefully Surrey can take advantage of later on.
Yeah, more that oval brown tinge now, isn't it?
Yeah, I felt it was a good greenish wicket, but with the sun on it for the last 4 sessions, and the ball obviously on it as well, it looks a fraction lighter.
Almost more New Zealand in its complexion, right? Like we see pictures on the telly, or when I've covered matches over there, where you get to the ground, you see them being a billiard table green, and you assume a certain thing. There are some similarities here at the Oval, where into day 2 and day 3, great time to bat.
I said it often does help the ball sort of skid on as well, so a little bit more pace onto the bat.
Yeah, you're right about how much time left today. Essentially 2 full sessions, right? When you consider that they only got through 28 before lunch, still 64 to go after this over. They'll lose a couple for the changeover. But still, 2 full sessions. Not sure whether light might become a factor later on. Bit more cloud cover than yesterday. But we played all the way to the end yesterday. Light wasn't a concern. And also that scoreboard pressure will transfer straight back onto Warwickshire. They'll be put into a situation where they've started this round 4th on the table. They have to win here. That's what it boils down to. They've got to win all 3 games to have any chance of leapfrogging the top 3 into top spot to win the championship. Maiden from Atkinson. Oh, no, it's not. They get through for 1. My apologies. Off the shoulder of the bat. So he'll keep the strike. Hannon Dolby. He's faced 22 balls for his 2 at 219 for 9, trailing by 27. But yeah, the need for Warwickshire at that point, there'll be an emphasis on that. They simply have to bowl Surrey out, you would think, in those couple of sessions. They would need to keep Surrey to, like you're saying, roughly a 200 lead to open up the fourth innings for them. It does rather sharpen the focus of what the rest of today might look like.
I mean, tomorrow does play into the hands of Warwickshire in a sense, is that if they can keep it something reasonable, then their chase on day 4, whatever that might be, Surrey could be in a position, because if there is rain tomorrow, they can't get as far ahead as they would like. I mean, they'd obviously like to have a lead of probably 350, I think would be where they'd want to be, and to secure a win here, depending on what happens with Notts, really put them in prime position for next week.
Control the controllables and all of that, right? And then next week becomes just the blockbuster of blockbusters. We might just go around the grounds quickly here to see how the other teams in contention are faring around the country. Most obviously the game you referred to before, where Notts aren't going quite as well as they would have liked, actually. They bowled out Worcester for 182 yesterday. They're 128 for 5, so they'll need their lower order to step up. They've lost a couple of wickets quickly after lunch by the looks of things. At the moment it's Rana, South African keeper, there on 2. And he's batting with Lyndon James, the all-rounder. Top scoring was Freddie McCann with 56. And for Worcester, a couple of wickets for Ben Allison. That's the game with the most riding on it from a table perspective. So Notts in second. Warwickshire, with their bowling points and batting points, have actually, in the live ladder, jumped into third. They've gone beyond Somerset. Only by a point or two. That'll vary through the week. And the fourth placed Somerset, who are the only other team who could realistically win it, looking at results around the country. They are 274 for 4, Somerset, with a game that's had some time lost to it with rain yesterday. With Lewis Goldsworthy there on 40, batting with Tom Abel, the former captain, on 51. Half centuries for Collar Cadmore and Rue yesterday. So well ahead in the game, albeit a game they're going to have to move forward, having lost time yesterday.
I mean, to be fair, I don't actually see third and fourth really having a chance to win it. I do think it's between the top 2.
Feels that way, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Would require next week to be a draw and other things to go their way.
Yeah, well, I think then that's, it'd be interesting to see what wicket is played on here. Depending on that, if both sides were to win, I mean, that's where you want Surrey to stretch out a little bit. Hopefully they could pick up an extra bonus point. If not, don't get to 200. They could stretch that lead to 10. But and of course that's pivotal, because actually if you can draw that game, and then if you get a draw, you get your 8 points, don't you? And if you win, it's 16. So if you can get 10, 11, 12 ahead, it means you don't need to win the last game. But I think that Hampshire game can be a potential banana skin, because I wouldn't want to leave it to that, to be honest. You're not in control of the wicket against the side with nothing to lose, and so I think they'd like to get it done here next week.
Yeah, different kind of season. Only 4 wins for Surrey and not so far apiece. Lots of draws early on. Over bowled 2 runs from it, 221 for 9. Somerset have also won 4 times, but they've lost a couple, whereas Surrey are yet to lose this season, and not only once. Yeah, I'm not anywhere near as good as this as Daniel Norcross is. Daniel's a freak when it comes to looking at tables and working out connotations and permutations, but perhaps the best thing that could happen from Warwickshire and Somerset's perspective, of course, Warwickshire winning here, and if Somerset were to win as well, and then Notts, if they were to not win, either a draw or a loss, that would group the 4 teams back together. But if Notts won and Surrey won, then they take Warwickshire out. Somerset might be within touching distance again if everything went right. A couple of brollies up, don't want that. Oh, cuts him in half, Atkinson. 86 mile an hour as well.
We've spotted the brolly.
Yeah, the one brolly got picked up by the cameras.
I always focus on those roofs.
Which roofs are they in particular?
Those darker ones over there. If there is anything, it's incredibly light.
Put it down, we don't want that. No rain. Don't give any signals to the umpire. Full and straight.
I think we actually stayed on, for quite a period yesterday under quite a bit of rain actually.
Yeah.
So, which was a good thing. It was passing.
Yeah, there are some umpires who, with the slightest drop of rain, are dead keen to get off the ground. There you go. Speaking of slight drops. And there are other umpires who are far more resilient in the way they see the world. Ground staff at the ready if required. So a partnership of 5.
Yeah, you feel that Warwickshire will just want to take a little bit more time out of the game, really, won't they? The longer they can stay at the crease.
Most certainly. Every over they get through here is a little win, based on what we were talking about earlier. Marginal gains. Can they reduce that number in the corner of the screen that trails by 25? Can they make it 12 or 11 before they lose their final wicket? Won't mean much, but it'll at least give them something when they head into the second half of the game.
Well, it'll be a double win for them because they'll be in a position where they're taking time out of the game plus reducing the advantage.
I'm looking forward to watching them bowl later today. You think that with Warwickshire acknowledging that those wider ramifications of what this round constitutes now in third spot for them, they have to win. And to win the game, how quickly can they take their 20 wickets? How early can they open up the game to a fourth innings chase? That's what it all boils down to for them here. If they can't do it, their season drifts away. Umpire Jack Chantry there at square leg, looking up towards the sky. Put away. Full toss. Gilchrist equal to it, to the short side of the ground. Reduces the deficit, or what they trail by, to 21. And completes the over as well. So 225 for 9. You can see what he's trying to do. Attack the stumps. Yorker just a little bit too full, and we're seeing a few more brollies. Just a naked eye test here. I feel like we're sort of hovering around what might be a delay unless they can finish it off here. A few more umbrellas up, and the umpires are aware of that precipitation.
A scattering crowd in the JM Finn stand.
Yeah, a bit of that. Important this for Surrey. If it is going to rain, just getting this job finished. Clearing the decks, having their 10th wicket taken. Worrell the man for the task here.
So Warwick should be fully aware that on day 4, Surrey need time in the game to take their wickets. And Warwickshire could get, if they can get a task under 300, then they would be interested in that.
I think they'd be interested if it was 400. I mean, just the nature of the season where it's all shaping up. But in a lower scoring game, acknowledging there might be a bit of rain about tomorrow. But this could end. This could be a fast moving second half. This could, accepting we've got the better part of 2 sessions to go today. If it weren't to rain tomorrow, and they did get the full day in, there is a world where we get a full completed game inside 3 days. With something around 200 being chased tomorrow, that would be tantalising from a Warwickshire perspective, I'm sure. A lot would need to go right with them with the ball, but, the pitch has still got plenty there.
Yeah, I'd be expecting a very positive Surrey batting approach. You can't rely on tomorrow getting the cricket that you want. So what they wouldn't want is to be 150 ahead tomorrow, to have rain persistently throughout the day, and then they'd have to get another 150 to really have something to defend.
Aerial, but fine. And 4 more as well. Hannon Dolby, his 31st ball out to the rope. He moves to 7. Into the teens. We talked about whether they can get it to 12 or 11. Well, 17 away from parity at 229 for 9. And this partnership now reaching just a little bit frustrating. Worth 13. Nothing to get too carried away about, but they'll want this finish now, having picked up Young, that brilliant catch from Ben Folkes about half an hour ago or so. Drops the gloves.
Well played, isn't it?
Yep. Nothing wrong with that.
Yeah.
Such a great opportunity this for Surrey. To finish it here, get going again. In their mission for 4 on the trot. Boundary from the over. 229 for 9. I wonder whether there might be a change. They've got Tom Laws to turn to. Jordan Clark.
Yeah, I feel Tom Laws would be quite a good option.
Not to mention Matt Fisher, who bowled 5 overs yesterday and was dreadfully unlucky not to get a wicket in his second over. Hasn't been turned to today. I suppose the thing when you got 5 quicks at one tends to get lost in the rotation a little bit. Atkinson will continue.
Yeah, there is an embarrassment of riches, isn't there?
Yeah.
I think having that sort of level of high class bowling at your disposal. But the wicket does appear to be easing as well. I think it did a little bit more at the beginning of yesterday.
Thick edge to deep third. 16 to go. Yeah, as I said, the lived experience of watching all of these games here across 4 years is that it's about now when it does get a lot easier to bat, regardless of what colour the pitch is. There'll still be something there for the bowlers, of course, but just with wear and tear and whatever else, it does flatten out. Andrew Sampson's with us as well.
Yeah, I mean, over those last 4 seasons, starting from 2022, Surrey have only conceded a first innings lead 3 times in 26 games. Yeah. Obviously, just only the 1 loss in the 26 games as well.
So the Lancashire loss, which other games were deficits?
The other deficits were in 2022, Somerset got a first innings lead, 337 versus 308. And Surrey went on to win that one.
Yep.
And then in 2023, there were a couple. North Hants managed to bowl Surrey out for 185 and make 357 themselves. That game was a draw. And Notts in 2023, 399 versus 355, which was another game that ended in a draw.
Yep. Thank you, Andrew Sampson. Brings back some memories there. We timed our run pretty well, Ali, with this stream starting the way that it has at the moment. We picked it up in this more sort of dedicated way with commentary teams and so on in the latter part of 2022. Just as Surrey were... Well, it was no sure thing they'd win the comp that year. It was a hard-fought win in 22, and they had to get a lot right towards the end of the year and got most of it right in September, and that was that. And that was the start of the three-peat. So we've seen very little that's not been Surrey's success since starting here. There was the loss against Lancashire, but that feels an eternity ago. Other than that, it's been all wins and smattering of draws, but almost all wins for Surrey here at home, where they've been so dominant. 3 of their 4 wins this year have come at home.
Yeah, you do feel it's a fortress, don't you? And I don't think many counties can bring the sort of seam attack that Surrey have.
What was it when you were playing? What was the toughest away day where you felt like the home side just had this presence about themselves?
I think some of the tougher away days were the ones that I remember going to Derbyshire, where they claimed it rained quite a lot there, but only seemed to rain in the middle of the wicket. And but our strength in those days was our spin. We obviously had some good seamers and swing bowlers as well, but you know, I think the real worry for our opponents were Sack Lane Mushtaq and Ian Salisbury. So yeah, those are the tougher days where the wicket was marginally wet because of a supposed probably hole in the cover.
Change of bowling for SSE Energy Solutions. It's Tom Laws. Can he finish it here? First ball's forward straight, as you might expect from him. Climate change won't wait. It's time to hit the ground running with sustainable energy solutions. SSE Energy Solutions partners with us here on the Surrey live stream.
Yeah, so we got a succession of long grassed wickets and moist strips, basically. Anything to negate the spin that we had, so nothing dry.
I've got to admit, when I asked you that question, I wasn't anticipating, and by the way, that's nearly snuck through from Laws. That didn't get up anywhere near as much as Gilchrist thought. You can see from that body language in the cordon that they feel the same way too. I didn't expect you to say Derbyshire as the county where you experienced the toughest away days, but there you go.
It wasn't so much the team. Derbyshire were a very disciplined team. It was more the conditions were in their favour. I mean, there were away days to Yorkshire were quite difficult because they had, again, their strength was their seam attack, and they had a very good one. But Derbyshire I remember facing Tim Munton on a wicket that was helpful, I think is the best way to describe it. I mean, I think that wicket actually got an 8-point deduction for them. But yeah, I mean, any ways with home advantage, anything that's marginally legal, if you want that advantage. And we did have one game actually at Edgbaston where we couldn't believe the wicket we were given, which was a lot of the grass came off, which we were delighted at. I don't think Warwickshire were particularly thrilled to see a fairly bare wicket for Sack Lane, but they got one.
Was he the most masterful spinner that you came across in the professional game?
Yeah, I mean he was a class apart for 3 years.
Yeah.
He was outstanding. I would describe him as, and I was lucky enough to keep to him on one occasion and sit in the cradle at first slip, and that was a joy to watch. He's just a very special bowler who had an outstanding doosra that people didn't really pick.
I was going to ask you about that because he's known for, well, the dip and the doosra, right, were the two things at Sack Lane. His reputation with it. He got the ball to drop from the sky, heaps of work on the ball, and the ones that would go the other way. Did you find it, keeping at slip or at training for that matter, was it possible to pick the doosra from your perspective, or was it one of these things you had to adapt to?
No, I think, I mean, I could pick the doosra because I saw it so many times, but it was so, all you heard was a slight click of the fingers and the ball went up just literally a fraction more, but not much. So that was the only difference. But when you knew that, because you've seen it so repetitive, I mean, he didn't bowl it all the time, but you just knew what it was eventually. And my only first-class stumping was a lot of fun because as soon as it came out the hand, I knew that it was a doosra.
Yeah.
But the batsman didn't.
Oh, I love
think,
that.
please bring your feet out the crease.
Keeps the strike there with a single to deep third, so an over where the bat was beaten 3 times. It'll be a change in commentary with Daniel Norcross taking over from me. With you, Ali Brown, a few more words from you. In a session where Surrey have picked up one further wicket, an outstanding bit of wicket keeping. Ben Folkes to his right, claiming the chance off Will Young for 72. 216 for 9's become 232 for 9. They trail by just 14.
Yeah, very even session here for Warwickshire, almost up to parity. Just 14 runs behind. Wicket easing slightly. And one of the best shirts that I've seen all day.
Thank you very much.
How you doing?
Well, I'm okay. Frustrated, perhaps, as many will be. Oh. Now, Thick Edge is going to bring 4 more. It's been that kind of a day for Surrey. They've bowled in just the right areas and they've not had an awful lot of good fortune. That said, they have picked up 5 wickets, of course. So
They have, but the wicket seems to be not coming through quite as much. Some of them take the Will Young catch was you know, Ben Folkes had to go forward to take it. That sort of just died a little bit. Maybe the wicket is getting a little bit easier and a little less pace.
And the other thing, where was third slip?
Well,
you said yesterday.
Yeah, we talked about third slip.
You did. You said this is a third slip pitch. And that one there, as this is going to fly away for 4 more. Let's wait to see if there's no signal, so there must have been a bit of an inside edge on that. And that takes the deficit down to single figures. Yes, I'd quite like to see the ball before this as well, as we take a look at that replay. It wasn't a million miles from Folkes. But the ball before that, did it go at catchable height through third slip? That one was so close to dragging it back onto the leg stump. And Nathan Gilchrist is playing slightly differently from how I recall watching him when he was playing for Kent.
Yeah.
Tended to be a bit more of the sort of devil may care, have a slash.
Well, he's actually, I think he's been quite good. I've been quite impressed with his first couple of days. I think as a loan signing, I think he's really been, he's bowled very well. And he's a flashing blade, but he's picking out runs. That's going to mean it's very close to taking a first innings lead.
Well, yeah, they'll have their eye on that first batting point that Surrey got so tantalisingly close to getting yesterday. They lost 2 wickets, the last 2 wickets on 246, which denied them the batting point. But that last delivery was very close to the outside edge. So Clark, so far in this over, has taken the outside edge through third slip, the inside edge down to the finest of fine legs, and then gone past the outside edge. This one finds the middle of the bat and is going to run away for 4 up towards Lee Fortis's hut. And now, just within 2 runs of Surrey's first innings score.
That's a cracking shot, isn't it?
Really was. I mean, it was a little full, but the placement, the timing on that was gorgeous to send it through extra cover.
Very good punch.
We had a little shower, by the way. I don't know how much you were aware of that. Did you?
Well, there was a few of the supporters sort of were looking to seek for cover.
Yes, well, I was on the balcony, and it was actually relatively heavy, because you know under that corrugated roof you can hear the pitter-patter of the rain.
So you just go on sound, basically.
I go on sound,
That's
yeah.
the heaviness.
Well, because I couldn't see it anywhere. This was
I'm
a weird
roof
thing.
person, you're a sound person.
I'm a sound person, yeah. And I was quite surprised it didn't come off, but mercifully they haven't.
There was no movement in Lee's shed.
No, there wasn't, was there? I had my eye out for that. Well, that's 4 more, and that's the lead for Warwickshire. They lead by 2. Slightly over-pitched again from Clark for 4 boundaries in the over, 16 from it. They started the over 14 behind Surrey. They've ended it 2 runs ahead, and Gilchrist with that has marched on to 25. The end of the over, 248 for 9. Andrew.
Yes, that's just the 4th time in the last 4 years that Surrey have conceded a first innings lead in a championship match at the Oval.
Oh my
in
goodness.
27 games.
Can you give us the other 3?
I did
Worcestershire.
I did a few minutes ago, but
oh, sorry.
We'll do them again. It's fine. There was a couple
it was the rain. It was a bit loud.
Yeah.
Dan was busy making his way up to the commentary box. Where have they gone now? I had them there a second ago. Northants, Somerset and Notts during 2022 and 2023 were the 3 other occasions.
Well, I never. It's Law starts a new over.
Somerset game, Surrey went on to win, and the other 2 ended in a draw.
Intriguing. And were they each time conceding a first innings lead from having batted first?
Let me just check those.
Now that looks like a new ball. Is that a new ball that we're now thinking about being used?
What, 6 overs?
Well, it could yet prove important because Alan Dolby's doing that thing that he does, which is to block anything that's straight. Well, he has unfurled the lesser spotted cover drive. That came from nowhere, didn't it?
I mean, to be fair, they've looked more comfortable than you'd hope, haven't they? It's there's a feel in the outfield that they'll be dying to get off and get scoring, get the lead up. But these are frustrating moments for Surrey.
Just again past the outside edge, but these are slightly nervous moments for Warwickshire as well. They'll want that point. Well, they'd love a flurry of runs if they can get it. But their first target will be 250. Yes, Andrew.
So the Warwickshire just the second team who've batted second and passed Surrey's first innings score at the Oval in the last 4 years.
Now that we like that.
Pretty impressive. Yeah.
That's very good.
Lots with the other one back in 2023 when they made 399 and replied to 355.
And Notts, of course, are the visitors next week. There's a little flurry of wickets in that game. I don't know what the last you saw.
5 down was the last I saw.
5 down was the last I saw. I'm going to just check in and see if any favours are being done for us. They're not. It's 148 for 5. The deficit now just 34.
Any chance that Ben Duckett could play next week?
Oh, now then.
Because I know he's being rested.
Well, that has gone a mile. Alan Dolby nowhere near it at all. If Ben Duckett plays next week, I think it's time to petition Parliament. Because essentially, Sam Curran's playing for England because Ben Duckett's having a rest. If he turns up here and Surrey don't have Sam Curran, then...
but can he turn around and say, I needed a rest, but
for
I've had a week?
Well, they might do, but in which case I think we just take to Parliament
right.
in sackcloth and pitchforks. Oh, now that looks close.
That looks out.
And it is. It is flush on the shin, full toss. Jack Chantry giving another LBW to Jack Laws, his 4th. The Warwickshire innings ends again, tantalisingly short of that 250 mark. So neither side will get a batting bonus point. Warwickshire will have that slender lead of 2. We'll get to see that again in a minute. It feels plumb when you're hit full on the shin.
You can't claim it's sort of pitched outside the line.
No. Well, what is that going to miss?
Well, I like the fact that Ben Folkes is trying to go the other side to make sure he goes the opposite way for the umpire to go. You can't not give that out.
So Laws finishes with 4 for 42. He's bowled really splendidly with some fantastic pace. In actual fact, sometimes hitting up to 89, 90 miles an hour. His last wicket, bang in front of middle and leg. No real decision for Jack Chantry to make. So Warwickshire bowled out for 248. We've got plenty of time left in this game, even with the rumoured bit of rain around tomorrow. The forecast isn't as bad as it has been. So there's plenty of time for either side to force a result. And with, 55 overs remaining in the day, we'll knock off the 2 that you see there. It says minimum remaining 57. We'll knock off 2 for the change of innings. Players will come back out at shortly before 10 past 2 as we take a look at that Warwickshire scorecard. Top scorer 72, Will Young, batted really well. Very slow start before he was fantastically caught by Ben Folkes diving away to his right. Check that out on socials off the bowling of Dan Worrell. Half century for Ed Barnard, a thorn in Surrey's side, and some late biffing from Nathan Gilchrist. 4 fours in the last over before that wicket went down was what got Warwickshire that first innings lead. He finished on 25 not out. A flurry of wickets early on saw Warwickshire in all sorts of bother at 49 for 4, but they've dug in and they've got themselves up and just beyond Surrey's total. If we take a look at the bowling figures, we'll see here Worrell with 2 for 47, Atkinson 3 for 53, Laws, you'd probably say the pick of the bowlers for speed and for the impact that he made when picking up those wickets there. You see when 39 for 2, 39 for 3, 47 for 4. That was all Laws is doing. Clark with just the 1 wicket. Matt Fisher very unlucky, had a catch dropped off him by Ollie Pope that could have made a bit of a different story at that stage. Warwickshire, I think, would have been about 63 for 5. And Surrey could have ended up with a substantial lead, but it didn't come to pass. Instead, we got basically a 1 innings game, as you can see from that. Warwickshire leading by just the 2 runs. We're going to be back in around about 7-8 minutes before we go. Ali, so who's on top? I never know. With a pitch that sometimes eases, I'm probably leaning towards Warwickshire but is there really anything in it?
No, well, it's probably as it looks. There's only a couple of runs between the teams. I don't think that's going to make any difference. I think the wicket looks like it's easing out a bit. I think this is a good time to bat. The next couple of sessions are very important for Surrey. I think they'll have the best of conditions. There's a bit of sun around, which there won't be tomorrow. Anything they can get, in the next few overs will be a bonus. I'd love to see them get a lead of a couple of hundred by the end of tonight. And tomorrow, whatever that brings. There might be a bit of rain around and overcast conditions, but if they get a nice base this afternoon, I think they'll be in the ascendancy. But the wicket does seem to be easing. So that we just mentioned earlier that I think the colour of it is changing a little bit. And with that, we've just seen the last pair for Warwickshire have made that look reasonably easy against quite a good bowling attack. So I think the Surrey batters will be licking the lips and hoping to take advantage of this next sort of session and a half and I think put a big score on the board.
First of all, though, they're going to have to negotiate the new ball, and that may still pose problems. But join us in about 6-7 minutes and you can find out how they get on. But just for now, we're going to take a short break. We'll see you on the other side. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, we are back. And Ethan Bamber, a man who, for all I know, could be anywhere between the ages of 20 and 50, or actually less than that, about 14 and 50, because he's been around forever, and yet somehow he's getting younger. He's like Benjamin Button. He's going to start up from the pavilion end, where he had quite a bit of success yesterday. All of Warwickshire's bowlers bowled pretty well yesterday. I had a little spell in the first session where they were just straining for swing and for the full ball and were put away, but they started this carnage, and we've had 20 wickets fall in next to no time as Rory Burns and Dominic Sibley resume for Surrey. Dominic Sibley got a good nut in the first innings, well caught. Then there was a fine partnership between Burns and Pope, but thereafter the pitch played its usual first day tricks, and they've continued a bit into the second day. There's been some high quality pace bowling from both sides. Surrey that little bit quicker, but no more or even less effective really, as Burns gets off the mark, reduces the deficit to 1. And we were hearing, Phil, I don't know if you heard, this is just the 4th time in how many games is it?
27.
27 games that Surrey have conceded a first innings deficit at home.
Well, this is now an actual pressure point in the third innings, and you don't often get to see that, especially if Surrey bat first. So
yeah, it's an awkward third innings. A third innings pickle, or is there too long left in the game for us to be in pickle theory territory?
Well, there's a bit of weather around, isn't there, tomorrow?
Yeah, it's a bit uncertain, isn't it?
And same on day 4 as well. So you look at it and you think this whole game is open-ended. It's very difficult to really call it at this stage.
It could lose 40 or 50 overs potentially.
Yeah.
Sibley underway, and the scores are now level.
One thing I would say, from what I've seen today, I caught the highlights yesterday. I wasn't here in person, but what I've seen today, and in fact over the last 2 or 3 years really here at the Kia Oval, that this kind of pitch with Bamber's particular traits and Hannon Dalby's as well, you would think that they'd enjoy bowling here, and you say perhaps they may have striven a little bit too hard on day 1, but the things that they offer are the kinds of things that tend to work here. You know, there is always a little bit of nip available. And these kinds of bowlers that kiss the surface, you don't need an enormous amount of pace here necessarily. There's a bit of green out there as well. So Warwickshire will feel like they're in this one. It was a good toss as well for them to win.
Oh yes.
As ever, you know, you hope and pray. You hope and pray that you can bowl first here.
What are we up to now in the sequence, Andrew? Is that 20?
23 in all first class.
3.
19 in the championship, yeah.
Okay, I'm bound to ask you, what's the record for the most number of win, toss and bowls consecutively in first class cricket on one ground?
56 was it? Wellington?
56?
We did this
early on the
did
season.
We?
And I think
Why? Why is that at Wellington particularly?
New Zealand, it's recent in Wellington as well. New Zealand grounds these days are very much send-ins.
They start very green, do they?
I think this one was the second highest though.
Oh. Well, he's got that away as Burns, too short, dragged down and walloped away to the fence.
Yeah, don't bowl that to Rory Burns. Sits up and begs, really. Looked like mid-wicket may have been in the game for a moment, but he's so strong on that shot. We saw it in the first innings as well, a couple of lacerating pulls. One of them went for 6.
He plays it with a certain balletic ease as well, doesn't he? There are many shots that Rory plays that are quite functional, it would seem. The drive can sometimes be quite a functional shot. The classic left-hander's nudge into the onside. Even his cut comes with a certain kind of, I don't know, sort of functional ferocity. But that, Dame Margot Fontaine would have been delighted with that.
David Hooks reminds me of.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. With the bat pointing up.
Yes.
The tip of the bat pointing up skywards.
Nice to be reminded of David Hooks every now and then.
One of the great commentators, I've always thought. Taken from us a bit too young.
Oliver Hannon Dolby's going to bowl from the Vauxhall end. And he starts with a loose delivery that's been put away nicely by Sibley. It's not necessarily his natural area, but if he gets a short one wide of the off stump, little loosener is going to put it away. Surrey move into double figures. Now, I mentioned this yesterday, Hannon Dolby. There's something I want you to look at in his approach. There's about 3 paces to go. He does this thing where he's shooing off a particularly yappy terrier who's bouncing up and down, desperately trying to get a treat. But he only does it a couple of times. So when he starts, he doesn't do it. Everything's fine at this point. And then now, there, twice. Away with you. And he beats the bat.
A recalcitrant toddler on the tube. Just shh.
Yep.
Shush.
Yes, stop it.
Yeah, he's one of those kind of curios, isn't he, of English cricket. Hannon Dolby's got a fabulous record, and a record that stands up over a number of years. But he's also indelibly of our game, isn't he, with his quirks and his style and his pace or lack of.
I need to see him at least once a year live, is how I feel, in order actually to have lived the season. Because the other thing about him is, and I say this with great affection, but he has particularly owl-like features. He reminds me very much of an owl, and there's 4 blocks of flats away to our left that also look like owls. He essentially looks like those 4 blocks of flats away to our left. I don't know if our camera can find them or even have the faintest idea what we're talking about, but there's something sort of wise and old birdish about Hannon Dolby.
He's great value,
isn't he?
To chat to as well.
Lovely fella.
Yeah.
I bumped into him. He was going to. Would it be Sam Haynes' wedding? I don't think. It was in Australia a few years ago when the World T20 was on. Bumped into him on the Sydney waterfront. And he was thoroughly charming.
Yeah.
We were having that usual dance where we're trying to convince Australians that, no, we're not drunk, we've just got an English accent. Did you know about this problem? It finally got explained to me by the proprietor of a bar once. Things came to a head, let's say, Phil.
Yeah.
After finishing a game of cricket. So we'd done a game at the Sydney Cricket Ground. It was a T20, and it ended like they do, the day-nighters. It ended about 9:30, 9:45. So by the time that we could get back into town near our hotel and get to the bar for our very first drink, it was about 10:30. And I was with Henry Moran. So we were stone cold sober at 10:30, queuing up to get into the only available bar. Sydney is the city that's always sleeping. It sounds like a great place to be, doesn't it, dear listener? But actually, you've got to get up pretty early if you want to drink in Sydney. End of the over, 10 without loss, 2 gone. Surrey lead by 8. And so Henry and I were in a queue of, well, there was a group of people and us. And the group of people in front of us was quite clearly rather drunk. And they were Australian. And we were just waiting for this altercation with the barman, the doorman, to end. Eventually it did, with disappointment for the group of drunkards. It's another strange thing about Sydney. They don't like people to drink in Sydney, even in bars. And so we arrived next in the queue. Said, "Lovely, can we come in? You still open?" He said, "No, you're drunk." Now this riled me somewhat, Phil, as you can imagine, because as a man who does quite like a drink, I know when I might be drunk and when I'm not, and when I haven't had a drink for 24 hours, I know I'm not drunk.
Yeah.
Very
Acutely.
much not drunk, yeah. I've just been working, I was quite keen on a drink. And I continued to argue the case on the basis of just facts. But Sydney doormen are not very receptive to facts. And I did, for the only time in my life, I said, "I demand to see your manager." These aren't words that come out of my mouth easily, but I was aware that there was no other pub available and open at that point. So a certain desperation had crept over me. And eventually
That's quite pompous of you, that.
It was, I know, I don't like it. I didn't like it about myself, but I had no choice. I mean, would you have given up in that situation? I was close to giving up, but I wasn't going to.
Only booze are available.
Only booze are available.
Oh, you fight your corner.
You fight your corner, don't you?
Tooth
Yes.
and nail.
Exactly, right. And I did. I discovered that avenues of fighting I didn't know were in me. So I said my case very forcefully. And the manager was a young woman, I'd say, late 20s, early 30s. And she didn't like to overrule her doorman, because that's not the sort of thing you do. But I was almost in the pleading stage. I just don't understand how it's possible for you to think that I'm drunk. I mean, I'll genuinely take any test known to man at this point. And then she relented, and I said, can you explain to me why your doorman thinks I'm drunk? She says, well, are you English? I said, yes. She said, well, that might be the problem. Because when people are trying to get into bars and they're drunk, they tend to put on an English accent.
Nice.
Oh, that's a bit discriminatory.
Or perhaps the doorman's just a fan of English cricket and on the balance of probabilities knew who you were and put 2 and 2 together, Daniel.
What?
And just assumed that you were, you know.
Oh,
on
I
the balance
see.
of probabilities.
I don't think he knew who I was somehow.
No, okay.
We got there in the end,
Sure.
but only to discover that having an English accent was a great impediment, where the exact opposite is the case in America, where you can walk into any bar as drunk as you like, as long as you've got an English accent. I can bring you some rather heartening news. At Worcester, at New Road, a couple of quick wickets. Liam Patterson-White has gone for a duck. He went second ball after Lyndon James was dismissed, caught behind off the bowling of Taylor. Liam Patterson-White then LBW 2 balls later, 173 for 7. Not just 9 runs behind, but they still need another 77 runs for a precious batting point. As Burns is going to pick up just a single, tucking that into the onside. And Tom Taylor is, of course, the brother of James Taylor, Surrey's own.
Yeah, just on that game, I caught some highlights last night. Juicy.
Is it? Yeah, New Road, is it juicy?
As
Yeah.
to be expected.
Well, Worcestershire need to win, don't they?
Well, they need to win and win and win to
Yeah.
give themselves even only half a chance. But that track has been lively all year, in part by design and in part by unavoidable consequence of the weather that they have to contend with. And
yes, even in good weather, they've still got a low water table, haven't they?
Indeed.
Oh, sorry, a high water table.
High water table. And that they just don't have the run that other clubs have in pre-season to really prepare the square and harden the square.
What's the solution? I mean, Michael Vaughan has
Kidderminster
suggested.
might be the solution, but hopefully not. Hopefully they do find a way.
Michael Vaughan's got a radical solution, which he mentioned at an event here at the Oval, so don't worry, I don't think there's much chance of it necessarily happening, but I'll tell you his solution. There's a very interesting report you may have seen came out about the finances of county cricket. And it didn't garner an awful lot of headlines because it was good news. And as a result, no one really wanted to report it, you know. New report, shocking report comes out. Things are going quite well.
Yeah.
So you lot, you're not interested in that.
Don't include me in that, thank you very much. Features quite heavily in the magazine I'm involved with.
Yes, I'm sorry. I mean, but
he fronted,
some of your colleagues.
He fronted it up, didn't he? Did Vaughan?
He did. He fronted it up.
Yeah.
And it was a very interesting discussion that took place here at the Oval a couple of months ago when they launched the report. And I suppose the main focus is on the money that's coming into the county game as a result of the sell-off of the 100 franchises and the injection of £500 million and how that's to be distributed and what that means for underpinning counties' finances. And it means a lot less for Surrey. It means an awful lot more for Derbyshire and Worcestershire and Leicestershire for obvious reasons. With a windfall in excess of £25 million coming in. The stated aim is to try to make sustainable change at counties so that you don't spend it all on player wages and the like. And one of the infrastructural changes that Michael Vaughan thought would be a rather good idea will be a shared facility for Worcestershire and Leicestershire, a new ground, because Leicestershire struggles from the location and the size of its ground, and also it is prime real estate and would bring in really rather a lot of money if it was redeveloped into housing in an area of Leicester which is filled with housing, as we know, because it's diabolically difficult to get to and park. Similarly, Worcestershire has a structural problem, which is a river. Now,
So
short of diverting that river, which I think would probably be a bit of a crime,
Yeah.
they're always going to have this problem, regardless of what the weather is like, pretty much.
Yeah, well, speaking to Ashley Giles, CEO there, they are exhaustively trying to find as many options to control the flow of water into the ground as they can, but they are running out of options, unfortunately. And so, in the fullness of time, the Kidderminster option may become too persuasive to avoid. It would be a great shame if we ever lost New Road. And they are trying everything that they can.
There's nowhere else in Worcester that could be.
Kidderminster's their second ground. Kidderminster is.
Is it scalable?
Yeah, it is, according to Giles. Yeah.
Who's got a new book out, by the way?
He does indeed. Indeed, that I helped him with a little bit. Yeah. So it's not easy. It's not easy for Worcester at this juncture. And it's been a tough year for them. They've got close in certain games here and there. Just haven't quite had the batting depth to get over the line. But you mentioned Tom Taylor, one of the bowlers of the year, right up there in the averages, right up there in the wicket-taking columns as well. Was leading up until a week or two ago. He's a superb seamer in English conditions. And he might yet be doing Surrey a favour, by the way. As you say, 7 down, Notts.
Well, whether they win or lose or draw, they can restrict the number of batting points that Nottinghamshire get. Just a reminder, Surrey start this round of matches 9 points ahead. If they were to draw this game and Nottinghamshire win it with no batting points, then Surrey would retain a 1 point lead going into their crucial game against Notts next week. Obviously, if Notts were to make it to 250 odd or beyond, but not beyond 300, then we could actually go into that level if Notts were to win and Surrey were to draw. Of course, if they can match Notts' result, whatever that may be, a draw or a loss or a win, then Surrey would then go into that game against Notts 9 points clear and could sort of effectively win the title by winning that game, couldn't they? Because if you start 9 points clear and there's 16 points for a win, you're more likely than not, if you win, to get either the same number of bonus points or more. So you'd therefore be likely to get over the 24 points you need to be mathematically certain of victory. So there's things like that, but also Warwickshire in the mix. If Warwickshire win this game, then they have to get talked about in that, and they will be then eyeing up the Notts-Surrey game and thinking, well, this is marvellous, because one of those two teams, ideally a draw, they'd love, and they could win, and then you've got a three-way tussle in the last round. And Surrey are off to Hampshire for that one, I think. I'm not quite sure who Notts and Warwickshire play.
Yeah, it's been one of the most competitive leagues that I can remember, really.
It has, hasn't it, this year? Part of the reason for that, I think, has been some quite canny operating when Surrey have gone away, quite rightly too. Sides have prepared decks that have negated Surrey's potent seam attack, notably at Hove and Chelmsford, for example. But also, I mean, you look at Notts' attack, and it's a proper one, isn't it? Pennington and Tongue, Mohammed Abbas. He's a great signing. It's hard to understand why Hampshire would have let him go, really.
Yep,
they've got Keith Barker playing for them. So fine, very worthy cricketer, Keith Barker, but he's not a young man, Keith Barker, so the argument against Mohammed Abbas is hard to understand, really. A man who served Hampshire so well.
Yeah, well, as you say, he's doing the business up in Nottingham. And Pennington as well, as you say, 4 for 50 yesterday. Looked good on the highlights.
To look swift.
Yeah, yeah. England like him.
He was in and around the squad, wasn't he? But then, was that I forget now, was that the start of this season? And then slightly drifted out of...
I think he may have been in, was he in the Zimbabwe test squad, I think?
I had a feeling.
And then Cook got the nod. Certainly he's been in and around the setup He was a star of England under 19s as well. I mean, he has the minerals, doesn't he? Height and pace, and wardrobe shoulders.
They're
all
big,
the rest of it.
big into minerals. This England setter. End of the over, just a single from it. Surrey 12 without loss and negotiated the first 5 overs without alarm. They lead by 10. More from you, Phil. And then to take you through the next 9 overs, it's going to be Adam Collins.
Yeah, Surrey's openers true to form, looking decent order here so far. Rory Burns has looked in particularly good shape. Really does open up beautifully through the onside. He's punched a couple already to mid-on, unfurled that pull shot. Sprightly 50 in the first dig. He looks in very good nick indeed, as he has done actually all summer. You feel like Warwickshire need to strike with this new pill and get it going quickly.
Yeah, there's the necessity for Warwickshire here to, having done so well to creep to a lead, let's not underplay the importance of that 32-run stand and how they were able to just get into the black thanks to some striking from Nathan Gilchrist. But nevertheless, we're in a one-innings game, and we know that this ground is best to bat on in these games from bat now through tomorrow. So it's to my way of thinking an exercise in Warwickshire needing to bowl Surrey out in a couple of sessions, not a moment more. How do they end up knocking over Surrey for near enough 200 and leaving that for themselves? That's the setup. So it does, acknowledging that what you and Daniel were saying before around the wider points tally and the need for Warwickshire to win. There's no good outcome where Warwickshire draw this, right? They have to win the game, and therefore they need to take their 20 wickets. There's no way around that. And you know, there's no point talking about draws anyway, right? We're in the 5th session of the match and we're into the second half of it, so let's keep things in check on that front. The probability of a draw here is through the floor unless it completely downpoured tomorrow. I know there's some rain forecast for tomorrow, but not torrential stuff.
It shouldn't get in the way, and you're right to point that out. All I would add is that if Surrey do get ahead of the game, then they will be looking at the radars around tomorrow afternoon. Bit of rubbish around on Thursday as well, potentially. So from Warwickshire's point of view, as you say, it's win or bust. Obviously they're safe. It's such a condensed and concertinaed league, but they're comfortable. They don't have to look behind them, and so they can go all out here. And they can live a little as well in that 4th innings. But from Surrey's point of view, knowing what they know of this, the tendency of these tracks, remembering, say, the Hampshire game back in May when it went to sleep,
Absolutely.
and they picked up 2 wickets in the final day, were actually potentially in a bit of trouble towards the end before bad light got in the way. They will need to ensure that they have enough overs. But we're well beyond that at the moment.
Yeah.
That's for another time.
I guess it's kind of my point about if you're Warwickshire, if you're Alex Davis here, and you're sort of thinking about what the next 24 hours of your life looks like, and the need for them to be probably batting within that window, how aggressive can they be? Well, aggressive as they think they need to be. They shouldn't be thinking about the preservation of runs or about the run rate, even for that matter. This is about taking 10 wickets as quickly as possible and trying to put Surrey under some scoreboard pressure the other way. So, I mean, I'm glad there are 3 slips in. The 3rd slip was jettisoned far too early yesterday, and it cost them. It cost them the initiative in that first session when a couple of opportunities went through there, one most notably. Well played by Burns, bisecting the 2 fielders in the deep.
Or dissecting, as I heard say on the
dissecting.
On the highlights yesterday. He's always been forensic in his analysis, certainly.
Again, over 15 for none, lead 13.
Sorry, Adam. Yeah, just Rory Burns as well. Only a little tickle really behind square, but right out of the screws, and almost broke those 2 behind square on the onside. And he just looks in good rhythm. You get to know Burns's style if you watch him enough. And there is that misconception, I think, you put your chose an adjective next to it, nuggety or combative or whatever. But when the ball is on middle and leg, then his true personality comes through and his true class comes through. School kids are in. Down at deep third.
Oh, I love that.
Yep.
I don't know, were you on it? No, you weren't with me yesterday when I realised that I have to consult my phone here because I took a photograph of it. I want to give you the right TV show. Britain's Got Talent is being auditioned for in this grandstand that we're in right now.
This is true.
I saw a number of different markings for it this morning. I'm not sure where in the ground it is, but I'm not saying those school kids are here for Britain's Got Talent necessarily, but, you know, there's a variety of people here right now.
I think it's underneath us.
Really?
I think it's in the JM Finn stand end as we look at it, and I think it's on the first and second floor.
Well, what would you, if we were, I mean, people have talents and quirky talents and so on. Some of us have, actually, pause that thought. What's your talent, Phil?
If you throw a cigarette lighter at me from any angle at any point across a 24-hour period, then I will catch it. One-handed. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what size. Doesn't matter what trajectory. If you throw me a cigarette lighter, then I'm catching it.
You're snaffling it.
Yeah, I've never dropped one, Adam.
One there.
Never dropped one.
Yeah.
I don't know if that constitutes Britain's Got Talent. Maestro, you must watch it.
I had a mate.
No? ITV, 6:45 Saturday night? No.
Is it 6:45?
I don't know. Sounds about right.
I'd be surprised if Simon Cowell was impressed by your cigarette lighter.
It is impressive, objectively. Trust me.
I've got a mate who goes by the name of Sonny Munn.
Right.
His name's not really Sonny Munn. He changed it by deed poll to it many years ago. Got a Portuguese name, actually. Anyway. Sonny Munn's a bit of an icon around Melbourne. One of these lads you meet and you see all the time. Long hair, almost always bare feet. Indeed, I've played cricket games against him when he walks out to play and bat in bare feet. His commitment to the bit, you see.
Nice.
Yeah, occasional comic. Wrote a couple of films. One about being a... I'll get the right jargon after this ball. What's the job when you get injected with... they test the drugs on you. You volunteer your body to be... There's a term for it. Anyway, he did that in the UK to fund his life.
Let's just go human guinea pig.
Human guinea pig's absolutely what it was, right? So he paid his way of living in the UK doing that. Anyway, he went back to Australia. In fact, he's probably most well known in Australia, dare I say it, for an early performance on my pod where he nearly got fired. We decided to make him our...
You got a podcast?
Our correspondent for a summer, because he was managing the sight screens when the advertising on test sight screens flicks from white to ads at the end of an over. That was his job, among other things, at the ground. So, and at a Perth test in 2015, there was a disruption to the sight screen where 17 minutes elapsed where they couldn't play cricket. And of course, we blamed it on him. And he came on the ground after play and did a very, very funny video with us, which nearly got him fired from Cricket Australia. Anyway, I digress.
I like him.
You're getting the personality set up here. He said, I remember one line he said, short of getting the Prindiville stand to engage in a Rollings mall, there was no way I was getting that thing to turn over. He went on Australia's Got Talent. Long time ago now. You know that thing when you're a kid when they talk about if you put a Mentos in is it a bottle of Coke or a bottle of Diet Coke?
Right.
That the lid will explode off.
Yeah. Yeah.
Remember that? Yeah. So he remembered that, and he decided to have a data that himself on Australia's Got Talent. But what he did was, we're gonna.
They've got a cigarette lighter. I can't even see. I couldn't even see it.
Oh, he's put it down.
Couldn't even see it.
You wouldn't believe it.
Couldn't even see it.
Ali Brown just piffed a cigarette lighter at Phil Walker, who spilt it.
Came over the ledge of the side. Right, go again.
That's too much for me.
Couldn't even see it. There you go. That's a grab. Inch from the floor. One hand up.
Oh, yes. It's on YouTube, the thing I'm looking for. On YouTube, it's called Australia's Got Talent, Sonny Munn, Foolish. So he walks out on stage. What are the pearly Pearly Kings and Queens. Oh, that's a tough catch you've put down again. That wasn't really a catch. It hit the ground first.
Catch.
He went, like, it's hard to concentrate the compox right now. Cigarette lighters being thrown around everywhere. Get your helmet on. So we went out on stage. I'll show you the video here, Phil, as we progress through. Here's Sonny. He made a helmet full of Mentos.
Oh, yes. So
as you
he
can
did.
see here. That's Red Simons of Skyhooks fame.
Right.
He's one of the judges. And he said, and he told everyone to wear these protective glasses, including Danny Minogue, who's one of the judges there as well. Danny Minogue, Melbourne icon.
Of course.
Sister of, but in her own right. And then he presented on stage, in addition to his helmet of Mentos, he put together an enormous bowl of Coca-Cola. And his theory was just that it would start exploding all over the crowd.
This is good stuff.
I mean, it is good stuff, isn't it? So, and as you were about to see here, and he's quite the performer. He's a tall guy, big beard.
So does this sort of stuff fly then in Australia?
This is Australia's Got Talent, my friend. And he revs up the crowd, gets the Coke all poured in, shows an example of what happens when you put some Mentos in a bottle of Coke. And then it begins. And the video stops at the worst possible time. Gets the crowd all fired up.
Meanwhile,
game continues here. Hannon Tolby's into Sibley. Riveting stuff, this. Plays it out to point, no run. And once he's finished filling the bowl, the experiment begins.
so this kind of thing is happening below us right now, right? Is this what Britain's Got Talent?
Britain's Got Talent.
Well, this
Sticks his head in the thing with a view to the Mentos popping off. And what do you know? Nothing happens. Has another dart, has another go, submerges his whole bonce, his whole head in the Coca-Cola. This is like for multiple seconds here.
Right.
Hasn't worked the second time. You can Google this, by the way. Google Australia's Got Talent Mentos ends the over 16 for 1. 16 for none,
You don't have to.
And then on the
way.
third attempt starts jamming his head in there. I don't know how to describe how he's jamming it in, but it's not particularly attractive. And then he puts his whole body in there.
It is. It does have Rod Hull vibes. This is excellent.
I mean, this just continues, doesn't it? This is his fifth go. And then finally, the container of Coca-Cola spills out across the stage. And that's the end of the act. That, my friends, is Australia's Got Talent.
3-year contract. Job done.
Cricket Australia employee. Watched for a long time. Sonny Munn. Yeah, he is something else, Daniel. He's an icon. He once won a competition to fly from Australia to England to watch a test match. A 25 words or less poem to the newspaper.
Do you remember what it was? That's a big ask.
No. But of course he won and got flown, all expenses paid, to the Leeds Test of 2009, where Australia won in 3 days.
Real class.
It's the sort of person. You've got to have that personality type to do these types of things. Australia's Got Talent, Sonny Munn, Foolish Mentos. Full is what the YouTube video is called. Anyway, beneath us here, get the Mentos out. Away we go. Britain's Got Talent. Get down to the Kia Oval.
So I did see a few tasty-looking characters on the bus coming up from Brixton this morning, and wondered what's happened to red ball cricket in September. And now I'm beginning to piece it all together.
Maybe a few from the balcony up there. Is that John Major? I think it is. There he is. There's the former Prime Minister up on the balcony. Right there, right in the middle.
Is.
Why doesn't he go across? Get out of the members, Sir John, and get over to the JM Fin stand and get yourself in Britain's Got Talent. That'd make headlines. Is that the... Yeah. Yeah, it is for sure. That's him for sure.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah.
For sure.
Great lover of the game. The most overtold anecdote in the history of cricket, that when he lost the general election in 1997, that he came straight to the Oval to watch a day of championship cricket.
Is it time for our post-tea klaxon, do you think? Free after tea?
Oh, do it now. Talk it up. 3 slips still for Bamber, as there should be.
So we have 46 overs yet to bowl in this game, of which we're going to bowl 33, 32 post-tee. Weather set fair. Lovely kind of gentle September breeze. And it's free, folks. Gratis. Come down to South London. I heard a rumour as well that the Northern Line is actually running, folks. So
really,
you have no excuse.
Really?
Yes, I know. It's changed my journey to my snooker game this evening.
That changes my afternoon dramatically.
Yeah.
I might get to pick the kids up from school. If
There's
everything
been a breakthrough in talks.
Oh, great! Good news for the country, I suppose.
So do get along if you possibly can. Grab one of the old route masters. Get yourself down here if you can, because this game is delightfully poised, really.
Yeah, it is. Leader 15 and Warwickshire needing wickets.
FYI, correction, as they say. Oval Station has said that the Northern Line will be winding down service by 6 p.m.
Oh,
actually, so you may still be okay.
I jet off a little bit early today, so I could be okay.
Anyway, get down if you can.
Is that a... No, it can't be. Just trying to spot people in the crowd now. Is that person? No. 2 from the over, 18 for none. Lead of 16. As you say, 46 overs remaining, which is a solid 3+ hours of cricket. Free after tea. Always here at the Oval. You can double up by entering Britain's Got Talent downstairs while you're here. What else can you do, Phil? You can catch cigarette lighters. Have you got a quirky, statty sort of thing in your head?
I mean, there's a few tragic cricket things I could probably roll out, but I'm sitting next. I'm sitting next to the maestro. And
yeah, it's true. It's true.
I wouldn't even get through the door. If it was Cricket's Got Talent, then the maestro wins every single year.
Yeah. And then Dolby continues away from us, inside edge of Sibley.
Not sure about that, but I'm pretty sure reciting cricket stats won't get you onto Britain's Got Talent.
What have you got? What have you got? One, Samo, that's just an outlier party trick that you just don't need the computer for. You just know.
I used to remember a few lists and things, but not anymore. They've gone.
Okay. Do they
recite
fade?
all the? Yeah, they do. They do. Just as a warning to you youngsters.
Can I tell you the most remarkable one that I've seen in the flesh? It takes a certain type of brain. It kind of relates to our Friday night football games as well, as Hannah Dolby gets this one in the right place, well defended by Sibley. After our Friday night games, there'll be a quiz of sorts.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the quizzes that years ago I did was test triple hundreds. And so it ran. List of test match triple hundreds, of which there are 33. VR Mulder was the 33rd. I sat down one day when it was running at Trent Bridge with Jonathan Liu of The Guardian with one of the Sporkle quizzes.
Mm-hmm.
I think you had them on the Wisdom website for a while, didn't you? The cricket Sporkle quizzes. And it was name every test triple centurion. And Johnny Liu goes, well, I suppose I'll just do it in order then, will I? And he did it in order without his keys leaving the board in about 60 seconds. It was
You get little cues, don't you? You get little... So, Australia, England, 1962, that kind of thing, right?
I think this one was more like he just went from top to bottom, from Sandham all the way through to whoever, and did them in order. It was quite the performance.
That's good work.
Yeah.
We come across Michael Abramson in South Africa,
the
commentator,
the mentalist, as they call himself.
The mentalist, cricket commentators, all sports commentators. Yeah. Michael holds the record for the fastest time to cite the first 2,000 digits of pi. I sat there with him doing it once, and you're supposed to try. I literally couldn't keep up reading the numbers as he was saying them. He was saying them quicker than I could read them.
Yeah, that's impressive. Pointless, but impressive.
Yeah. So is that a Guinness World Record type thing?
Yeah, yeah.
I'm in the Guinness World Records. I'm in the book.
Really?
Yep.
Shot. Sibley down the ground. There was a nice social media post yesterday about being in Sibley's arc. Well, that's the definition of being in Sibley's arc. This year, down the ground, he's been so good into double figures. I think I know what you did, Phil, but just remind me and tell our audience what got you in the book.
I was man of the match in the highest game of cricket ever played. Something like 18,000 feet up in a little crater at the top of Kilimanjaro.
I do know about this because a friend of mine who was in the Guinness Book of Records the year before for having done it at Everest Base Camp.
Yeah.
And he still gets fired up about it to this day.
He's still ticking, is he?
Yeah, he is. He works for me. He works in my operation in the Final Word Land, 22 for none. And from time to time it'll come up about how they only briefly held the world record because you overtook them, which is quite funny.
Yeah, I was just along for the ride.
Who was it? Who was the game organised by? Was charity, I assume?
The game was organised by a charity that was involved with spreading cricket around Africa.
Yep.
And Claire Connor was fronting that side of things up. It was also raising money for cancer research as well, which of course very close to Claire's heart at the time. Heather Knight was on it.
Mm-hmm.
Ashley Giles was on it. Mackay Rentini was on it.
Wow.
And somewhere down the line along the food chain was me.
And you were player of the match with all those
I was player of the match, thank you very much, Adam. Yeah, I made 25 and took 3 wickets.
Oh.
And Giles ran me out. Non-striker's end. I could barely walk by this point because you're not really meant to be up at that altitude for more than about 5 minutes, but we played a 10 over game it was.
It had to be like a sanctioned number of overs.
Yeah. And they had, it was officially verified and all the rest of it. They had a Reuters film crew up there as well that covered it. So there is some footage of me in four or 5 layers. It's not that I'd gone to seed, trust me. I had 4 or 5 layers on.
Change of bowlers, Nathan Gilchrist, first ball.
Yeah.
Looked out into the onside for SSE Energy Solutions, powering local business with the world's largest offshore wind farm, SSE Energy Solutions.
Oh yeah, and there's a breathless interview with me out there somewhere on Reuters TV, just after I've made some runs. But you do see me play a frankly marvellous hook shot off my nose to a beamer. That even in those conditions, and it was tough for some people getting up that big hill. There were a few people sent down halfway, couldn't quite manage it. One lad was quite poorly actually, but it turns out that the secret is to be partial to the odd cigarette.
Because it expands your lungs, does it?
Exactly, yeah. Exactly. So
So
me and this Aussie chap called Liam would have a defiant gasper every morning and get ourselves up there quite easily.
Oh, now, top edge 6.
All the way.
That's just gone a long way. It's just carried like it is at altitude, Phil. All the way for the Surrey captain. Advances to 17, 30 for none. So just as it was in Gilchrist's first over yesterday, runs are coming, but things are happening too. There's a world where that could have ended up at fine leg.
Yeah, we saw one with Will Young in the first innings as well for Warwickshire. Similar, slightly top edgy, but if you go with the shot, then the transference in the body is such that you get enough power and propulsion through the shot. So even though it was a bit top edgy, it's carried quite comfortably over long leg. And Burns is only on 17 here, but it's been impressive. It's a very assured start.
As compelling as your hook shot on Mount Kilimanjaro, Phil.
It is good. I'll find it for you at tea.
I'll take yours over Burns's there. Oh, plays and misses. Doesn't carry through to the gloves of Davies. So what you're telling me is that your availability extended to playing a game up the side of a mountain that would have taken that much physical endurance, and I can't get you out on a Sunday to play for me.
Very good indeed.
Goodness me. What's a guy got to do? I got a spot going in my team for Cambridge this Sunday if you fancy it.
It's my sister's birthday this weekend, Adam.
Always worth a try. I'll keep asking.
I do really appreciate your efforts, as we all do.
All good. You're going to make way, are you? Cam Ponsonby. He's going to be in with us in a moment. Worked just behind square for 1. So this is steady as she goes from Surrey. They were going at sort of 1 or 2 and over, now up to 3 as they build and try and make the most of these
conditions, and by that I mean the period of play in this match, which is likely to be the best for batting.
Have you asked His Lordship, Alistair Brown?
I haven't, but we have the...
He still swings a bat, you know.
We have the Rwandan
for the
captain.
Masters.
We have the Rwandan captain next door.
Yes.
And I have inquired about his availability for Sunday, and Search is trying to get it over the line.
Have you ever had an international captain?
No, I've had an international bowler. Bryce McGain, Test bowlers, played for us. That's as far as we go. Ends the over. Catch you later on, Phil.
Certainly.
It's been fun. Britain's got talent. The man can catch a cigarette in one hand. It's Phil Walker. Until later. I'll put Cam on the spot straight away as well as he arrives. Britain's got talent. Auditions downstairs. If asked of you, what is your talent or thing that may or may not be worthy of such a television program? What would you go with?
I reckon I'll take myself back to 2011. Wimbledon ball boy. I reckon I'm in the top 10 tennis ball rollers in the world. I'll get the long roll out.
That is an amazing flex. I'm in the best 10 long rollers ever at Wimbledon.
I think for a 2-week period it was true. I was on centre court every day.
Who won the Open in 2011? Wimbledon, sorry.
Ooh, good question. I want to say Djokovic, because Nadal won it in 10, I reckon.
Okay. Well, it's a fair bet if you name one of the three guys that won it all the time.
No, but
will be true.
So 2010, I think it was Nadal Burdick in the final. I got Burdick's cap at the end of it. I'll have you know. Then I think it was Nadal Djokovic in a big historic final. 2011, 2012, Federer beat Murray.
Well, I remember that. I went to a cinema to watch it. Barnard, new bowler into the attack. First ball worked off the hip because Murray was playing. And it was the Olympic year, just before the Olympic Games. So they opened up cinemas all through London to watch the Wimbledon final. So we went along, and poor old Andy in tears at the end, and having thrown away a pretty handy lead early in the match.
It's brilliant. He won. I remember he won the first set. I haven't. This used to be. I haven't spoken about being a ball boy in ages. Actually, this is fantastic. I'm delighted about this.
Can I get you to do one thing for me? Can you bring your microphone closer to your mouth?
I can indeed.
That would help for our listeners to
be able to hear it.
Yeah, ideally. Yeah.
We're so particular in this live stream. We want listeners to be able to hear what we're saying.
Quite. Leg stump again. Barnard hasn't got his radar quite right with the first couple of balls.
But I remember being. I was very lucky and got to do a lot of. I did a lot of the men's finals. So I remember being on court when Murray won the first set, and that was very exciting. And then he lost the match, which was devastating. I've never really cared much about tennis, but then in that period of time when I was a teenager and Murray was in and amongst it, and I was getting to be a ball boy, I was awesome. And then I'll round it out. I was on court when Murray won gold in the Olympics.
You're an Olympics ball boy as well.
Yeah.
Did you I often feel sorry for the ball kids who are on court and rotated off for the sort of seminal moment. How does it work? How many teams of ball kids are in position for the Wimbledon men's final?
Annoyingly, I can give you a very lengthy answer.
Give me. We've got people visiting the commentary box. They weren't expecting to hear about. I'll tell them with us, right? Britain's Got Talent auditions downstairs. Cameron Ponsonby here thinks he's in the top 10 long rollers ever in ball kid history at Wimbledon, and he's explaining why that's true. If you can't do this on county cricket, when can you do it? Can't do it on a test match.
Well, that's very.
Can't do it on Ashes test, but I can do it here.
Sky in town next week. We can't do it.
Can't do it next week.
So it used to be. So it changed when it changed hands. So for years, for decades, I think there was a woman called Anne Rundle who ran the Wimbledon Ball Kids, and she ran a tight ship. So you start training for it in January. The competition's in July, and you all have a number and are addressed by your number, and you get culled like week by week until you eventually end up with the elite crew.
Like Britain's Got Talent.
And then so in the first when it was Anne Rundle, like she didn't want any nonsense on the show course. You had to be tip top. So there's no sharing around, giving all these children a chance of like experiencing what it's like to walk onto centre court. And so you arrived on day one, morning one, and there were teams A through Z, then AA through ZZ, and the single letter teams were you're a first year. That was the first year you've ever done it. And if you're a double letter, you're a recall. And your whole 2 weeks was defined by walking in on day one and seeing which team you're in.
And obviously you were in A group. Going to come back for two here, Burns? I think he will. Back comfortably, actually. That's assertive running. 4 runs from the over. 35 becomes the lead. No, sorry, 33, my apologies. 35 for none. Still 43 overs left on the day. 11 till tea. Cam.
And then, so in 2011, 2010 I was in Team E. 2011 I was in BB. And 2011, Samo, that was a great year. Just spent all of it, centre and one. No dramas.
BB. So that's the second team. BB means you're in the second.
I was in the second
11.
Yeah, second. I was hurt by that, but that's fine.
Does it matter how many are in the team, by the way?
6.
So second 6.
Yeah.
So you're in the top 12 in the country in year 2.
And we were the best in the world.
Best in the world.
I think Wimbledon takes it way more seriously than everyone else, rightly or wrongly.
So does that suggest in 2012 when you had the marquee events, you're in AA?
I can't remember what team I was in. I was in a lower ranked team, but you've got a chance to like perform. You get marks every time you go on court out of 5, and you've got to kind of collate your kind of a high average.
Because there are instances of ball kids, capitulating on television.
Not everyone can handle the pressure.
There are kids who have dropped balls at the let. There was famously an example of one young poor kid who wet themselves on court. These things happen, right? Well, obviously not you. Although if it were you, I don't expect you to admit to it right now.
You'd have your moment. You'd have your stinkers. Like I remember I watched James Blake. Do you remember him?
Of course. Yeah.
I was trying to sneak a roll in, and I rolled it against my foot, and it just trickled all the way across the court to his feet. He wasn't very happy about that.
Run out chance. Oh. Had he hit there, Malik at point, it would have been interesting.
One time I launched it straight over the back of centre court. Just got stuck in my hand, and I flinged it over like the back bit.
How did the crowd respond to that?
My friend just looked at me like, what have you done?
Did the crowd get into you, or they were supportive?
I think they might have made a little noise, as it were, but there was I remember catching it with someone threw the ball back and you catch it and everyone claps.
So how many teams of 6 appear in a final?
I think, so this is what I meant. So first couple of years, there'd have only been maybe 3 or 4, I reckon. I'm kind of having to remember this as I go. Then I actually benefited from it the other way round, 2013, when Sarah Goldson took over. She was much more about kind of sharing it around, making sure people had an opportunity, and I was past my best. I was past my peak. You're probably at your best. Your best tennis ball rolling years are when you're about 16. When you get to about 17, 18, you're past it.
Every kid gets a prize era starts in 2013.
Pretty much, and
it'll get called the W word these days on social media.
It broke my heart, and it was a poor moment from me actually.
Finds the gap there, Burns. Had a fair bit of room to work with. Bisecting a couple of fielders in that direction. Booth tidies up. They return for a third. That's the long rope in front of the SSE Energy Solutions stand this week. Burns into the 20s after making an even 50, make that 52 yesterday. 39 for none.
I've been very distracted. Andrew Sampson's got the 2011 Wimbledon final up on his screen. Was trying to spot me. I'm on at the end of this one, so I think this is too early.
Okay.
But what was I going to say? And so I've always wanted Murray to win, and if he'd gone to 4 sets, I'd have gone on ball with the game, but he won it in 3, and so I was next on court.
So what happens to the next on court guys? Are you in the bowels of the stadium watching on telly?
Just waiting to go on.
So you're not actually there. You're there, but you're not there. It's like you're not actually witnessing anything more than the punt. So you go from having the best seat in the house, literally, to the moment itself, or you're watching
I can't remember
in a green room.
It's called like the complex, and it's basically it's underneath centre court. I think it's changed now, and it's an amazing place. You'll get there. There's how many hundreds of you doing it each year, and you get so tired and so hungry because you're basically an hour on, hour off for 2 weeks running around.
Right.
And you eat so much food. You get in, get fed your breakfast, kind of go on and do the first stint at court. Then you come off and you're having lunch, and then you have tea time. There were these massive donuts. I remember those. They're amazing. Have that, and then you'd have dinner, and you're just hanging out, mucking around with your mates for 2 weeks, kind of playing pool, playing table tennis, playing cards, and then you'd be at each hour. Your captain would go up and check the board to see which court you're on, and then they'd lead you off to court for 1/4 to the hour. So I can't remember for 2013 final whether we were still downstairs watching on the TV or whether we'd gone up yet. But the really fun court to go to from the complex, and I was in the old one, there's a new one now, was to go to court 1. It's on the other side of the grounds, and you go through all the tunnels underneath. So you'd kind of march through these tunnels where all that kind of the caterers are pushing around the food and the drinks, but you'd also bump into players there. You could also practice your long rolls if you really wanted to in the long corridors.
Makes sense.
And
have a net.
Have
a little barberette down there.
Well, I'm sure everyone else was really interested in that, so...
I'm still with you. So hour on, hour off in a Wimbledon final.
Yeah, so you'd kind of go, it's 45 minutes when you'd be called, and you'd only change out when it's players change ends, so every kind of odd game, as it were.
Just to round this off, how does one know when their days have come to an end? Is there an age?
I think
because Cosmo Kramer did it famously at the US Open as a 40-something-year-old on Seinfeld.
Interesting. I think it's socially irresponsible, socially disrespectful to do it once you've left school.
There are ball kids doing it at age 17, 18.
Yeah, so I did it I did 4 years, and granted I did it more than most.
All right.
So I think I did it from when I was 14, 15, 16, 17, yeah.
Oh, right. Ooh, that's gone past the inside edge and the stumps, and Davies has done well. This is Barnard getting that shape that we saw yesterday. So no harm done. They need a breakthrough here, Warwickshire. I always imagined it was the type of thing you did at, say, age 12 through 14.
So the earliest you can do it is year 9, so that'll be, what, 13, 14?
Oh, fair enough. A bit older then.
And then I just enjoyed it. There we go. Andrew's got me up on this screen here.
Is that you? Which one's you?
I think I'm this guy down here.
Oh, shout, inside edge, bails out of it. On the angle. Getting 2 balls in a row off the seam. And I can see young Cameron Ponsonby, one head looking one side to the next, waiting for his moment to shine. Of course, we're seeing a long rally. Samo could have queued this up better. Doesn't want it enough here, Djokovic. Young Djokovic too. That's before all the, you know.
Next to the umpire's chair.
Yeah.
It's great.
Great spot. My first job was working at the Australian Open. Well,
brilliant.
Amongst my first job, selling pies and drinks and whatnot. And
best pie seller, top 10?
Yeah, I reckon VFL Park, seasons 1997, 1998, there wouldn't have been many people who were collecting more in commission than me, selling hot pies.
Simon Cole doesn't know what he's missing out on, does he?
Hot pies, cold drinks, chocolate bars. Get me on the...
good cadence.
Yeah, you've got to have it. It's a bit of a thing in Australia, selling pies at the footy. So year 7 of school I went and did that. But at the end of that year, I went and did the Australian Open, where you kind of get given a stall or whatever, and you do through it. But it really became a ruse to watch, of course, as much tennis as you can and blag and, you know, whatever else you do. And that was the year when Anna Kournikova really cut through as a global icon. So we basically spent the fortnight following Anna Kournikova around, getting various bits of, you know, tennis balls signed and, you know, whatever, as you do as a teenager. Happy times.
Can I ask what your Britain's Got Talent audition was?
Didn't do it. Left that out. I'm not sure I have anything that's striking enough. I mean, me rattling through the Hawthorn team roster from 1988
That'd be good.
might have been impressive when I was 4. You know what I mean? But it's
That'd
not.
be good content.
But at 41, less so. End of the over. Daniel will tell us his. Cam just told us about the art of being a ball kid at Wimbledon for half an hour. I personally think it's some of the best material we've had on the live stream this year. It just nudges out when Daniel spent half an hour telling me about the dash hound in South Australia and was crying on air. And when we spent another half an hour talking about finding war criminals in Argentina. It's all up there. It's all good stuff. Cam, it's a quiet afternoon. You do your thing. Daniel will follow and take you through to the tea interval.
Andrew, how are you doing?
Not too bad. I mean, when Adam was talking about pies and things, it just reminded me of the blokes who do the peanuts and cracker jacket baseball games.
Okay. What have I walked into?
Whatever you want. Britain's Got Talent, then.
Oh, Britain! Oh, right, yes, of course.
No,
Because we saw Mentos Man.
I managed to go to America for some reason. But, well, Adam was saying he's selling pies and things at Australian Opens. The guys who do the peanuts and the cracker jacket baseball games.
Oh, yes.
You're sitting in row 63, whatever.
High up in Yankee Stadium.
In Yankee Stadium, and the guy's 10 rows below you. And you say, hello, wave at him, and you want your peanuts. So he doesn't come up to you and give you the peanuts. He takes it out of his bag and just tosses it. And they never miss. It's straight to whoever's asked
Well,
for it.
baseball fielders are very good, aren't they?
Well, I mean, these guys are just crackerjack and peanuts sellers.
Question is, though, do the recipients catch them every time? Are they like Phil Walker with a with a cigarette lighter or not?
I don't think the recipients are quite as good as the
How
throwers.
did they get the money to them?
Good question.
They then walk up and collect the money.
Oh, okay.
Usually, in
Oh.
my experience.
Oh, I see. I did go to baseball at Yankee Stadium. It was one of the most hideous experiences of my life because I'm very vertiginous, and it's a very, very steep bank up to the very, very top, which is where I was. At which point, the great thing about baseball is essentially terrible American food. It's hot dogs and burgers. I mean, that's what you're in it for, and sugary drinks and beer. Yeah,
It's
that's
wonderful.
why you go. Yeah, which is perfectly reasonable. But because I'm so vertiginous and I'm stuck right at the top of this stadium, having got there, heart palpitations, feeling absolutely terrible, there was no way I was going to come down more than once. So I just ended up without the hot dog, or the burger, or the beer, or the sugary drink, or indeed the peanuts.
Oh dear. No, I know exactly what you're talking about. Yankee Stadium, I was in like the far end of one of those overhanging...
Yes, that's what I was
They
in.
call them at the top.
A long
and
way
I
away.
literally got up and walked instead of the back, rather.
Yeah.
Vertigo.
It's quite petrifying.
It is.
And I was also
Anyway.
rather unlucky in that I think I saw what, to a baseball aficionado, would be a very good game. In other words, it was 0-0 at the bottom of the 10th. The pitching was brilliant, but of course if you're that far away and you're that high up, and what you'll find in baseball stadia, which you don't get mercifully in cricket, is that they don't replay it when something bad happens to their team. So every time one of their guys gets out, there's no replay of it. You're 150 yards away. You've no idea what's happened. Oh, now then, he's got an edge on that. It's flown away for 4. Now it's buys. So has that come out of a foothole?
What on
I'd like
earth
to
has
see this
happened
again.
here?
That has absolutely flown. And you can see Rory Burns there smiling away, thinking, what have I just seen there? Let's take a look. Let's see where that ball has landed. Well, I mean, it was there to drive. It was a nice place outside the off stump, but it has flown over Alex Davis, who isn't the tallest, but it'd have had to be Wayne Phillips and a bit more to be able to stop that. The great Aussie keeper, who was about 6 foot.
I was expecting that to be a lot fuller and a lot
Yes.
wider. I was expecting it to really land in an unusual part of the pitch. That wasn't.
That was it.
That was just a kind of full delivery.
Well. Oh, that's a ripper. Gets a thick edge on it and gets 4 more and brings up the Surrey 50. So 4 buys and then 4 off the edge. As Gilchrist can get that right in the block hole. And Surrey's opening partnership just continuing to build this lead at the end of the over. 15 gone, the lead 48. 10 coming from that over. 6 off the bat. Let's take a look at this one again. Yep, zeroing in on the pads. I think he'd got himself outside the line, so even if he'd missed that, probably would have got away with it. Because the umpires have now swapped ends, haven't they? So poor old Jack Chantry, who is a lovely man, but he's an umpire who's very much a batter's umpire, and I don't think there's anything wrong with that. But he's been asked to make a lot of decisions in this match, and he does it apologetically. Whenever he has to give somebody out, he really gives it a lot of thought, and finally the finger comes up. Now, all of those LBW decisions, am I right in saying, Andrew, there were 4 in that innings?
Certainly 4 from
Laws, and I think they all came from the Vauxhall end.
Yeah, all from that end, and yeah, that's right. All.
Which poor old Jack Chantry had to adjudicate on. Now he's swapped ends. He's going to hope that he doesn't have to do much more of that.
Well, that would make him an anomalous umpire, because I think in some of the finest
That's
research that me and Andrew Sampson did last season.
Oh yes, tell me more.
We found, I need you to correct me when I veer off here, where we were investigating whether there was an inherent bias where the batting umpires who were former batters
yes.
gave a lower percentage of LBWs compared to former bowlers.
Yes. That's a very, very good question. What did you discover?
And it turned out we were entirely correct.
Really, bowlers give it and batters don't. Jack Chantry, of course, is an all-rounder. He had that famous match against Surrey when he got 100 and took 10 wickets, one that I've never forgiven him for. Chantry's match.
It's famously Chantry's match. Sorry, how could I forget? We're seeing the bus parade and everything.
Actually, can we get Chantry's match up for us here? It's an absolute stonker. It was around the time when Ollie Rayner used to do things like this to Surrey as well. There'd be a random cricketer who would have their day in the sun against Surrey, and Jack Chantry had his greatest day. I think Ollie Rayner might have got 16 wickets.
Ollie Rayner 16 wickets and 2 catches or something.
I think it was. It was
17 or 18 dismissals he was involved in, yeah.
Yes.
Well, my Wi-Fi isn't working anymore, so
Isn't it?
it's going to have to be Andrew.
Chantry's match will find.
And you'll never guess, where did all-rounders settle in between the batters and the bowlers?
Was it slap bang in the middle?
It was indeed.
Well, I never. It didn't make any difference if they were spinning or seam bowling.
That was
all
correct,
round.
wasn't it?
Yeah, we should. We should see if we could interest Simon Cowell in that one, but I doubt it somehow. Anyway, it was something like 6 per match for batters and about 6.5 for bowlers, and bang in the middle for all-rounders.
It was significant, wasn't it?
It was significant enough, yeah.
I bring you news. I bring you very important news. It's a points update. Nottinghamshire's innings has closed, and they have been bowled out for 207. Yes, they have a lead of 25 runs. They're probably favourites to win the match, but as that is beautifully played off the back foot by Sibley, past the diving cover, right on top of that, and has crunched it away for 4. As Surrey's lead expands now to 54 at the end of the 16th over. They're 56 without loss. Nottinghamshire have been bowled out for 207. Now this means that they have scored the same number of bonus points as Surrey have. How tantalising those 4 runs. Have Surrey been able to pick up that one batting point? How crucial will it be? We will not know. But now we do know, with both of those matches having completed their first innings, what the shape of the narrative over the next 2 and a bit days is going to be. And I can put that into perspective for you right now.
Please do.
If Surrey were to win,
yes,
and Nottinghamshire were to lose,
yes,
Surrey would lead Nottinghamshire by 25 points going into their match next week. In which case, if they simply end up with the same number of points as Nottinghamshire in that match or more, they would be county champions. That is how it would pan out. If Surrey draw and Nottinghamshire draw, Surrey would go into that match 9 points clear, knowing that a win would almost certainly clinch them the county championship. If Nottinghamshire were to win and Surrey were to lose, then Nottinghamshire would come here with a lead of 7 points. So once again, if Surrey were then to beat Nottinghamshire next week, that would give them the lead back going into the last round of matches. So we are getting closer and closer to being able to determine the destiny of the county championship. 25-run lead, though. Don't discount Worcestershire. How that brain works, says John Surtees. Yes. Well, I think of very little else but bonus points and draw points and win points.
Somebody has to. 2014 it was, Chantry's match at Worcester.
Give us the details. It's still painful to me.
Worcestershire made 272 batting first.
What did Chantry get?
Chantry got 21.
Yes, a handy contribution. Batting at 9 or 10?
Batting at 9.
9.
Surrey, 272. Sorry, 406 all out. It was Worcestershire made 272. Surrey, 406 all out.
A lead of 134.
A lead of 134. But, well, there were 373 for 4 at one point before Chantry scythed through the tail to finish with 6 for 87.
6 for 87. Keep your mind on that. Ponsonby.
Worcestershire, 134 behind, were 171 for 7 when Chantry came in.
So they were 37 for 7 in effect.
Yep.
We're looking at sort of heading the 81 levels of recovery here. Go on then.
Not quite, but almost, yes.
Yep.
101 not out. 101 not out.
101 not out.
89 balls.
Ugh.
So all out for 350.
Giving them a lead suddenly of
216.
216. Should still be doable for Surrey.
Yep.
Until.
Well, Surrey were 106 for 1 at one point.
Mm-hmm.
Chantry 4 for 44, including the last couple. And Worcestershire won by 27 runs.
Chantry taking 10 wickets in the match and scoring 100.
There you go.
And you're telling me he's not an all-rounder?
Well, every bowler has their day. Get this. Can we get Jack Chantry's LBW numbers up? He gave 4 in the last innings.
Yeah, they were plumb. And he did do so reluctantly. He took quite a long time over quite a few of them.
Well, I do enjoy. I mean, we must have already done the statistical analysis of how many times someone's got 4 wickets in an innings, all of which were LBW. That must be a rare feat.
Yeah. Was he back, Cram? Wakayulis? They feel like candidates for such a
But maybe they got 5 and one was bowled.
Yeah, the records are higher than 4. Although where it's interesting is Laws is now 7 in a row. He's lost 3 balls at LBWs.
Maiden over, by the way, 56 without loss.
Chantry averaged 19 with the bat.
It's close. One more. Once you get to 20, I sort of feel.
Yeah.
You're knocking on the door.
200s and 250s in 92 games.
Okay.
Anyway.
He used to have a very peculiar bowling action. Do you remember? Sort of off the wrong foot, a bit whirly. As Barnard is continuing here, sunshine at the Kia Oval with just under 6 overs remaining until tea. The lead 54, with 38 overs remaining in the day. Cameron, 3 and over. Let's say. Let's be conservative.
Yes.
114 more on. That would be a lead of 168. Going into the last 2 days. Then I guess weather will be a factor. Potentially. I don't know what the latest weather forecast is telling us, but it has been a little bit uncertain. What I've seen is a little flurry of showers, but passing through on a brisk breeze. Southerlies tomorrow, I believe.
Well, the Met Office isn't particularly optimistic about our chances tomorrow. There's a rain forecast throughout in varying degrees of...
Probability.
No. Very consistent degrees of probability, but in varying degrees of strength.
Right,
of
okay.
downpour.
Oh, well, any rain, if it's on all day, is going to keep us off all day.
Yes, I feel like in the morning session we might be okay. It's kind of like one of those cloudy, sunny, rainy type characters on the forecast.
Okay.
But the good news is, depending on which forecast you look at, we might be fine, or it might all be terrible. Which I tend to believe means it'll be fine.
Oh, you are an optimist, aren't you?
Always.
You smile your way through life. Were you a smiley ball boy?
Was I a smiley... Sorry?
Were you a
smiley ball boy?
Yeah.
Always. No, actually, I was very serious.
You can imagine the young Ponsonby being very serious about his work.
I had balls to roll, Daniel. There's no time for jokes.
I was always rather terrified of that as a child. I used to think I'd get awful stage fright. I'd either throw it way too hard and, over Bjorn Borg's head and he'd be very angry. Or it would just drop straight out of my hand and be really embarrassing.
This is what separates kind of elite athletes.
I know, you've got to want
it,
it, haven't you? Yes, it's the pressure of performance, I think. I've always felt that. Oh, little snick will bring just a single. Down through. See, quite a lot of the balls go down through that third, fourth slip area. Just the 1 run off that over as well. So there's 1 run coming in the last couple of overs as we make our way towards tea.
I reckon if you could have made Bjorn Borg angry, that would definitely be a Britain's Got Talent skill.
That would be, wouldn't it?
Those of us old enough to remember him.
We did used to genuinely have... you know what, this is the last thing I'll say on it, but I do actually think this is interesting. We used to have like scouting reports on the players before every morning.
Oh, yeah.
So you'd go in and there'd be like a little presentation about kind of ex-players on this court. This player only wants to receive their balls from left base 1 or left base 2, depending on which corner you field. But also you were warned about which players were particularly kind of rude, potentially rude or aggressive or whatever.
Oh, really? Yes.
And so you were kind of in advance, kind of just you're told, watch out for this player. Make sure this player always wants their towel every other point or something like that. And to make sure you kept everyone sweet and on side. Didn't always work, but there we go. I thought that was a worthwhile contribution.
It is a worthwhile contribution. I'm narrowing my eyes at you because it's essentially... Ooh, nearly offered a catch back to the bowler there off a leading edge, but he gets away with it. It's a form of indentured labour. And it's indentured child labour as well, so I entirely... There are many reasons for me to be irked by tennis.
Yes, I think I agree.
That is definitely one of them.
Well, officially we weren't paid. We were given a gift by the All England Lawn Tennis Club.
What was it? Was it
Well,
was
it was-
it a bottle of Robinson's barley water? Because that was the only thing I ever really wanted from Wimbledon. The free squash. Another bouncer sails harmlessly over the head of Sibley.
No, so they gave you like 200 quid or something like that, which was very.
Oh, it was a gift in the form of money.
Yeah,
so you weren't paid; you were given a gift in the form of money.
Correct. But if you were
this
really,
sounds very much like W.G. Grace's amateur status to me.
if you were really switched on, as I obviously was, what you did, cause you were kitted out in all the Ralph Lauren gear, so you then sold your kit afterwards, put it all up on eBay.
Oh, that's very enterprising of you.
It was brilliant.
I didn't realise you were so tech savvy in 2010 or whenever this would have been.
How do you
Well
think
done, you.
I was going to make a connection about why do you think I'm sat here, but that wouldn't make any sense.
Doesn't make any
at
sense.
all.
No.
Oh,
So did you get more money from selling the gear on
yeah.
eBay than you did from the
Absolutely.
£200 gift that wasn't a
Correct.
payment?
But I mean, get 200 quid from Wimbledon, and then you get 300-400 quid for selling it. All of a sudden, you're 15 years old with 500 quid for the summer holidays.
It's not bad, is it?
It's incredible.
Yeah. What did you blow it all on?
Fanta fruit twists out of the Spencer vending machine.
Right. And is that now your Britain's Got Talent? You can eat more of them in 20 seconds than anyone else.
Roll the cans along the floor.
I do like Bob Mortimer's great skill, which is that he can
The
break
apple.
open an apple. I think that's a Britain's Got Talent skill. And at the end of it, you get to perform it, don't you, in front of the royal family at the Royal Variety Performance, which is
I think Bob Mortimer
something.
would do that very well.
Yes. I'm just wondering how long you can go on doing that before the King gets a bit bored. Of course, do you know the great story about Tommy Cooper in the Royal Variety Performance? The game's gone a little quiet at the moment, so I'm somewhat digressing.
Commentary about 8 overs and spoke about Wimbledon ball-boying and Bob Mortimer splitting apples. Oh, goodness me.
So Tommy Cooper had a
Getting
very good
fired.
relationship with the Queen.
Yes.
Famously, the Queen liked him a lot. If you're not familiar with Tommy Cooper, he was a sort of a deliberately bad magician. A hugely funny man. And he used to do the Royal Variety Performance every year. And what he would tend to do is get his act done quite early and then, relax in the green room, if you know what I mean. And then at the end of it all, end of the over, and just another single off that over, just 2 off the last 3 for Surrey here, 58 without loss. All the performers are introduced to the Queen. And I presume it's still the same for the King, but you're informed by the royal handlers. Makes them sound like groomsmen, doesn't it? But you know what I mean. The royal handlers. They come to all the performers and they remind them that you're not permitted to ask the monarch a question unless she explicitly asks it of you. So it's a pretty lonely existence being a monarch. No one ever gets to say, "How are you, Your Madge?" It's quite rude, really. They just sit there completely mute until the monarch speaks
You ask
to
me
them.
questions, yeah.
So they speak to you and then you respond. And she'd gone through the list of various performers that she was probably largely uninterested in until she reached Tommy Cooper, of whom she was very fond. So she said, "Hey, Tommy, it's so lovely to see you. I so enjoy seeing your act every year." Oh, my word, nearly just nudged that back onto his stump, Sibley, but he survives. Tommy Cooper, without missing a beat, said, "Can I ask you a question, Your Mudge?" She said, "Yes, of course." Probably the first time she'd ever been asked a question. "Do you like football?" She said, "Not really." And he said, "Can I have your cup final tickets?" The end of the story, we never find out if he did get the tickets, or I think it's unlikely.
It'd be
But it's
nice,
a good
though. She
gambit.
should have taken him.
She should have taken him. No, maybe she did. We just didn't get to see that part of it. You know,
You'll be very.
He might have been in the green room.
You'll be very proud of me. One of my when I was 12, one of my Christmas presents was a Tommy Cooper DVD.
Was it?
Yeah, I watched a lot of Tommy
I
Cooper.
thought you were wiser than your years, punters. Sorry, just digging in here in the lead up to tea. Just to get some more miles in the bowler's legs. Just on that subject. They didn't... Surrey did bowl, what was it, 75 overs in the end, I think. So there's a little bit of a break for the Warwickshire bowlers who completed their bowling stint yesterday at around about this time, wasn't it? It was around about 3:30 yesterday, and there was a 36-over session that Surrey had to bowl after tea. So I'm just thinking here in terms of at what point the Warwickshire bowlers might start feeling it a little bit, because although they only bowled for 55, 6 overs or so in Surrey's innings.
59.5.
59, so let's call it 60 overs. But they did only complete that around about 24 hours ago, so there'll be a way to go yet before the bowlers are properly fatigued, but towards the back end of the day they might start feeling it a touch.
15:33 the innings ended yesterday. It's almost exactly 24 hours.
Absolutely. So 58 without loss. Burns 31. As you see there, Sibley 23. Plenty of batting to come. And these two just slowing down, as I say, in the run up to tea. 4 bowlers have been tried. The overs evenly spread around. 5 for Bamber, Hannon Dolby, Gilchrist, Barnard. And we're going to see a bit of Yates. And in part, I think it's a smart move here from Warwickshire because they've got 3 overs to go till tea. They can burgle a couple of quick overs of spin, because one of the things to look out for, as you see there, the match summary, Surrey leading by 56, having bowled out Warwickshire today for 248. The over rate of -3 is not a good thing for Warwickshire. We've seen no spin in this match throughout. It's taken till 3:30 on day 2. And so maybe to burgle a few quick overs here and just try and speed up that over rate is no bad idea. And also just to see if there's anything in the pitch. It's quite unusual for Surrey to get through as many overs as they did without an exploratory view from Dan Lawrence, for example. But I suppose when you have 5 seamers, and wickets were coming relatively regular intervals, it wasn't really one of those partnerships that dug in. Oh, now then. That's just come on with the arm. Was there a touch of inside edge on that? Seemed to keep a trifle low as well. Take a look at that again in a minute.
Very tidy start here from Yates. Very accurate with his line.
He's rattling through this over as well, isn't he? He started it about 90 seconds ago. Burns not remotely interested in coming after him with tea approaching. So he does manage to elegantly drive a single up to mid-on to complete the over. 59 without loss. I make that 3 runs off the last 5 overs, I think. Burns 32, Sibley 23.
I'm going to have double spin as well, because Dan Mousley, with his very fast off breaks, is going to have a bowl. I think this is indicative of what we're likely to see for the remainder of this innings. It's a strange situation in the game where Surrey and Warwickshire have scored almost exactly the same number of runs in their respective first innings, but it feels like Surrey's is worth more because Surrey had the trickier of the 2 batting conditions, and now they get to bat now. Kind of halfway through day 2 into day 3 is when it's been the best to bat at the Oval over the course of the season.
And with a bit of weather around tomorrow, might see a little bit more juice in the pitch, of course, over the course of the last couple of days. Ali Brown was hot on this, wasn't he? It's always a tight single, but he going to get home, is Sibley.
Probably with the weather. I think if this game was to 100% go the distance and you had all 4 days available to play with, you'd rather be Surrey. But I think because of the weather and the potential that we're going to lose time, the biggest obstacle to victory is taking 10 wickets. That's going to be the biggest challenge in the next 2.5 days. So from that perspective, you're probably happier if you're Warwickshire, because your chances of being able to force a positive result are that bit stronger.
Well, this reminds me a lot of the Hampshire match earlier this season, when Surrey had a slender first innings lead and then struggled to bowl Hampshire out on an easing pitch in the 4th innings. But it is September, and as we say, with a little bit of murky weather around, it may make the pitch not quite as placid come the last day.
Yeah, very well remembered, Daniel, the Hampshire game earlier this year. Hampshire was set a target of 377.
It actually featured my favourite captaincy gambit of the season.
Oh, yes.
Rory Burns on the 3rd evening. The light had come in, but he could see over the JM fin stand that the sky was improving. But at that precise moment, it was too dark to be able to bowl his seamers. But because we were beyond 6 o'clock, or whatever the exact regulation is, had they gone off then, they wouldn't have been able to come back. So Burns, the wily old fox that he is, brought himself on, end of the over, 2 from it, 61 without loss. Brought himself on. I think Dan Lawrence bowled at the other end for 2 or 3 overs. And the skies lifted, he could bring his seamers back on. They got 2 night watchers out at the end of the day. I think Hampshire were 30 odd for 3 at the close of the 3rd day. But then the pitch flattened out, the weather improved, and it was just devilishly difficult to get a result. Now we have a tea time guest coming in, Tom Shaw. He's got a new book out. He's going to be discussing all aspects of his book, photography book, during the tea interval with Adam Collins. So don't go away. This is the last over before tea, and it'll be done and dusted in no time, because the rate at which Yates and Mousley are getting through their overs is quite extraordinary. I think this is smart captaincy, isn't it? Just have a little look, and it has the benefit of rattling through 3 overs in about 6 minutes, which should take that over rate from -3 to, well, at worst, -2, and maybe beyond.
He's also had a stifled LBW appeal against Burns. He just beat Sibley's outside edge as well, so it's not been without threat either.
Two balls for Sibley to survive here, and then make this very much Surrey's session, although Warwickshire did just nudge ahead with a flurry of boundaries from Nathan Gilchrist. He got 4 boundaries in 1 over, 2 of them rather streaky, 2 of them excellent. That was what got Warwickshire up and beyond Surrey, but like Surrey, they were unable to reach the promised land of 250. So both these sides will end up with 3 bonus points, as indeed have Nottinghamshire, having been bowled out for 207 against Worcestershire. That is tea, with Surrey 61 without loss. The lead of 59, Sibley 24, Burns 33. A good platform for an evening session to come. You see there from the match summary, Warwickshire having been bowled out today for 248. Surrey's bowlers really sticking at it. Tom Laws with the coup de grace, removing Oliver Halland-Dolby, the last man to fall, finishing with figures of 4 for 42. Gus Atkinson with 3 for 53. Dan Worrell picked up a couple as well. And then Warwickshire would have, well, they would have absolutely loved in this mini session of, what was it in the end, 23 overs? Something of that sort. They would have loved to have picked up 2 or 3 wickets instead. Burns and Sibley have been redoubtable. We've seen a huge 6 from Rory Burns in that 33. Sibley has been a little more watchful. The spin came on at the end. So 6 bowlers have been used by Warwickshire. 4 seamers, Bamber, Halland-Dolby, Gilchrist and Ed Barnard have all bowled 5 overs. 3 overs of spin from Yates and Mousley. And Surrey go to tea with a healthy platform. We're not yet halfway through the game. We might be more than halfway through the game if the threatened rain does arrive, but in theory we're not yet there. And Surrey 59 without loss, 10 wickets in hand, 32 more overs left in the day. Cameron Ponsonby, 3 and over, lead of 150 odd. That puts Surrey in a strong position if they can keep wickets in hand. For Warwickshire, they've just got to come again, haven't they, after tea? Hope they can make a couple of breakthroughs and just force a little bit of unease in Surrey's approach.
I think this game plays itself for Surrey now. They've got a whole day where they can bat. They're going to have to put the weather to one side for the moment. You can't control what's going to fall out of the sky. And with a lead of 59 runs and the best of the batting conditions in play at the moment, Surrey will be very pleased. And it looks like our guests and our hosts have arrived, so I'm going to hand over to Adam Collins and we'll take it from there.
Thank you, Cameron. Lovely having you with us on the commentary today. 61 for none, lead of 59. The session that Surrey needed, at least the hour they needed after conceding a modest first innings deficit of 2 runs. As you can see there, Warwickshire bowled out for 248 earlier in the session. Delighted to have with me Tom Shaw across the next quarter of an hour or so through the tea break, who has written, I think we'll probably get us up on camera in a moment. We'll see how we go here. See if we can press the buttons to achieve that. Because I'm holding in my hands right now a beautiful new book, Tom Shaw's A Portrait of Cricket. It is what it says in the tin. It's a portrait of the game. It is a picture book. It is a gorgeous piece of work. Tom, welcome to the Surrey live stream to begin.
Thank you very much. Thank you for having me.
I'll show it to the camera now we're here. So there it is. I'll try and pop photos as we go up. What I've done here is I've picked a selection of photos that jumped out at me, but the whole book is quite striking. What's the backstory of you deciding to assemble a book of, well, recreational cricket, given that you were a photographer here at the very highest level, including in the 2005 Ashes, which we've spoken quite a bit about this week, 20 years on?
Yeah, thanks very much. It was, as you said, for many years I was England's cricket team photographer, so I spent 15 years touring with England. As you said, was here at the Oval many times, loved photographing here. And then sort of since 2013, the company I was working for, Get Images, I took redundancy and I did a lot of commercial work. And I'm always looking for a project to do. It's something that photographers need to do, keep your eye in, keep doing other bits and pieces. So it wasn't until my kids after the pandemic were playing cricket that all the other dads were saying, why don't you play cricket? And I'd never really played before, so I thought, how bad can I be? And I loved it, and I absolutely loved it. And it was whilst, so I'm in Sussex, and we played in Division 13, where you can't go any lower. And I realised that the game was full of characters at that level, and it was such a different sort of beast compared to sort of working with England. So I started to just take the camera along and see, it was the fact that there was a guy at slip when I was batting who was smoking, and they'd carefully put the cigarette down as he's running into bowl, get ready, and then just pick the cigarette up again. I thought, this is brilliant. And the umpire having a beer and whatnot. And that set off the whole train of things, thinking I should go and look more into this. And I wanted to sort of look at different grounds and different places, because a lot of the grounds you play, especially in Sussex, there's some beautiful grounds, but they're picture perfect beautiful. There's also some other grounds. There's one sort of near New Haven, which has got an industrial estate next to it. But all these grounds have meaning to people. They're all special in their own particular way, and I wanted to really document that as well as the characters. So I got in touch with a Facebook group of cricket grounds of Great Britain and sort of set about asking about any interesting grounds, and lots of people got back and set me off on the journey up all around the country, from Cornwall right up to Scotland.
I love that. So you basically crowdsourced your shot list in a way. I mean, of course, you would have needed to have done the field work to have determined whether these pictures work for the collection. But in essence, you were saying to the world, you tell me what's going to work here, and they were providing you that real-time feedback.
Yeah, absolutely. That's made projects like this so much easier, because the other people can be eyes and ears for you as well. They're using social media, whereas 20 years ago, without any of that, you would have done a lot of the legwork yourself, and you'd have to go places, talk to people, and take all these things. So you can speed up that process in making a project now by using social media. So a lot of the time I was over winter Googling places, looking at places, and you'd see a picture and think, for example, there's one of Knockin and Kinnersley which I would never have heard of, in Shropshire, on the border of the Welsh Marches, with a massive satellite dish in the field next to it.
I've got that written down in my list here. It's quite the photo.
It is. It's quite a thing to go. Even to get to the place, it took a long time. But only from seeing one picture or someone to put on this group, thinking, what is this doing in a field? And it's all to do with Jodrell Bank. And so that leads you down a path of going, let's go to this place. And you find yourself in these bizarre places, and it's brilliant.
I'm forever struck by grounds in this country, like having grown up in suburban Melbourne and played my cricket there. And my home club was built on a tip. By like the playing fields originally were a tip, and it didn't have a lot of, I guess it was raw, but it didn't have a lot of aesthetic, if you like, to it. It probably makes a nice photo in its own way, but not in the way that we consider. Whereas here, it feels like every other week I'm playing at some ground where it's like it takes your breath away for one reason or another. I played a game in Edinburgh the other week with the biggest hill I've ever seen on a cricket ground. Then that's just considered a feature and a normal thing playing there. And that played a game at Tilford the other week where there's 25-metre boundaries one way and the pub is the boundary line. Like little things like that in this part of the world, which lends itself to projects like this.
Absolutely. So with each one being different, like for example, after spending sort of 20 years working cricket, I'd never heard of Perry Hall Park in Birmingham. And it's like Hackney Marshes is to football. There's 16 cricket pitches, all back to back. And in some cases, the boundaries cross over. So you have this bizarre situation where there's two fielders facing different directions and fielding each other's balls. And each team has a pitch, and your home and away matches are in... If your home's pitch 1, your away match for that week could be pitch 16. Terrific. So you're going on the other... And it's brilliant. And it's just like a carnival of cricket going on, and it's fantastic. And they get fined if they don't put the covers on if it's raining on the Saturday by the council, yet in the middle of the week there's no covers on it anyway. So there's this bizarre situation whereby they're supposed to cover it on a Saturday, but if they
after
don't...
the game?
During the game, if it rains,
during the game,
and they get given some plastic sheeting to put on it, but it's never covered any other time. So it's brilliant, and it's these little idiosyncrasies that really I wanted to shine through in the book of that it is a funny game. And one of the things I don't know if you've noticed in it, of all the sort of the landscape pictures, is I tried to photograph it at a point where something odd was happening, rather than a man hitting a ball, hitting a six or hitting whatever. There's somebody on the floor. There's somebody with the one with the with the factory behind, just pushing the sight screen, so that people would go, "What is actually happening in this picture? Is there a game happening?" So there's not really much of a game happening here. And the thing I find with cricket, most of it is sitting down. You spend most of your time sitting down, either waiting to bat or waiting to do something or eating. So I really wanted to bring out sort of this bizarreness to the game, because it is wonderfully bizarre. It's a wonderful way to waste a day.
I mean, there are a number of different photos that capture a number of different parts of the game, and a lot of which I've listed. I'm not sure how much we'll get through, but we'll give it a crack anyway. I'll start with very early in the book, page 5, just this idea of a bunch of houses in the backdrop of it, and just how suburban it is. It's like placed within the community. I mean, cricket here, what I took from this is that cricket must be like the heartbeat of what's going on in this little part of the suburb or town that they're in.
Yeah, absolutely. This is Runcorn, up near Liverpool, and it was really the backdrop that struck me how uniquely British it is. It's just rows and rows of the houses. Yep. It was always something I was looking for, to challenge that narrative that cricket is not always on a village green with a pub and a church. Yep. And it is really the heart of the community. A lot of the book is just about community. And that's really what I get from playing cricket as well, is the fact that it's very much a social thing, rather than I'm habitually bad at sport, but it doesn't stop you doing it. So actually being good at the game is not the barrier. It's and I just love the fact that you can turn up, be bad, waste a day, and have fun with friends. So that's really a lot of the message I'm trying to get through. And hopefully, pictures like this, it's the ordinariness that I love about it. And again, there's the man on the floor.
I mean, if cricket were only days that you enjoyed upon doing well, there wouldn't be many days.
No.
It's the nature of it, isn't it?
No.
Love this kid, young fella who is sort of waiting pensively to bat. I also like the detail of him wearing the Slazenger whites. I think that's always a sign of someone who's got their whites from Sports Direct. When we all know those Sports Direct Slazenger whites, it's clearly a set of these. But sat in modest surrounds, ready there, boots on, bat ready to go, watching what's happening, knowing that his time of trial awaits him.
Absolutely, yes. And so this was in Derby, Bolton, Dean and Derby, which is the first club started by Pakistan migrants in the 50s, who found a piece of land, spoke to the council, and they've built this club up. Wonderfully hospitable. Honestly, you turn up and they showed me everything, showed me everyone. Really lovely. And it's just... He was so fixated on batting. Early start season, I don't know if you noticed, it's actually raining in it.
Oh, yeah.
But he's
yeah.
just... And it really captured everything about being next into bat. Just stoically, I'll sit here and I'll wait in the rain. It's not particularly warm, but he's just giving it, everything.
I can see one more detail here where he's taken his spikes out. He's just got the holes where the spikes would be if we were playing on turf. So it must have been an early season hard
game,
wicket match, that kind of thing. Again, a relatable thing. I like this photo. There's a number of photos of older cricketers. One here of a gentleman wearing his it looks like the 40 club here, but based on his jumper. So he's obviously played a bit of cricket to play for 40 club. But I'm often reminded of this when playing my cricket, that there are no barriers on playing into an age that most sports would preclude you from playing. You don't see many 60-something or indeed 70-something-year-old sort of footballers or runners or whatever. Maybe runners might be the exception, but you know what I'm trying to say. Team sports, they naturally cap out at a certain level. Not our game.
No.
And that's as an example here with a chap who's probably played, gosh, I don't know, thousands of games of cricket across his life.
And he has. This is Colin from the 40s Club in Scotland. And he's, again, and that's quite a sort of nice little link there, because that's the very end of the season. That was probably about this time last year. So they play into October. But and he's playing a game again with a lot of youngsters playing, a lot of 15-year-olds, 16-year-olds. And I just love his almost times caught up with his body. It's just kind of, he's very tall, and being a bowler, whether he's just, his sort of posture's changed a little bit, and with the time that he's spent playing. But he's played a lot of cricket.
All worth it. You mentioned the sight screen picture. This is an absolute belter. So there's probably 5 or 6 people pushing a sight screen in the fog. I expect it must have been a heavy sight screen if it took that many of them to get it moving. But little moments in the game, relatable moments in the game. We all know how annoying it is when having to be on sight screen duty when you're the fielding team, when the batting team aren't doing it. And here, a sight screen that requires a bit more manual labour than most.
It was actually the last game of the season up in Queensbury in the Halifax League, highest cricket ground in England, I was told, and they insisted on playing this game. It was raining. I couldn't find a game to go and photograph. So I knew the ground was there, and I just swung past, and to my amazement, they were clearing. There's a couple of other photographs from that game, and they were clearing up to play because they needed the points apparently, and the other team needed the points to avoid relegation.
Perfect.
So it all went ahead. The umpire, proper Yorkshireman, was kicking off, going, "Oh, this is ridiculous." You couldn't see, if you're on the boundary, you could hardly see what was happening. It was fantastic. So there's another picture in there of the game going on where you just can't make out what's happening. The umpire thinks it's dangerous. The kids think it's brilliant. It's muddy. And then towards the end of the game, it was the last game of the season, so they were packing it all away, bringing all the sight screen round. But it's just, I love that feeling of everyone's working together. You can't see anyone's face. They're all just mucking in, trying to get one end of it out of the mud and lifting it up and bringing it through.
That game for anything thing. I love fixtures where both teams just want to get the game on no matter what it takes. You can be cynical about the best days the days you don't play, when you're dancing on the bar in a Hawaiian shirt, and I get that, I understand that, but this to me is more, my kind of cricket.
They were desperate, absolutely desperate.
You mentioned already this one before, but I'll quickly show it to the camera with the factory in the background. And again, this is the sign of cricket in the community in ways that it couldn't be any further away from what you're saying, village green, church, pub. This ain't that.
No, this is Winnington Park up in Cheshire, and it's a really good reminder of where cricket came from in certain parts of the country. It's the former ICI works, and the team used to be associated with the chemical works. So way back in the past, and my dad was a railwayman, and he played for railways cricket. And then near us, we've got a cement works. Used to have cement works cricket. So there's a lot of works teams, a lot of colliery cricket clubs still around. And this is just really a nod to that. It does have a lot of working class roots, which a lot of people don't seem to, certainly those outside of cricket, don't seem to to realise. They think, it's often quite a posh sport, or it's just played by certain types of people. But the reality is, it's very much got a lot of working class roots to it. And this is one thing I really wanted to highlight in the book. And again, it's a wonderful. What I love about this picture is the pairs. The pairs of, in fact, you've got the pairs of the pair in batters, the two people pushing the side screen. There's two tiny little birds, and it really sort of encapsulates a lot of what the book's about.
That's a beauty. Agreed about the disconnect between perception and reality about the game.
Yeah, absolutely.
At a recreational level.
Yeah. Just
this, because how could it not? If you're going to capture the recreational game, you have to get an afternoon tea in that is muffins, it is garlic bread, it is salad dressing on top of presumably. I don't even know what the salad dressing would go on, to be perfectly honest with you. There's some pizza, there's some scones, there's some egg sandwiches by the looks up the back there. This is your quintessential Sunday afternoon. Probably a couple of people have bashed this together and proud of their work, clearly. It's all set up quite nicely on the table.
Absolutely. Jer Lane in Bradford, a wonderful little tiny club. And they've got, the sort of... Yes, the food anything other than green, really. It's the brown food, but it's the food that everyone loves at a tea. And I love the little bit of bunting. And actually, in the room next door to this, there is a portrait of, which I did take a picture of, I didn't quite make it, of Geoffrey Boycott, but it looks more like a shrine, because Boycott played once at Jer Lane, and they love it for it. So I sent it to a couple of Yorkshire friends, and they went, there's a shrine everywhere to Boyks.
It's like where you get those portraits at the Queen Mother, where she pulled a pint once upon a time. Chap here, again, the big jacket on, cold day, mustachioed type with the twirl as well, touching on what you said before about the game being one for everyone, not just perceived to be for them. I love this wicket keeper here. Fingers beaten to the end of the time, but you can just tell they're wicket keepers' fingers, right? We know that by looking at it.
Yep.
But I'd imagine that cricketer will keep playing till they're 60 or longer.
He's 80.
Well, there you go.
He's 80, and he plays in the same game as the Colin from the 40s club.
Oh, right, okay.
And he actually plays with his oxygen on his back because he has to have oxygen to do it.
Wow.
He absolutely loves the game. He was a wonderful character, and long may he be playing cricket because he loves it. Absolutely loves it.
This is another of these relatable pictures of the chap who I'm going to guess has just been dismissed, or maybe he's just about to go into the field.
Dismissed.
Just been dismissed.
Yep.
Head on handle of bat. Why have you done that for? Kind of vibes.
Absolutely.
How I feel most times after I'm dismissed. Why have I done this? Why do I play this game? I hate this so much. What a horrible sport. He'll be back next week. He'll be back forever.
Yes, absolutely. Yes. Now, legend has it that he is... there was a famous YouTube little skit of somebody who hit a massive six and he hit his own car. That is the chap who did it. They were telling me, I think that's him doing it. But, yes, a relatable moment to anyone who's ever played club cricket.
I love the diversity theme in this book. A lot of faces that aren't that traditional, stale, pale male, white, etc. This is a great example of this, where it's a woman who's playing the game in traditional headscarf as well, and there's many photos of players who come from non-white backgrounds, and we know the lived experience of playing the game is that is quite normal. I played a game on Sunday where the entire opposition were from South Asia. I mean, that's a lovely part of playing cricket in this country.
Absolutely, yes. So this is Bradford Park Avenue ladies cricket team, who are they have more fun than you can possibly imagine playing cricket, and really welcoming, really right spirit. I think I turned up and they were 6 down already, but it doesn't seem to bother. They go out, they have a great time, and a lovely wonderful group of girls who were playing cricket.
Nearly there. I'm going to get 2 more in if I can. I'm going to burgle one at the end here. Here's the scorers at the table. Again, young Asian kids doing their thing. You can't play the game without scorers. Can't play the game without afternoon tea. Can't play the game without umpires. There's the periphery around the game, and here's a great example of this.
And you can't play the game without sweets as well. They've got a massive packet of sweets, and they're doing that. And yes, and it's a lovely thing to see. And they brought all the kids down, and the kids invariably muck around and do all those bits. Yeah.
One of the last photos. I'll commentate the first ball if needs be here. Lad having a fag, probably having just played the game or about to, or it looks like he's played already because he's got the creams with the grass stains on it. But rightly or wrongly, that for a lot of people remains part of the tradition too.
Absolutely, out the back, having a cigarette at lunchtime. What more do you need? I think that really encapsulates the kind of portraits that I was after.
Couple for Burns make that 3 to start the final session, with Booth getting an opportunity to bowl straight after the break from our Vauxhall end. Tom Shaw, it's a beautiful book, a portrait of cricket. Plug it. Where do we buy it?
Well, you can. It's all on my website, tomshawphotography.com. Go onto my socials at tomshawphoto. Hit up there, and it's available through that way.
We should be encouraging projects just like this that promote the game in all its forms. Tom, thanks for joining us on the stream today.
Thank you very much. Thanks for having me.
Brilliant for having you. I'll do one more ball here as Yaz and Phil jump in with me, and we get the ball rolling again here at the Oval. Booth delivers to Rory Burns, who is resuming with Surrey into a far stronger position now, with their lead advancing to 61 just after the break with those runs after tea. Some thoughts from Phil Walker to begin, who can bring us up to speed with where the game's at. Then Yaz Rana will take you through the next half an hour.
That was a lovely conversation. Tom Shaw, one of the great survivors of English cricket, has been doing it for many, many years.
That one just pops off a length. Rory Burns taking his glove off the bat at the last moment. I bumped into Andrew Sampson during the tea break, Phil, and he alerted me that during the second session in this commentary box, not a lot of cricket was talked about.
Yeah, that wasn't my fault.
Deviation from the game in front of us.
That wasn't my fault.
All I'm going to say is that's a good sign for Surrey. If the game is uneventful at the moment, that is good news for Surrey. Leading by 61.
Yeah, well, you run out of new ways to describe this opening pair. They are so ominously good, relentlessly good. They complement each other well, and they've looked in good order right from the start. First ball that Dom Sibley faced from the pavilion end from Hannon Dalby, punched it tidily through the covers for 4. Next over, Rory Burns rocks back and smashes a pull shot straight past mid-wicket before he can move.
That's
Make that 4 more.
Burns' pads, and that'll be 4. So strong of his legs. Booth erring in line. Freebie for the Surrey skipper, and he's up and running in the evening session.
Yeah, and it's been just plain sailing, really. Very, very few dramas. A couple of deliveries have spat a little, but no grasped catches, no tight LB decisions. It's just been a processional stroll in the late September or mid-September sunshine, really. 67 for naught, 65 up. And Warwickshire needs something to happen, and happen quickly, because it's win or bust for them. They still are in this scrap for the title if they can somehow manage to do what so many teams have tried and failed to do here over the last few years, and find a way to break down this basically impregnable Surrey side in these conditions. Just one defeat now, coming up to 5 full seasons at home, and just that one defeat to Lancashire a couple of years back.
Ethan Bamber into the attack from the pavilion end. Yeah, it's a good point that we probably haven't made enough of during this game. All the talk about Surrey, where they are in the title race, and Nottinghamshire, who visit South London next week, but Warwickshire are in 3rd. And I haven't done all the sums, Phil, but you'd imagine victory for Warwickshire this week, victory for Surrey next week perhaps, would make things really interesting going into the final round of games. Surrey going to the Utility Bowl.
Yeah, I mean, the dream for Warwickshire would be that they can get a result here and then hope against hope that it rains in South London and that Big Lee prepares a flatty. But they are still in the mix, legitimately so. They would have felt as well last night. Last night was the key. Ride your luck, get through that session relatively unscathed, 1 or 2 down. But to be 4 down for 47, it makes it really a 1 innings game at best. And then it becomes hard. I guess you can point to certain games this year where teams have come good in the third and fourth innings, that the pitch has died down. You think of you asked me earlier actually about the similarities between what we're seeing in the conditions now and the conditions back in April, May. And you can think about the Hampshire game, for example, where a lot of things were happening for the first 2 days, and then they took just 2 wickets on the final day, did Surrey.
Cut away for 4, not a lot of width from Ethan Bamber, but Dom Sibley, quick on the back foot, finds the gap in the offside, and both Surrey openers have opened their accounts for the evening session in the first 2 overs.
Yeah, it's just there to hit. Sibley's offside game is blossoming. We saw that shot right at the start off Hannon Dalby. More of the same. You just can't err against these two. And already you feel like this game is drifting away from the visitors.
Surrey lost the toss, Warwickshire won it and opted to bowl first. That's what everyone does. But I don't think it's ended up being such a bad toss to lose for Surrey, especially with the way in which the game has panned out. If, for the sake of argument, and we don't know how conditions change over the rest of the game, if conditions become more like what we saw in 2024 than 2025 here at the Kia Oval, days 2 and 3 are the best times to bat. And ending the Warwickshire innings when they did could, in theory, give them the best of the conditions, not just today, but actually when you zoom out across the 4 days.
Yep. We saw a few keep low in the morning session as well, with Surrey with the ball, and you're not going to get this pitch cracking up. That just doesn't happen here, and there's not, if you like, a gun spinner on either side to exploit a wearing pitch, even if it were to. So it's going to hold together pretty well, but the vagaries still come out, and then the scoreboard pressure will be such that whatever they are chasing fourth innings, whenever it happens.
Short pulls. Airily hasn't totally timed this. We'll pick up just 2 in the end, actually. Very good work in the deep by Dan Mousley.
He's looked in excellent order though, isn't he? Always strong through mid-wicket, but showed the full range, got off the mark with a punch down the ground. Smashed a cover drive 10 minutes before tea. Little tickle fine of long leg as well to get going post-tea, already into the 40s.
It's interesting that Warwickshire have gone short to Burns early after tea, and that was how they got rid of him in the first innings, and we were wondering before Burns found Zen Malik in the deep, is that necessarily the best way to go? It's not a mode of dismissal I've seen loads of before with Rory Burns.
And you feel like you're probably not going to make the same mistake twice. Famous last words, of course. But it's difficult to know where to turn when you have a good honest pace attack, but they're all of a similar ilk. Mousley bowls some developing slowish stuff, but he's not yet a frontliner by any means. And aside from just running in and hoping to hit a length, hoping for the best, it's not too clear what else they can do.
And what this pair are so good at is getting overs into the legs of the opposition seam attack. And they've been tidy enough so far, Warwickshire, but the real test will be, and this is often where Surrey show their strength at home, is that can the Warwickshire seamers maintain their intensity? Can they be as accurate as they have been so far as this innings plays out? I was talking to someone downstairs during the tea break, and something I think Surrey do quite well at their best is, if you imagine 2 teams in a 4-day game are lines going forward and there's a finish line that they need to get to, Surrey are very good at just stopping the other team going forward quickly, if that makes sense. As well as going forward quickly themselves, they're good at not allowing the opposition to have really good periods of 45 minutes. And Warwickshire in return here, it'll be a test now that they've gone the best part of 26 overs without taking an early wicket. Can they make sure that the damage doesn't go out of control over the course of the 29.1 overs to come today?
Yeah, well, Rob Yates bowled a couple of overs as well of exploratory off breaks, and I wonder if that may be an option for them to encourage Surrey's openers to try and make a play. Because it feels at the moment like they can sit on the seamers and knock them around comfortably enough. Perhaps bring one of the slow men back in. Try and squeeze a bit. A couple of funky fields. There's not going to be much turn, of course, but at the minute it feels like a procession really against the medium fasts. You were telling me good things about Michael Booth, which I only caught brief highlights, but you said he bowled interestingly yesterday.
Yeah, and also early in the season, he's not played loads of games this summer, but there was a game against Yorkshire early in the season where he was particularly dangerous against Harry Brook. 18 wickets at 25 so far this season from the 5 games that he's played. Or genuine false shot from Burns.
That's the first shot he's played where he's just lost that concentration. An airy waft, not like him. It's not a percentage shot. It's a sign, I guess, of how comfortable he feels out there.
Yeah, Booth is Zimbabwe born, just making his way in professional cricket, but he's looked good this season. Clipped off Burns' pads into the gap in the leg side. He wants 2. Throws going to the bowler's end, and you know what? Even though that wouldn't normally be the danger end, it very much so was so there. Sibley late to respond to Burns' call for 2. Burns was decisive, Sibley not so much.
Yeah, that would have been tight, you know. Good bit of work down at long leg.
Pushed down the ground, mid-on does well to cut the ball off. Question for Samo and then a question for Phil. Samo, how do Burns and Sibley as a partnership since Sibley returned to Surrey compare to the most productive opening partnerships in Division 1? That could be quite interesting. And then Phil, some Surrey related news this afternoon. Sam Curran
is in the T20 side.
T20 side for the first time in nearly 10 months. And it's the first time he's been picked in a squad and an 11 that Brendan McCullum has presided over since he became England head coach.
So again, mitigation, been away for a bit, got back yesterday. has he come in for a player who's been rested in the short term at the 11th hour?
Yes, so but it's interesting because it's not a direct replacement. So Ben Duckett and Jamie Smith have been rested for the T20s.
And they weren't initially.
And they weren't initially.
Yeah.
So Curran is in. But Curran initially wasn't in the squad for the Ireland series.
Sure.
So I don't think it was a given. Obviously, he's had a brilliant summer with the bat in both the Blast and the 100.
Is he now in the Ireland T20 squad as well?
Yeah. So good chance for him to get a run of games. But what is interesting is that potentially England have identified a weakness in the long term in terms of the number of seam bowling options they have in limited overs cricket, both forms of limited overs cricket. Now that's not a immediately pressing concern in T20s because there's a World Cup around the corner in India and Sri Lanka.
You can't bowl there to Rory Burns.
5 runs off that Ethan Bamber over. Surrey up to 79 without loss. But you'd think England would want an extra seamer in their 50 over setup at some point with that World Cup coming up in a couple of years' time in South Africa, but also early season South Africa. And the England hierarchy have spoken recently about Curran in that there aren't obvious spots for him to fill as a batter. Where he's having a lot of success at the moment in domestic cricket is in the upper middle order, 3, 4, 5. He's carded to bat 5 tomorrow. And whilst that balances aside, when Duckett and Smith come back, it's not immediately obvious how they set themselves up. It's quite a top-heavy set of players at the moment. Got players like Tom Banton in the T20 stuff and Will Jacks as well.
So Banton's carded at 6?
Yeah, they're performing the roles of finishers when that's not what they do in domestic cricket. And with Curran, he has been so good as almost performing the Stokes limited overs role, as being the guy who an innings is built around and controls run chasers in particular. Width, and that's punished. Burns moves on to 49.
It's a lovely shot, Yaz, and it's very much his own shot because he has that move to rock forward in the boxer stance, and so it's then just a case of shifting that weight onto the front foot while still staying relatively back and cuffing it away. It's a lovely shot, very easy on the eye as well. Said it before, he's much nicer to watch than the reputation perhaps.
He also gets so low with those cut shots, so he makes balls look shorter than I think they actually are. Looking at the replay there, sure there was a bit of width, but it wasn't a particularly short delivery from Booth. It's not a delivery many players would cut.
Sign of a good player, who can take pretty decent deliveries away. Just a single away from another 50, back to back in the game.
Another player missed though. Samo.
Yeah, Sibley and Burns. Since Sibley got back to Surrey beginning of 2023 season, they are the most productive opening pair in the Championship Division 1. 2-4-5-2 runs in 63 partnerships before today at an average of just over 43. Slater and Hamida second on 2-3-3-8, and then the other opening pair in this match, Davies and Yates, are third on 1-9-1-1.
What are their averages?
43 and 33.
Right.
So best average looks like it's Hughes and Haynes, believe it or not. 991 runs at 55 before this round of matches.
Yeah, they're good to watch down at Hove, those two. Tom Haynes, good player. He's lost his way a little bit, hasn't he, in recent weeks? Plateaued off a bit. That's another lovely shot into the onside. Again, his balance through the onside has been superb. 83 for no loss. Yeah, going back then to Sam Curran. You and I have watched a lot of cricket now, yes, together, and a lot of cricket here. T20 stuff in particular. And it's always marked how natural he is against slow bowling immediately. Now this helps that he's played a lot of IPL as well. And he's a versatile player in the IPL. He's gone in at 3, he's gone in at 4, 5, 6. But it seems like that's his super strength, at the risk of using that awful phrase, that he is so good against slow bowling initially. And this is a problem that England have. They've been trying to address it by moving Bethel up to number 4 in the one-day side, albeit it may be 4-5 with Brook, dependent on who they're batting with and which bowlers are on at the time. But Bethel's brilliance against slow bowling immediately is a huge strength of his. And Curran has something similar. He's a natural 6-hitter, but he also works the singles very well. And sometimes you watch English players, even good ones, and they can get a bit clogged up against high quality spin. I don't see that with Curran. Finding a way to engineer runs, manipulate fields in those middle overs has always been a problem for English white ball teams. And we've seen evidence of that in this current one. I've been advocating for Sam Curran to be involved in this white ball setup for a long time. I found it baffling that he was overlooked. He actually gave an interview after the 100 final where he admitted that he'd spoken personally to McCullum and asked McCullum whether he was doing something wrong, whether there was something fundamentally that wasn't quite right in the way that he went about his cricket that McCullum didn't really rate. And of course the answer came back, well, it's all about runs and wickets, just get on with your job and so on. But the fact that he was prepared to talk about this on the record is indicative of his own impatience, I suppose, to get back into the side. He's definitely at his best now. He's the most complete white ball version of himself that he's ever been. And this is a cricketer as well who's been an IPL MVP, not just a regular turnout in the IPL, but he's left his mark on that tournament year after year. And so I understand that perhaps his bowling wouldn't be required too much in the upcoming T20 World Cup, but then he's often been very useful as a support seamer and as a wicket taker when the conditions suit in India in the past. I think the package is there. I find it slightly baffling that he's been on the outskirts looking in, and I'm glad they've brought him back.
I suppose the question is, where do you fit him in when everyone's available? So I'll just read out the England 11 for the game tomorrow. Salt and Butler are opening the batting. Bear in mind that Jamie Smith and Ben Duckett would normally be in the conversation but are unavailable. Driven past point, and that'll be not just 4 runs, but it'll be the moment that brings up Rory Burns' half century, his 2nd of the game, his 6th of the season. This game was very much in the balance at the end of the Warwickshire first innings. They were leading by just 2, but now this partnership has just about put Surrey back in front again. He's looked brilliant, first and second innings.
That's it. Fluent, elegant. Just the complete county opener, really. There's a serenity to the way he plays now. He's won 4 championships under his own armband. We know that they're well on course to make that 5 and 4 in a row. Every day that he comes into work, Rory Burns, he walks in knowing that it's all just degrees of success. And the, if you like, the neuroses that bedevil lots of county cricketers, they're long gone for Rory Burns. If England ever come knocking again, then it will be a pleasant surprise, but he doesn't have to worry about that. Beautifully played by Dom Sibley. Echoes of Kane Williamson just running it off the face of the Grey Nichols. Beautifully done. Yeah, and he plays as if he doesn't have a care in the world, Rory Burns.
And is able to give off that vibe when the cricket that we have right in front of us is so important. This title race is right there for the taking, not just for Surrey, but Nottinghamshire and Warwickshire as well. It's a really tight title race. Short and left alone by Burns. This is deeply meaningful, serious cricket.
Throw the ball to the spinner, Yaz. That's what I'd do. Just for a couple of overs.
Yeah, I can see why they're persisting with seam for the moment, just because they'll feel that the ball is still only 29 overs old. Kicked off his pads. He's been so strong off his pads today. So going back to that team, so Salt and Butler opening. You've got Smith and Duckett in the equation 2. Bethel at 3. The skipper Brook at 4. Curran 5. Banton 6. Jack 7. Jamie Overton 8. Liam Dawson 9. Archer and Rashid. We know that Curran's best role is 3-4-5, but when you have the returning Duckett / Smith, it feels like Smith and Salter fighting over one spot at the top at the moment. You've got Duckett, who's done the job brilliantly recently. All these players are brilliant. And we know that Curran prefers batting 3-4-5 compared to 6-7, where Banton and Jacks currently are. You'd assume that when Duckett comes back, Butler goes down one. Then suddenly there's not an obvious spot to fit him in, which is, I think, the predicament that he finds himself in.
Sure. But if he can offer that extra something with the ball, a bit more versatility, then that does change the scales. It shifts them, tilts them in his favour. If Jos Buttler is keeping in white ball cricket, then Jamie Smith becomes, don't get me wrong, a gun player, but a one-dimensional one, in that he offers one particular skill. Same with Duckett. Now, those two may feel like they are slightly more explosive players, arguably, than Sam Curran, and you can argue that toss, as clearly McCullum to Sam Curran's game that has been so problematic for England, that their attack looks threadbare in terms of numbers, as was seen at Headingley in that first game, and at Lords in particular in the second, when the two support spinners, making up one, went for 112 in 10 overs. In English conditions, then what Sam Curran can offer with his left arm, I would argue, tilts things slightly more in his favour.
You were telling me you weren't following the cricket, and now you're reciting very specific statistics from an ODI 6 days ago.
Checks out. BCL's got a very big telly.
Yeah, so just to illustrate the point about the opportunities Curran's had in that England side, he's played 58 T20 internationals for England, batted in 34 of them, only batted in the top 5 3 times, and has gone well there. He's got scores of 50 and 41 and a 20 odd from the 3 times he's batted in the top 5.
I just think he's ready as well. I think he's a deeply experienced cricketer now. I don't know how old he is. What is he? 27, 28?
27, yeah.
27, but the body of work is vast. All around the world as well. I think England need a player like him in the guts of a run chase. Bethel is a kid and a flair player. Brooke is a borderline genius. But you need someone in there who's seen it all before and who can play slow heartbeat cricket when you need it. I've been advocating for this for a long time, so I'm delighted to see that he's in this side.
I think also, as you're alluding to, international tournament cricket is just a little bit different to franchise cricket.
Scores come down.
The classic example is Stokes in the 22 World Cup, where some people were saying, well, actually, look, the guy's barely played T20 cricket recently, and we've got all these super talented players. Oh, bowled him! Bamber strikes! Burns beaten on 54. Warwickshire desperately needed that. This partnership, worth 92, finally comes to an end.
Well bowled round the wicket, beaten for pace, I think. And it's relief that you can see among these Warwickshire fielders. No great celebrations. They know there's a lot of hard work to go yet. But my, did they need that. This game was drifting. And now they have the big one. Burns for a beautiful 54. Has to go. Didn't see it coming.
Burns just gesturing on his way off that the ball nipped off the seam, came in more than he was anticipating. And you feel that's the sort of wicket that really re-energise the side. Tough couple of hours in the field, but they're not too far behind in this game. We've seen wickets fall in clusters across the 2 days so far.
He's just tried to force the issue a little as Rory Burns tried to punch it up to mid-on. Dabs the pitch down. Point made. So, your Warwickshire, you have 24.2 overs to bowl this evening. Good time to bowl. Bit of breeze out there. And you have to go hell for leather. This is their season. This is their season right here. You've got to summon all of that energy, dig deep into the reserves. Remember all the tough times, the freezing days in early April, the rain-offs, the results that just don't quite go your way, the scrap for bonus points across 5 months. This is their season right here. If they can get 2 or 3 more tonight, then it's game on for tomorrow.
Big moment. The England vice-captain, Ollie Pope, walks out to the middle to face Ethan Bamber. Pope another half-century in the first innings. 2 slips alongside the skipper.
Get another in there, Yaz. Get another slip in. Get a gully in to Ollie Pope. Early on, he doesn't mind that dab through that region.
I'm with you, but just looking at the field, I wonder if the plan is to bowl quite straight at Pope. Less so at the moment, but the man at mid-wicket was really in tight first ball. He's gone back 5 or so yards for the second delivery.
Bring up deep third then. Bring up deep third. You have a 5-4 offside field. You're bowling straight, that's fine. Bring up deep third.
There's that dab that you talk about.
See, and now he's away. Couple in the book.
It's a shot that he so often looks for.
Missed a trick.
End of the over. A good one for Warwickshire. Surrey 94 for 1. Next up, a few words from Phil Walker, and then Dan Norcross will come alongside him.
So yeah, now's the time to try and surround Ollie Pope. Played beautifully in the first innings. But every player is susceptible initially. Get a gully in, get a third slip in, bring up deep square. You have these tiny little...
You're very excited. I was listening to you next door.
I'm talking, Daniel.
Sorry.
You have these tiny windows against Surrey at this place. And you've got to try and find a way to clamber through it, because they don't present themselves very often. They get slammed shut in your face quickly.
You see this as the window, do you, that wicket?
I think 2 or 3 before the close.
Yeah.
And it's game on. Ollie Pope, like every other player in history, is susceptible in the first 10-15 minutes.
I mean, I heard you invoking the cold days of April a moment ago.
I'm just saying that this is their season right here. Because if you
Warwickshire's?
Yeah.
Yes.
Because a draw is nothing.
Yeah, won't
draw
help
is
them.
neither here nor there. And a defeat doesn't really shift the dial either. So
to win, this is where they have to barge through the door that you see just creakily slightly open.
This is it. Overton's window. Just try and clear it through.
Well, what's the thing about the Overton window is that it's no longer open to Red Bull chat.
No, indeed. Good point. To extend it.
I've watched the replay of that dismissal a few times. I would be very interested in your take. Did it keep a touch, though? Did it move? I can't quite work out whether Burns' bat just have turned on the ball. And it seemed almost, there's an optical illusion that suggested it almost went underneath the bat, but it didn't do that, did it? I can't quite work out.
To me, he played a couple of airy drives.
I think we're going to get to see it again. Here we go.
Yeah, he played a couple of airy drives beforehand after tea, in part because he's playing so well. He just assumes that everything's going to work. And his game's looked in such good order today, and indeed yesterday as well, that you eliminate any thoughts of your own fallibilities. And so he's trying to punch something to mid-on.
Well, that's been clattered away, but it will only be a single. Good cover down there, by the way. Just that it's a very good fielding position for Pope, that one.
Yeah.
It's a deep backward point, really, rather than a wide, deep third, because that's an area that needs protecting a lot at the Oval, and it's one that Ollie Pope likes. And that fielder is now going finer to Dom Sibley. He'll be a little bit wider to Ollie Pope.
Yeah, I still think against Pope early on, bring one of these leg side fielders over, make it 6-3.
Well, this is the other question that I wish to ask you. If this is their moment, what would you like to see happening here? We've just got 2 sips in quite a defensive field. We've got 4 saving 1 on the onside. Both square of the wicket is open, which you see quite a lot here at the Oval, but it's a productive area, both square on the leg side, square on the offside. It's a very Pat Cummins field to the first ball of a test match.
Yeah, it is a conservative field to the new player, as it stands. And they're trying to take a bob each way here. They are thinking, and again, there's no single there if you have a fielder, a backward point or a wideish gully. There's no single there. It's too easy. You take...
Well, yeah, so that's the point. You've got to take one away from the leg side. You keep the deep backward point, because that's an area he's going to go for. He'll access it much.
It's deep square. Deep square leg is there for the errant delivery. And I guess they would say to us, well, we're trying to hit his front pad. Every player initially can be susceptible to the nip back, and you might fall over a little bit, but they're trying to cover the bad ball as well too much. Now I don't mind if he flicks it off middle stump through square leg for 4. Well, bring that because that's a good shot, fair enough.
Yeah, but you don't even need to take the fielder from there if you don't want to. What you can do is bring your mid wicket in tighter on the 1, and you can take your mid on over, because if he's going to hit the on drive, it's quite a hard shot to hit when you first come to the wicket, isn't it?
But to have 4 leg side fieldsmen, to me, is a strange call, where he likes to get going behind square on the offside, and he sometimes, as does everybody, opens the face a little.
He does.
And brings that fieldsman behind square on the offside into play.
I'll tell you the other fielder that's missing, and it's the one that Ali Brown thinks is key in this fixture. His third slip. And he's been pretty right, actually, on this matter throughout this game.
Often is.
Third slip is quite an important fielding position.
And again,
well, this time the field is just that little bit squarer and is alive to the little dab. But similarly, the deep third is not a deep third; it's a deep backward point. I like that. Down away to our right. The cover has moved a little bit squarer for Pope, so sort of forcing him to try and hit the ball straighter between mid-off and cover. But there's an enormous gap on the leg side and a deep square leg, and at the moment Ethan Bamber's been pretty tight, hasn't he, for the most part?
This is what he does. So value that, respect that.
Why would Bamber, though, be not saying, hang on a minute?
Perhaps because he's trying to get in close to the stumps, hit the surfboard on the front leg. Perhaps that's the thinking. Rather go for 1 than 4. If you do slightly in line, I would just say this is the time to live a little.
You know this actor?
Yes. Give me a minute. He was in Pride and Prejudice.
He was in Pride and Prejudice, yes.
Yeah. He played Mr. Collins.
Do you know why I might have brought him up?
I don't know his actual name, though.
He's Ethan Bamber's dad.
No,
Yes.
David Bamber. Yeah?
Yes.
Ha! Did not. I should know that.
Don't worry, don't beat yourself up. It's all right. Can't know everything, Phil. No, you pride yourself on knowing everything.
That's disappointing. If I don't know.
If I don't
County
know.
Trundler's thespian father, then what am I here for?
Yeah, because you know exactly who David Troughton is and Patrick Troughton,
Right,
don't you?
for
You
sure,
know
of
all
course.
that.
Of course, everyone knows that, yeah.
Yeah, everyone knows
Absolutely.
that. Well, I never. You can see similarities in the face, can't you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Now it's all making sense now as we look at Ethan Bamber, son of David,
Who played Mr. Collins
in Pride and Prejudice,
in Pride and Prejudice.
among many other roles.
For
must
sure.
be said.
Yeah. That's good, though.
Maiden over.
By son of Dave. That's good stuff.
Maiden over, 98 for 1. Surrey going on at just under 3 and over with 22 overs remaining in the day. At this rate, they would be up the lead of around about 160. We close the play. The weather forecast for tomorrow continues to be difficult to interpret. There's a bank of showers, which can mean anything really here. We could get lucky, we could get unlucky, or we could get a mixture.
I think we'll get most of the day in from what my radar's saying, Daniel. Anyway, 41 for 1 Worcestershire.
41 for 1 now.
Yeah,
that's
so effectively 16 for 1 now against Notts in the big un.
And you said that's a spicy deck?
Yeah, Jake Libby's gone for 25 just a moment ago.
Oh, it's Libby who's out.
Yeah, Jake Libby.
It says 41 for 2 then.
Oh, just updated.
Because
yes, indeed.
The youngster playing his second game was the first to go.
Yeah, whose pronunciation eludes me just for now.
Yes. I thought I'd hand that to you.
Edavalith, I'm going with.
Yeah.
That'll do.
Whose mother, of course, is Sherry Lungy.
Who played the manageress alongside Warren Clark. Oh dear.
His mother is not Sherry Lungy. Oh, now the little inside edge might just have saved Sibley there from Gilchrist.
Essex going well.
Just going to check this one out again. He's also got just outside the line. He is batting very much as he's a little trigger movement that takes him out to the off stump, which can be perilous, of course, but on this occasion it's ensured that he was outside the line.
You're only looking at the summit, of course, of Div 1, Daniel. That's where you spend your time.
Well, look, I'm an equal opportunities cricket fan, and it is important to know who Surrey won't be playing next year.
Well, their friendly rivals out to the east are 253 for 3.
Hello.
Against Durham.
That's a clash, that.
Yeah, it's a bit of a dogfight game. Durham, they were going really well yesterday.
Ben McKinney
made a very good 100. I saw that on the highlights. Really good looking player.
There's a lot of excitement about McKinney, isn't there?
Yeah, 189 for 1 at one point with Alex Lees going well, but Essex then took them down for 333, and Dean Elgar's 116 not out. Matt Critchley, one of the great underrated cricketers in England, 66 not out. So they're going okay at the moment, 80 odd, 78 behind, with 7 still in hand. And
bonus points could be important there. How many overs have they endured?
71 overs for 255.
So they still have another 39 to get themselves up to probably 400 would be realistic target. 450 might be beyond them at this stage.
Yeah, and of course the other game towards the bottom that really matters is Somerset, Yorkshire down in Taunton.
Yes, of course.
With Yorkshire down alongside Essex and Durham, basically. You assume it's one from those 3, with Worcestershire likely to be banished now, and Somerset are going well, 3-4-7 for 5.
They're still grinding it out there.
Yeah, with some rain that's affected that one.
Oh, now then, that's gone through the keeper, Alex Davies. He's got a glove on it, so it takes the pace off it. They'll get through for a couple. I'm interested to see the signal here. I would have thought probably buys, but the 100 comes up with those 2 buys signalled there. You can see by the umpire. At the end of the over, 3 runs from it, just the 1 off the bat. 101 for 1, Sibley 36, Pope 4. Just before you leave,
yes.
How many overs have Somerset faced there?
The big questions.
Yes,
108.5.
So Yorkshire will only get 1 bowling point because they've only taken 5 wickets. They're not going to get 2 in 7 balls. You wouldn't have thought.
Yeah, good
or
point.
3 rather in 7 balls.
Good point indeed.
So that's another thing that must put a spring in your Essexy step. Yes.
That's it.
Yeah, I can see it. It's been a while since Phil the Power Walker has been energised. He's having a good day here. It's good stuff for Essex. It's good stuff from Somerset.
And the Northern Line is back up and running at least till 6
till
o'clock.
Till 6 o'clock, yes.
So I'm off to the east, suitably enough.
Yeah. That's why I'm doing a marathon stint. So Yaz is going to do the end, so I can get onto that northern line before it closes.
Lovely.
Yeah. Ed Barnard's in the attack and starts with a wide, loopy bouncer. The lead up to 99, if you are just joining us today. It's been a cerebral day's cricket. Warwickshire losing their last 6 wickets today, but in so doing they eked out a tiny lead of 2 runs. At various points it looked like they would get beyond Surrey and then that they wouldn't. It's been fluctuating fortunes. Tom Laws in the end with 4 wickets, 3 of them yesterday, picked up the 10th to fall today. There's a short ball as well, controlled by Sibley, picks up another run. Gus Atkinson picked up 3. Worrell a couple, Jordan Clark with 1. And since then, what could have been an awkward pre-tea session has been safely negotiated by initially Sibley and Rory Burns. Rory Burns just recently out bowled by Ethan Bamber, a ball that came scuttling through, just sort of played down. I don't know if he played down the wrong line or just tried to push the ball in the wrong direction, but Pope, the little flirtatious waft. Sometimes Ali Brown, who has just joined us, Surrey legend, a strength of a player can be his weakness, and Ollie Pope does love that little access down to deep backward point, doesn't he? That sort of Kane Williamson, Joe Root shot, but he plays it with a little bit more staccato.
Yeah, it's a little bit open. It is a strength. You're quite right. I think when Ethan Bamber was bowling,
he's gone after it again.
It has been his go-to shot, not just in the Championship, but also I've felt in T20. He was always looking for it. Anything, he's just almost, that is the shot he's looking for. And I think when Bamber was bowling, I quite like the leg side field. And basically, I think what Bamber was saying to Ollie Pope was, I'm actually going to bowl quite straight. If you want to find that, if he tries to get a bit too cute with it, then he can easily nick that behind or find one of the 2 slips there.
Thick edge through, gully region, and picks up a single. It's one of the mysteries to me, Ali, when you played. Am I just misremembering this? But I grew up with 2 or 3 slips in a gully in my mind, certainly early on in an innings. And gullies would often stay there for quite a long time, as slips would gradually disappear, but a gully would remain. Now, the gully is a vanishingly rare sight these days. But what's going on? What's the thinking?
Yeah, well, you mean you think it's disappeared with the lesser spotted sort of Yorker, which
yes,
seems to be going out of the one-day game.
Correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
I mean, well, the game changes.
End of the over. Sorry, 103 for 1.
Yeah, I mean, it is a change. I think a lot of we've seen in this game. I know we talk about third slip. We've seen, I think, at the start of the game, we've seen a lot of chances go in that area. The gully tends to come in when you're bowling maybe a little bit shorter, or it can be a cut, or it can be being squared up in that region. I said for Ollie that he is looking to hit it there. So, but I think there's more chance of him getting sort of a little nick behind if he's trying to get something, too tight on the stumps. And I think, yeah, he hits it. He hits it with the sort of an open stance as well, so he doesn't actually close that left shoulder, does he? So I think they're doing the right thing in terms of bowling very straight here, which is I must admit, I've been really impressed with Gilchrist. I think he's bowled very well. For someone who's on trial, I think it's more than just a trial, but he's looked really good. He got some valuable runs with the bat. He was pretty unlucky, I thought, in the first innings. So, but the wicket, I think, is also changing. I think you were talking about a little bit about the bounce, and I think on day one, it's probably a little bit softer than it is now. We've had a couple of days where the sun's, I think, been on it, and some of those little indents can just create that kind of. So
they get crusty, and you get a little.
You can't. I mean, the ball that I think was it Gilchrist bowled that went shot over the keeper. If it catches one of those, that's the. I'm not saying that the keeper is the tallest of keepers, but
it still flew.
It
though,
certainly
didn't it?
flew off. Yeah, and the odd ones kept a bit low. So I think depending on how it hits that. That's the variation in bounce you can have. And
how does a heavy roller interact with that? Because you'd hope, wouldn't you, that the heavy roller would kind of iron out those divots. But often it sort of makes it relatively placid for the first 15 overs afterwards, and then they almost reappear. I don't quite know how that happens.
I think it will take out most of them. I think it's just the odd ball that's done it, isn't it? Some have kept a little low. I think the wickets got better to bat on as the game has gone on. Whether that's a good thing for Surrey or not, I don't know.
That's a hideous ball. Full toss, and it's been put away. And it's gone all the way for 6, not far from Lee Fortis's hut down there. Straight onto the pads, down the leg side, and poked quickly onto it, moves into double figures with that 6.
Yeah, so I think the wicket has become easier to bat on in the main, but you do get the odd ball that keeps a little bit low. I think the last couple of sessions has seen that. It hasn't quite carried through to the keeper as much. And that sort of that ball that went over the keeper's head was a bit of an outlier, wasn't it? So
yeah. But a ball that got Burns out, though, did that not bounce quite as much as he was expecting? Because I've re-watched that a few times, and it just feels to me that I think he felt it was going to be a little higher than it was.
Well, I think the changes in bounce is not regular, so the players aren't actually looking. Well, they're thinking it might happen, but they're not expecting it, because most of the balls are behaving as you'd expect. I think he got in and was probably pretty confident with how the wicket was playing, and that was one of those balls that might not have done what he said. And he was patting the wicket afterwards, which indicated that it moved.
Oh my word! Pope has got away with that. I say got away with it. It's quite a deliberate shot, but it was not a million miles away from second slip. He got the elevation just. He's looking to almost to use the bat as a ramp when it was perilously close to second slip. So he ends the over with a boundary, having it as 6 earlier. It wasn't that far away from slip. There is a deep third who's come a little bit finer from where he was initially. He was a bit wider to start with, but Pope was able to get that fine enough.
I think when you saw second slip going in with his left hand, you're probably fairly confident that you want to be taking that. I think if you want your full extension with your right, but it's almost like a goalkeeping parry more than. But yeah, like you said, it's Ollie's strength, but also can bring chances for the opposition.
Well, we see it with a lot of players, don't we? For Rory Burns, for example, the cut shot's a really important shot for him, and as a result, he plays it really well. But sometimes people can just feed it. I remember a game, I think it was at Scarborough, when he was caught down at deep backward point playing that shot. You sometimes see him caught at backward point because it's a go-to shot. So you take it on in a way that other players may not. They may leave it.
But I do like the way that Rory played. I mean, I felt 50s in both innings. He's looked really good. He'd be frustrated with the way he got out in the first inning because he was very set. It's a good catch, but he just looks in rare form, doesn't he? He looks in great nick. I love the way the fluency to the way he plays. I think Dom plays that sort of holding role and brings everything together. You've got a lot of players coming in now that will look to sort of free up that run rate and hopefully get the score that should be defendable. I mean, looking earlier today, we thought that tomorrow might be one of those frustrating sort of drizzly days, but it does look as if it might be a bit easier.
And there's wind coming through, which is always helpful, because it's not going to be one of those days where you look up and you think, where is the break in the cloud? The frustration could be that you look up and you see a break in the cloud, they come out and put the stumps down and they go out and play, and you get 20 minutes in, then a little squall comes. But because we've got quite brisk gusts coming through tomorrow, then we may get interruptions, but we should get play. And the key for Surrey is that they're going to be very keen to force a result in this game, with the match at New Road moving on apace. Now, they may feel differently, of course, if Worcestershire were able to win that game, which is not beyond the bounds of possibility, at which point the 8 points you might get for a draw will suddenly be very attractive indeed. It would give Surrey a 17-point lead as Sibley just nudges that past the bowler. Isn't going to pick up a couple here. It'll be hauled in well inside the boundary.
I mean,
and
Surrey,
17-point cushion, if you go into a big clash against your main contenders the following week, is a significant cushion to have.
Well, it was 17 points. You've only got to outpoint them on a draw, haven't you? And then you've got that done. So, but having said that, they won't be relying on Worcester to make those inroads, and obviously Notts know they have to win that game.
That is a lovely shot. Again, hasn't really gone after it hard, but he's stroked it away. Superb piece of fielding out there at deep extra cover. They should really have been able to get back for a third, but Sibley's going to have to settle for a couple. But he played that really nicely. You kind of feel his game's in really good order if he's playing back foot punches through the offside, as we see the fielder. Well, I think he's done brilliantly there.
Yeah,
Just clawed that back at the last minute.
I mean, Dom's technique is, I love the way he moves really early. He gets forward, and also if you are forward early, then of course those back foot shots you've got a lot more time for. He looks, very solid at the top of the order, isn't he?
He has all season, hasn't he?
Yeah, no, he's looked really good. I mean, of course he's playing against his old county here. He's won a county championship with Warwickshire as well as Surrey. So. And they'll know exactly how he plays. But having said that, I think he played a different way when he was at Warwickshire. I think since he has been sort of relieved of his England duties, he's actually worked on his game. Even though when he was left out, he wasn't necessarily given the platform to come back that Zach Crawley was. But he's gone away, worked at his game. I think when he was at Warwickshire, he would play those balls that he now hits straight. He'd hit them through the leg side. He had that sort of Steve Smith-esque technique. It wasn't exactly the same, but where he would hit a straight ball was similar to where Steve Smith might hit it. And now he's in a better position where, I feel he really gets forward, and he's looked good in the T20s as well.
Let's just see this again. That's kept a little bit low. It's gone through very low to Alex Davis. There's a couple of shots that Sibley plays, and you think if he plays them well, he's in nick. One of them is that punch through the offside, because he didn't used to play that particularly. And the other, for me, is a straight drive. If he gets a full face of the bat into it and hit it in front of square, straight, or even at the offside, then you just kind of feel that he's in nick.
Yeah, we obviously watched him when he scored his 300, and he was in very good nick then. Obviously it helped that the ball didn't do quite as much as it...
that was a kookaburra, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a kookaburra, but he played very well. He looked incredibly solid, and he took advantage of the position in that game, and he played exceptionally well.
That's when Surrey posted their highest county championship score. I never thought I would see that happen. I mean, I've seen those stat sheets week after week, year after year, and there was just... That was a number I thought I would never see surpassed. So much so I've actually forgotten what they ended up with. Was it
820 for 9?
20.
Yep.
820 for 9.
We had a game at Glamorgan one year. I think it was when... I can't remember, was it when Glamorgan actually won the championship or something like that? But it was around about that era, and we got in the 600s or 700s, but we felt if we hadn't lost wickets, we could have kept going, and the game wasn't going to come to a conclusion. So we
were just going to...
Yeah, we were just batting. It was either the year after Glamorgan won, and they came to us, and we had to beat them, and they played for a draw. They wouldn't have anything of it, and they actually won the championship that year. And I think it was maybe the following year, and we were like, we're gonna keep batting. But one day if you end up with a ball like that and a sort of you don't need the win, that could be surpassed. But I hope it doesn't come to that. I hope we get times where we're looking at sort of 400 as that's where you really want to be in a nice balance of bat against ball.
End of the over, 119 for 1. The lead 117. Surrey lost their first wicket at 92. At that point, Phil Walker saw a door slightly ajar for Warwickshire to burst through. Well, since then, Pope's scored 16 in a partnership of 27, which is just, I say, steadied the ship. I mean, you lose a wicket at 92, the ship's not exactly rocking. Glamorgan, you have quite happy memories of playing against Glamorgan, having scored that mammoth 268.
Yeah, that was
Glamorgan.
Yeah.
Well, I was told a story about that game, and I'd love you to be able to verify this or not. I was told it by Robert Croft, because I said to Robert Croft in an exasperated moment, I think we were working together on some radio game, and Glamorgan had once again beaten Surrey in a T20 here at the Oval. And Surrey have a very good record against most teams in the T20, but they had this strange series of anomalous results, specifically against Glamorgan. And I was expressing a certain exasperation. said to Crofty, "What is it about you guys and playing at the Oval? Why do you keep winning these games?" And he said, "Oh, it's very simple. It's because of that game when Annie Brown got 268. I said, "All right, well, what about that game?" He says, "You'll remember all the details. Surrey got 430 odd. Glamorgan got close." Yeah. But the last ball of Surrey's innings, Crofty said to me, was faced by the gaffer, Alex Stewart. It's on strike. And Crofty remembers him
Thinking about an asterisk.
leaving the ball. Leaving the last ball of a one-day game. And this is the nature of cricketers. You're a funny bunch. Crofty and all the Glamorgan team were incensed by this disrespect.
We were pretty frustrated ourselves, to be honest. I mean, no, Alec was very good. If you ever had him on a sponsors day, all the sponsors thought, because what we had here was you split straight down the middle and you put the rolled coconut matting and you'd have two halves. And of course, any sponsors day would want to have Alec in their team. You know, phenomenal record, just a brilliant bloke, really. But in terms of a sponsors day, he's the sort of bloke that would bat 5 overs for about 20 not out, whereas some of us would try and retire in the first over. He wouldn't, and I guess the end of that game, we perhaps could have got more. And what I remember was did Crofty open that game? I think Crofty might have opened.
Have you got it up on? You got it up on the screen there, Andrew? Yeah.
Yeah, 119 of 69 Croft made opening. Nobody remembers that though.
I tell you what, I remember the
angry Robert Croft.
I remember the first over from Martin Bicknell. I think it went for at least 20, maybe 24, and
wow.
And suddenly, I mean, the whole.
That's deliciously played, by the way. Now, if they get the skates on here, they might be able to get 3. I don't think it's going to make it to the boundary. They should be able to get back on the arm. It's a long old distance out at deep mid-wicket, and they do. Sorry.
Yeah, so we went into lunch feeling pretty happy. I think everyone had forgotten Alex leave. But
apart from Glamorgan.
Even if they hadn't, they wouldn't have challenged him. So, you felt fairly confident. And then, obviously, Glamorgan had nothing to lose. And that first over, it was either 20 or 24 it went for, and suddenly you're like, oh, this will be interesting. You think, okay, well, fair enough. And yeah, they just kept going. They had nothing to lose. They kept going. It was obviously it's a really good wicket. And there were parts in the game where you go, you never felt like you were losing it, but you always thought, they're not that far away though, and they're not. They're just going to keep going. So
what did they win by in the end? It wasn't
9.
9.
9. Yeah.
438 for 5 plays 429 all out. I was just having a look at Adam Holyoke's bowling figures.
Yeah.
Very interesting. 8.5 overs, no maidens, 5 for 77.
Woof.
Yeah. I mean, it was. You'd hope it's in the bag, and you have other games where you get big scores, and they are in the bag. So I think we broke the record for the 50 over score. It was about 496 or something like that against Gloucester, and we did win that by about 300 runs or something like that. But Glamorgan were actually a very good side, and even in that year they won the 40 over league.
Right.
So they were a decent side. It wasn't like we were playing a bunch of minnows, and but we've been done by them a few times.
Well, that has fuelled their ire ever since.
Yeah.
Because they have long memories, the Welsh.
Yeah.
I mean, they're still slightly sore about what happened to Owen Glyndŵr in the 14th, 15th century. So, they're not going to forget Alex Stewart leaving the last ball of a limited overs innings.
Yeah, but we've had that. So in the 40 over, the old 40 over league, we broke the record at Scarborough, and I can't remember what we got there. But the first over, I opened, but I batted number 2. But the first over of that was a maiden. So
you did it off 39.
So we did it off 39.
Now, this is interesting field we've got here, and an interesting tactic unfolding from Oliver Hannon-Dolby. There's only one slip now in place. 3 in the ring on the offside with a square cover, an extra cover, and mid-off. And a close-in mid-wicket with Hannon-Dolby bowling pretty straight, basically into that shot that Sibley plays around that front pad.
This could be taking Dom back to his time. I think he got 200, his first double hundred against Yorkshire, and they had the umbrella field, and so they literally had 2 men on the drive on both sides, and mid on, mid off. It was just like it was the umbrella as he was just trying to get his 200, but yeah, it's not quite that at the moment. But I think Warwickshire would want to squeeze here if they can. Make sure that Surrey don't get too far ahead, because if Surrey make this, they're 122 ahead now. If they can push that to 150, 160, and only be 1 or 2 down, then they've got batsmen that can come in and really extend that rate.
That's in edged away, and it should be 4. It's racing off to the boundary in front of the pavilion. A false shot, but it was along the ground. There was never any hint of a chance, and with second slip having been taken out and moved into the ring, he's got full value for it.
I'd say he's guided that. He's tried to get it down in that area, so he's played it quite late.
Yeah,
I think that's more face than edge.
Yeah.
So
that's fair enough, because we got a deep third, but he's way too wide to be able to cut that off.
But why wouldn't you want to work it down there when you've got most of your fielders in front of the square? So I think he's played that pretty well. But as I said, if Surrey can get that lead, if it can be another 32, 160 for 1, would be a phenomenal platform to really push that to maybe a 350 lead and hopefully beyond. And with the likelihood of a day and a half, 2 days, hopefully, if the weather stays fine, to take those necessary wickets.
128 for 1 at the end of that over, so the lead 126. 15 overs today to go. Possibly another 45, 50 runs at the rate that they're currently going. Gets that lead up beyond 170. We'll just have to wait and see how the weather pans out. I mean, normally what Surrey would be looking to do, if there was no hint of weather, you would think would be a declaration for an early-ish tea tomorrow, and then have a sort of 36 to 40 overs tomorrow evening, and then all day on the 4th day. But that's been slapped away beautifully by Pope. He's got that between the 2 fielders and the covers, one square, one just in front. Bit of width from Barnard. And Pope, well, he looked really good in the first innings, didn't he? We take a look at this again from Barnard. He's just dragged that down a touch, and he's given too much width to Pope, who really flexed his knees, got low and into the ball.
I think he's really looking for anything off the stumps, isn't he? To feed through that offside and gain maximum value.
When he really got going yesterday. Oh, another little streaky shot that's going to run down towards the boundary. It will be cut off by Han and Dolby, but they'll get back for a couple. But yes, he was just really finding his touch, wasn't he, before he got a good one. He was trying to work into the onside, got an edge, flew through the slip and took a good catch. He's felt a trifle luckless to me this season as Ollie Pope. He's kind of got in and then got good balls or got out. That's even better, I'd say, than the first one. Crashed away off the back foot with a more vertical bat this time. His second 4 in the over. And, well, these are dangerous moments for Warwickshire if Pope can get going here. He's got through that initial phase. He's not a great starter. The stats will tell you that he is very vulnerable. Every batter is, but he's particularly vulnerable in the first 20 to 30 balls. But he's negotiated that now.
What he is a very good converter, isn't he?
Once he's in.
Once he gets in. Interesting watching his feet movement, because he's staying a little bit open. He's trying to basically find anything square of point. He doesn't bring that front foot fully across to get on it, so that's why he hits with a slightly open chest through that area, and at times when he's sort of feeling for it, that's why you feel he's just coming across the ball a little bit. And that's why sometimes if the ball holds in the wicket, sometimes looks a little bit sticky, but he's I said that's the area he's targeting, and he's playing a fine innings.
Well, he's absolutely delightful to watch when he gets going. 30 off 33 suggests he is getting going here. What is the plan to him? Well, it's not a dissimilar one to the one to Dom Sibley. They've got A deep square leg in front of square, out. Just the one slip, 3 in the ring on the offside. That short mid-wicket. It's as if Warwickshire have now sort of reverted to effectively trying to bowl straight.
Well, I think that's what they've got to do. At least if they get hit straight, they can defend that.
Cracked away, but this time finds Oliver Hannon-Dolby. And 11 have come from that over. 139 for 1. The lead up to 137. And this is just a slight danger for Warwickshire. If Surrey have a very productive 14 overs tonight and go instead of at 3 and over, maybe 4 and over and beyond, then that just gives them a head start tomorrow morning when they'll have a, if the weather stays away, they'll have a platform to go hard in that first session. Meanwhile, I do need to keep an eye on what's happening at New Road. The second wicket had gone down the last time I looked. Well, more and more wickets have gone down now. Worcestershire 65 for 4 on that spicy deck. Josh Tongue has taken 3 wickets, 3 for 24. The latest to go. Daniel Latigan and Kashif Ali. Kashif Ali's just been dismissed by Lyndon James. It's brought Gareth Roderick to the crease alongside Brett D'Oliveira, the lead a slender 40, so that game is really moving on quickly. 24 wickets in that game, just the 21 here.
And Knott's got similar batting points, haven't they? Didn't they just get past 200?
Yeah, they've got 0 points.
Knott?
Yeah, as is Surrey. 250 now for a first batting point. Seems quite a long way to get to for a first batting point, don't you think?
Well, not when you can get 800 these days.
Well, I suppose there's that. Yeah.
Otherwise, you might as well just forget, bonus points with a Kookaburra ball and say, look, you can have them.
I almost think that you should. Or there is an alternative, Ali, which is to take all the Kookaburra balls in this country,
burn them,
and stick them in an incinerator.
Yeah.
And never speak of them again.
Well, I'm not sure they're going to come out again until the next Ashes.
Do you think not? Do you think next year we might actually be released from this absurd experiment?
Well, I think we found out what we need to find out. I'd be surprised if. I mean, is it going to be like the amount of county championship games that we have? That 12 counties you have to get a certain amount of counties have to vote for them. If you voted, shall we? Or is that just coming from the ECB?
I think that's more from the ECB, because I cannot believe that there's one county out there that wants a Kookaburra ball, let alone 12.
Yeah.
That seems highly unlikely to me.
Yeah.
I've not found anybody. I've found a very doleful and depressed Kevin Howells from the BBC during Kookaburra ball matches, with a 1,000-yard stare as he has to do updates and say, yes, over to Derby, where Derby are 712 for 5. Well, you basically take a Kookaburra ball and add it to the pitch at Derby, and you've got no point at all. Width again, but he couldn't cash in this time.
Just coming back to your Glamorgan chat, this is the first time it's ever happened in my life. I went down for lunch here today at the break, and I was questioned in the lunch area about how much work I was doing for Glamorgan. And I
for Glamorgan?
For Glamorgan, yeah. I said, Glamorgan. And he said,
yeah, that would be a first.
No, I'm not. He said, but you are Tony Cotty, aren't you? And I'm like, I did say to him, I said, that's an insult. Tony Cotty's about 5'2". He's a lovely bloke and a good player, but we're very dissimilar.
Tony Cotty?
Yeah, I've never been mistaken for Tony Cotty
before. Did the fellow in question, was he wearing dark glasses? And
he was wearing a blue jacket, and I'm quite happy to shame him.
Right.
But I did say, well, I don't mind Tony Cotty being a West Ham fan, and
oh yeah, that Tony Cotty, yes.
But no, he was small Tony Cotty, who was actually a very good cutter and puller.
They often are, aren't they? The shorter players.
The shorter players, the Duckets of this world. They are, But
well, they get to cut balls that are a lot fuller than everybody else, don't they? Which it feels like a bit of a cheat.
Well, that's what makes I think the England combo of Crawley and Duckett such a prolific one, because you've got bowlers have to change their line, right, left hand, and they've also got Duckett, who's going to be cutting and pulling balls that Zach Crawley is going to be getting on the front foot for. So they play totally differently in terms of size and what have you. And I feel for Ben Duckett, because I remember sometimes, you know, if he gets 100 and he's got a sort of a hug from his fellow batsman, he's sort of he's about breast high. And I remember playing here with Ricky Clark, and I got a double 100 in a game, and Ricky came to congratulate me, and my head got just about to
into
his shoulders.
the armpit or something.
Yes, a little bit like that. So maybe that's why, you know, you thought I was Tony Cossey, but I am a little bit bigger.
I think you're a little bit taller than Tony
I
Cossey.
am, just a touch, yeah.
Now we've got a bowling change here. Rob Yates is coming back into the attack. About a couple of overs before the tea break. I thought exploratory, but also to kind of speed up that over rate, which succeeded because it got their own over rate from -3 to -2. And I think, you know, having rattled your way through the seamers, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 seamers have been used. So not a great deal of effect. Ethan Bamber, the only wicket taker. Worth having a little look here. And also, it's going to force Surrey's hand, isn't it? How they play against the spinner. You imagine Pope might be a little bit more proactive than Sibley. Sibley's got a lovely gap through extra cover, really. There's a wide mid-off and a slip backward point and a deep extra cover.
He's got a free sweep if he wants it. But,
that's nudged into the onside, so now we'll get to see which way Pope plays. Now, we know Pope likes the reverse sweep.
Yeah.
I think the 50 partnerships just come up with that single. 32 of which come from Pope.
I wouldn't be concerned about Warwickshire's run rate either, because I think Mousley is very quick, isn't he?
Yeah.
Through his overs, I reckon get through about 3 in 5 minutes.
Yes, he's sort of right-arm Jadeja in this matter, isn't he?
Well, he's probably quicker than that. I think he's also got a bouncer in him if he wants. So, yeah, I think we'll, you know, to get that run rate down, they'll have him on for a few overs.
I'm interested to see though if Pope's tempted by the reverse. There's a backward point, but the fielder on the boundary in the offside is a good 15 yards in front of square. And he does like a reverse, does Ollie Pope. So it's quite tempting. Instead he comes down the ground. Can't quite beat the deep set mid-on.
It's very tempting to try and pop it over the PCA chairman's head, isn't it, mid-off. That is the shorter side of the ground. I know you're hitting against the spin. You need to give yourself a little bit of room, but you've got masses of room. You've got about 60 yards, haven't you, if you can get it over him. But I can see Dom simply playing knocking singles in there for fun over the next few overs.
Well, he raises his bat to the crowd, appreciative warm applause. He missed out in the first innings, but in the second innings he's picked up yet another half century. How many times has he passed 50 in this season, Andrew? It feels like we've been commentating on Dom Sibley batting really quite a lot in 2025, past 1,000 runs, of course. He's rarely let Surrey down. Good diving stop from Hannon Dolby there. Saves probably 4 runs, actually. It's end of the over, 144 for 1, 3 runs off it, 12 remain in the day.
It's the 10th time he's got past 50 this season in 20 innings. So
that isn't bad,
50%.
is it? You take that.
3 of them he's gone on to 100, one of which went on a bit further than 100.
Didn't it?
If I recall correctly.
That was a time to be alive, Andrew.
Most times it's a good time to be alive.
I mean, has he had a failure of a game yet? I'm trying to think. He feels like he's made a contribution in pretty much every match I've watched him. If it's not in the first innings and in the second. So Hannon Dolby resumes from the Vauxhall end. With a slightly suffocating field, as Warwickshire very much on the defensive and go into the last 40 minutes or so of the day's play.
He's made at least 150 in 7 in 8 of the 11 games. Well, it's now 9 out of 12, I suppose.
That's not bad, is it?
20 against Yorkshire here, he only got 29 in 1 innings. 41 and 40 against Essex, and then in the last game at Chester Street he got 12 and 35, none of which are real failures, are they?
No. So the 29 against Yorkshire, that was a win by an innings, wasn't it? So he didn't get the opportunity to go larger than that. And it is that kind of stability at the top of the order which has been a key to Surrey's unbeaten run in this year's championship. They may not have won quite as many games as they would have liked. They've been sometimes hampered by difficult pitches, but they have been extremely difficult to beat. And having been level with Warwickshire at the halfway stage in this game, they're now just easing ahead. 144 for one. And this is where you'll start to feel it as a bowler, won't you? Because having bowled first, I know Surrey bowled for 75 odd overs, but now you're just starting to feel the overs from yesterday and the overs from today. They're beginning to add up. They've bowled now just over 100 overs.
I think not just that, the chances for dismissals are becoming less and less, aren't they?
Yeah.
I think the ball isn't carrying as much, whereas we saw when I think Gilchrist bowled and there were 2 or 3 balls that went through waist high through the vacant third slip. Now those nicks are sort of staying quite a bit lower than that, and they're dying in the wicket a little bit. And so that becomes a bit harder. They created a lot more chances in the first innings. That means the pitch is easing, which is going to be harder for Surrey going forward, which is why they will need probably 4 sessions to take those 10 wickets.
You would think so. So it could be a race against time. That's nicely played by Pope. Just gets a single for it, but manages to turn over strike. Now, one of the other scenarios, I can run you through every scenario. The final scenario that I didn't mention earlier is a Nottinghamshire win, which is looking increasingly likely, and a Surrey draw, which is entirely possible with a combination of rain and an easing pitch. And were that to happen, Surrey would go into their match against Notts next week with a slender lead of 1 point, which I would suggest would make it almost impossible mathematically to win the title next week. They could get close with a win, but they wouldn't be able to confirm it.
I think if they beat Notts, then that will be.
They would feel that they were virtually there.
That would be enough, but you wouldn't want to leave it to going to Hampshire to have to win the championship. I think because there's a good chance that they might get that wicket to turn. You don't know what it's going to be like. It certainly won't favour the bowlers as much as you would do with home advantage. So I think they'll be looking at that. I think they'll be looking to win this game and keep a lead of 8-9, whatever it is, and then I think you can manage that because, as I said, if you can get above 9, you only need the draw in the last game and the bonus points. You don't actually need to win. That could force Notts to win. I can't remember where their last game is for Notts. They must be at home. Are they at home for their last game?
They must be, I think. I would have thought.
Yeah, they're away here, the penultimate game. So I don't think they would want to leave it to that.
What's the umpire there having a look at? Don't know what he was checking in on there. As we see that score, 146 for 1, 11 overs left in the day.
That's last game is Warwickshire at home.
Right. Well, that then opens up an even more Byzantine possibility. I'm going to give it to you. I'm not suggesting for 1 minute that many of the watchers of this live stream are going to be happy with me, but if Warwickshire were to win here, and Notts were to win, and then Surrey were to beat Notts and Warwickshire won their game next week as well, we could end up essentially with Surrey, Notts and Warwickshire all vying for the title, and with Warwickshire playing Notts. Now it's a lovely little flip up and over the left shoulder by Sibley. Good bit of improvisation. It's going to bring him 4 and bring up Surrey's 150. 151 for 1. Nicely played. There is a fine leg. He's quite wide, almost a long leg really, and Sibley got that fine enough to get it down to the boundary for 4. Yes, it could be a little bit like the 2016 scenario when Yorkshire played Middlesex at Lords and Somerset were elsewhere, and Surrey fans may find themselves needing Warwickshire and Nottinghamshire to draw for them to pile through in their last game against Hampshire. Who knows?
It's actually what happened to us in 2010 at Notts. We went into the final game of the season. I think Yorkshire and Somerset were the other two sides that could win. We went in as favourites. We were off for rain at Manchester. We were off for sun at Manchester because the ground was the other way around. The square was the other way around at that time. And so the sun came on the roof, and we were off at that point. So we went into day 4, and having gone in day 1, we were favourites. On day 4, we were third favourites. And we won that because we got 400 runs and the 3 wickets that we needed to get the bonus points that Somerset and Yorkshire had to win, of which they didn't. So that's how we won the championship in 2010.
As this is whipped away towards mid-on, there'll be no run. So it's always exciting when we get to this stage of the season, isn't it?
It is exciting.
Oh,
I think I can see it being between Surrey and Notts, and I think next week will be a...
Oh, that's beautifully swept away by Sibley. It sends the pigeons scattering. It's his second boundary of the over and takes Surrey's lead beyond 150. And Sibley now up to 59.
Yeah, look, I see it between the two of them. I think next week will be a really exciting fixture.
You with us for that game?
I'm not with you for that game.
Oh, misery me.
Sky are bringing in a lot of commentators.
Oh yes,
and there's so many commentators.
There's a cast of thousands next week.
I will be here certainly on day 1. I'll come up and watch.
Excellent.
And I will be watching the game. But yeah, I think it'll be a phenomenal climax, and everything's on the table. But I see it between the top 2. You'd like to bring the others in, but I just think those 2 are the strongest teams, and I think it'll be between them.
Ali, you've got time off for good behaviour here. I don't know if you need the Northern Line, but if you do, it's still operating just.
I don't, but anyway, it's been good to see you. I'll catch you tomorrow.
Cheers, see you tomorrow. Alan Dolby continuing. I need that Northern Line, so this is very much part of my considerations as Cameron Ponsonby comes to rejoin us. Phil Walker was talking about a window of opportunity. He was waxing lyrical. He started talking about these players and all the effort they put in on cold spring days in April. I had no idea. You know what he's like when he gets really grandiloquent and the words just tumble out of his mouth.
I've always thought grandiloquent is an excellent word because it basically means what it says.
It is, doesn't it? Yes, it's correctly functional. But since that point, which was 63 runs ago, Surrey have really... Have they slammed that door shut? There's plenty of cricket to be played, and there are going to be many questions asked of Surrey's batters and indeed potentially their skipper as a possible declaration may hove into view at some point tomorrow. We're not at that stage yet. Surrey have got plenty more batting to do. The lead's only 153. They're going to want that to be at least double it, I would think, up nearer 400. So there's no guarantee they'll get to that point. As that's been carved away nicely. Should pick up a couple here. He's nimble between the wickets, is Pope.
Well, rain is a very useful ally for Warwickshire here, not just in necessarily saving a game which Surrey might be getting ahead in, but because Nottinghamshire are looking likely to win at Worcestershire.
Surrey will need the time, so they're going to need to make a declaration they may not want to make,
Exactly,
like they did against Hampshire in actual fact.
Correct.
There was a bit of rain and bad light, wasn't there?
However, it depends how much Surrey are willing to... Surrey don't have to force a victory here. They can still back themselves to go into their match against Nottinghamshire
with a 1-point lead and try and win it. Exactly. What they don't want to do is lose the game. That would be problematic because then they're rather in the lap of the gods for weather next week against Nottinghamshire. If they get bad weather there and aren't able to force a positive result, then that would give Nottinghamshire a lead going into the final game of the season, at which point the destiny is no longer in their hands.
Reminds me of one of the finest pieces of sporting analysis I've ever been witness to.
Oh, when did I do that?
You do that on all manner of occasions, Daniel Norcross. Or being a child watching QPR playing away at Aston Villa.
Oh, yeah.
In a relegation kind of decider. And the very angry man behind me after QPR proceeded to lose yelled at the players, who were many thousands of miles away, that this wasn't a must-win. It was a don't lose. And there's a different mindset.
Too right.
And we could have explored that further, but now you've
Well, I've got to go.
called in the reinforcements to get on the Northern Line.
I have. I'm very delighted at the reinforcement. I'm very, very grateful. Right, that does complete the over. Just a 3 from it. 158 for 1. Surrey going along at a very pleasant tempo. 9 overs left in the day. It'll take about 35 minutes. You are going to be steered through its potentially choppy course, or will it be calm waters? Who knows? By Rana alongside Cameron Ponsonby and, of course, the inimitable Andrew Sampson. But I am heading straight to the Northern Line, the blessed Northern Line.
Well, Surrey are cruising along here. 158 for 1. Dom Sibley just up the rate against the spin of Yates in the last over as well, getting the sweep shot out twice. Once lapping, once the more conventional. This immediately prompts a field change. There's 2 fielders out in the deep on the leg side now. There's a bit of a problem for Warwickshire if Surrey's batters decide to go after the spinners as well as the seamers. There's no real option of how to contain the runs. So a spread field for Yates to bowl to Pope.
You surprised that we're seeing spin at this point, given the makeup of the Warwickshire side, where fielding 5 seamers? Quite often what we do see when visitors come to the Kia Oval, they look to mirror what Surrey themselves do.
I think it's the double-edged sword of playing at the Oval in this day and age, that on days 1 to 1.5, you want as many seamers as you can get, and that 5-seam attack is perfect. Kind of rather than being samey, it's just constant freshness of the skill and weapon you desire. Now, when that wicket's flattened out a little bit and it's got a bit easier to bat, you need a slight change of pace. So I'm not too surprised that Warwickshire have gone to spin. It's also the blueprint that Surrey have used to such good effect over the last 3 seasons. They basically backed themselves to have that very deep and strong bowling attack, seam bowling attack. And you basically ask Dan Lawrence or Will Jacks to send some overs of off spin down in between.
I suppose my question is more because of how early this is happening in the innings. I know we've been out there for nearly 47 overs now, but the volume of overs bowled by the seamers is not yet that great. It's the end of Yates' 5th over, 2 runs from it. Surrey 160 for 1. Bearing in mind that the Surrey first innings, though they scored 246, didn't take that long. In effect, they were out there for 2 sessions. In the second innings, Michael Booth, for example, has only bowled 4 overs. The other seamers, either 9 or 10.
I don't think Warwickshire are bowling spin here to save the seamers' legs, though. I think it's more of a case of they do believe this is the best course of action at this period of time. As you said, they haven't bowled that many overs, and there's 5 of them to share the load. I've now got a question in my head. I don't know if this is for Andrew Sampson or maybe just for us. But when the last time Surrey would have played a spinner who would have kind of batted 8 or lower in a county championship game here? I've looked up Cameron Steele's cricket archive, so I'm going to start doing some research. I'm going to race Andrew.
Steele batted 8 in 1 or 2 of those games, possibly.
That's not what I wanted to hear. It's not what I wanted to hear. Because there was a night watchman, or...
Long discussion between Ed Barnard and Oliver Hannon-Dalby. Well, that one really leaps off a length and it struck Sibley on his right glove. He immediately takes it off.
Well, Get the seamers back on from both ends. Bit of uneven bounce.
Yeah, we've seen signs of that throughout the day. The odd ball going through a little bit like that, perhaps not as dramatically as that delivery, but also other length balls scurrying along to the keeper behind the stumps. Width from Hannon Dolby. Sibley cuts it for one. Crouches onto the floor. Still visibly in some discomfort.
Well, I found a couple of scorecards from last year where Cameron Steele played and would on a couple of occasions batted 8, but because Kemar Roach had gone up the order.
Yep.
Have you got the answer?
Well, no, I mean
okay.
That's where I've found. Roach is a night watchman, so he didn't go in as an authentic number 8.
Width again. Big appeal for a catch behind the stumps. But Michael Goff is unmoved. Pope lost his shape somewhat, looking to cut that delivery from Hannon Dolby that was really quite wide. Bat was certainly close to the ball.
Well, Hannon Dolby wasn't that convinced. If there was a noise, the whole idea why kind of Warwickshire almost celebrated rather than appealed is because it can't be anything else.
Yeah, it looks like Hannon Dolby goes up because he had seen the reaction from Davies behind the stumps. It wasn't an immediate appeal. Bit of width again. It's certainly a deliberate ploy here from Warwickshire. There's a long chat between Barnard and Hannon Dolby before the start of the over. What you can't see on your screen right now is the field that Warwickshire have. 4 men out on the boundary, 2 on the leg side, 2 on the offside. So there have been a couple of deliveries that have been really quite far outside off stump from Hannon Dolby in this over, but they've not been punished because there is protection on the offside boundary. There's a conventional deep third, but there's also a deep point, the sort of fielder you'd generally see in the middle overs of a limited overs game. Width again, and just one to that man in the deep.
We've got an answer from Mr. Andrew Sampson.
Here we go.
A reminder of the question: the last time a Surrey fielded a spinner at home.
Yeah, specialist spinner. Effectively.
Specialist spinner. There we go.
Below number 8, there was in July 2021 when they had 2 specialist spinners.
Whoa!
Who batted at 10
so
and 11.
Actually, we still haven't found the answer.
Moriarty and Verdi.
Amazing. I guess that's more. What was the first year of Gareth Batty? That was 2022. So Gareth Batty is yet to field a specialist spinner at home.
Left alone by Dom Sibley, 2 runs from the over. Surrey won 6-2 for. What happened in that game, Samu, that so dramatically changed the approach that Surrey have at home?
Well, the match was drawn. Let's see, Somerset made 429. Moriarty 2 for 109 in 30 overs. Verdi 3 for 86 and 29 was not too bad.
Goodness me, Ashwin was playing as well.
And Ashwin was playing as well. Yeah. I missed that. Ashwin opened the bowling, that's why I missed him. 43 overs, 1 for 99, so Moriarty and Verdi both took more wickets than Ashwin. Sorry, 240. Somerset 69 all out in the second innings. They only bowled spinners in that innings, 6 for Ashwin and 4 for Moriarty. And Surrey made 106 for 4 in the end, match drawn.
Extraordinary.
So in effect, they signed Ashwin. They went, right, we're going to make it turn. Pick all the spinners.
Pope uses his feet and finds a gap. That'll be 4. Continuing his fluent stay at the crease, 44 or 58 deliveries. Yates giving it a bit of air. Pope shimmying down the ground, adjusting his feet well at the last moment, probably slightly straighter than he would have anticipated. He finds the boundary.
Good active batting there from Ollie Pope.
Van der Merwe and Leach took all the wickets for Somerset in that match, all 14 between the two of them. And then everything changed.
And then everything oh, good. Yes, I follow. It's the only match that Ashwin played for Surrey in the county championship. He played against them in 2019 for Nottinghamshire. And that was a famous match because that was the match, I believe, that Amar Verdi then out-bowled him, took 8 for. Indeed, 25 overs, 8 for 61, Amar Verdi in Nottinghamshire's first innings. And a further 6 wickets in the second innings as well.
Surrey moving along at a really good pace at the moment. His partnership now worth 77. Pope has 46 of them.
I found something else out from that game in 2019 when Surrey played Nottinghamshire and Ashwin was playing for Notts.
End of the over. Surrey, 169 for 1 after 49.
Notts also had a certain Stuart Broad playing for them in that fixture. But such was the nature of the wicket that in Surrey's second batting innings, Stuart Broad did not bowl, was not required. Nottinghamshire opened the bowling with Ashwin, Liam Patterson-White, then turned to Samit Patel and Zach Chappell first change. I think I'd probably toss the ball to Stuart Broad instead of Zach Chappell if I was after a seamer, but I'm not Stephen Mullany, I can't comment.
Looks like Warwickshire will persevere with this ploy to just hang it outside Ollie Pope's off stump with that additional cover in the deep. Beats the man in the infield, and they'll come back with 2. I can see the thinking here from Warwickshire, but it's the sort of plan that if you don't immediately take a wicket, it could be quite expensive, because you're essentially feeding deliveries that batters ordinarily like to play, but you're doing so with a field that gives you more protection than usual, hoping to draw a false shot, draw an edge.
It's also at the other end where we saw that uneven bounce. There was a couple of deliveries that really popped on Rory Burns when delivered from the pavilion end. I guess you're almost trying to bowl to a batter's strength and get them to keep going, keep playing at shots like that instance there. That will be promising for Warwickshire and kind of confirmation bias of why they're pursuing this plan. That ball's just stayed a little bit low and Pope goes to cut.
This is a very interesting field change. You have 2 fielders. What would you even describe?
I think you've got a backward point
and a very wide gully who are quite close to each other.
Deep thirds moving finer as well. So we're bowling to get cuts here.
And left alone from Ollie Pope. They're trying to get Pope to have to change the angle, and in the hope that Pope gets himself into an orthodox position, he might feather one through, he might chop one on. So no slips at the moment, but 2 men tight on the offside behind square. There's a fine deep third, a man on the cover point boundary too. Left alone by Pope. Interesting. Since that field has been moved from slip to a second backward point, really, Pope's temporarily parked the cut.
It's interesting also in that ordinarily the balls they're bowling to Pope would be the ones he'd be looking to score off. He'd be hoping to get a short and wide delivery for him to kind of pile into and cut to the boundary.
There's reasonable cover still on the leg side. 2 men on the boundary, then a man at mid-on. The real gap's at mid-wicket, but given the line that Hannon Dalby is operating on at the moment, it'll take something pretty special for Pope to manipulate the ball through that region. Last ball of the over. 4 dot balls in a row. Haven't seen sequences like that too often in the last 10 overs. Width beats the man at point, but it's only one. Pope takes a single, moves on to 49. Surrey 172 for 1 with 5 overs remaining in the day.
We're seeing some drinks and gloves being run out to the batters late in the day. It's been a very steady evening session here at the Kia Oval. Pope 1 run away from his second half century of the match. Sibley a rare failure in the first innings now. On a much more usual and common score for him this season. 62 of 142. You see there Pope just using some liquid chalk for his hands. It's become very in vogue in the last couple of years of batters rather than using inners. Get some liquid chalk on to give them a little bit of extra grip out in the middle.
Yeah, just 5 overs remaining in the day. It looks like Rob Yates will continue. On Yates, it is worth saying that he bowls a lot of overs for Warwickshire. So if you look at most overs delivered by Warwickshire bowlers in the Championship this year, Ethan Mamba is way out in front, 405 overs bowled. And it's Hannon Dalby on 246. Well, not quite actually. Ed Barnard on 267. Then Hannon Dalby on 246. But Rob Yates is in 5th with 146 overs from 12 games. The off-spinner they had in from Australia bowled 168. Darted in from Yates.
Does he have a name?
I was wondering.
I was just going to say to Cam, that's a 50 for Ollie Pope, his second of the game. A fine knock. He's moved the game on quickly. Surrey started well. Burns fell shortly after reaching 50, but this game has really raced along since Pope came to the middle. This partnership now worth 81. Sorry, lead by 171. And in a very, very strong position. But yes, the Australian overseas does have a name. Corey.
Yes, a fine name.
Corey, good name, Corey, yes. Has a surname? Does he have a surname? Or was that his only name?
No, he's a Brazilian footballer as well. So he just goes
okay, that explains it.
I'm of the view if you're not 100% sure of how you pronounce someone's name, it's safer not to say it.
Live a little, Yaz. Give Corey Rokokio... Oh God, I walked into that one. I was really confident as well.
Rocchicioli. Is that right?
Rocchicioli, yes.
Close enough. Seems quite a good spinner actually. He takes wickets in the Sheffield Shield, which very few spinners ever do.
He does indeed. He also has a wonderful kind of prancing run up to the wicket. He kind of trots on the spot, only moving forward very slowly.
End of the over. 5 singles from it. Surrey 177 for 1. Yeah, he's got an excellent first class record, 135 wickets at 30. And Samo is right in saying not many bowlers in the Sheffield Shield are that prolific. I think increasingly he is viewed as a genuine option for replacing Lyon down the line. Lyon, obviously, still going very strong. He's talked about wanting to make the plane for the 2027 Ashes in a couple of years' time. But it's not necessarily that obvious who his successor will be. Todd Murphy's played a bit, had a quiet year or so since breaking into the squad. Matt Kuhneman has gone well when he's had opportunities. Done very well in the county championship actually when he's come over and played.
It is one of the oddities of kind of the modern game, because India away is such a high profile tour and requires such a distinct skill set. You've often seen these players who kind of lurk in the background for much of their careers, and then all of a sudden when they are playing in international cricket, it's in one of the most high profile environments.
Dan Mousley back in the attack. 4 overs remaining in the day. This is something that Surrey have done really well against the spinners so far, just being able to rotate the strike. There have been gaps there. Slightly different field for Sibley compared to Pope. Deep cover comes in for the Surrey opener. Single more easily available to Pope. They've left a big gap between backward point and a catching cover, so inviting Sibley to drive anything full. We'll know if he gets it past that man who's short, he'll get full value.
Tight lines from Mousley. He's got very little room for error here. Has to stay incredibly straight with the field he's bowling to.
Yeah, 3 fielders in on the single on the offside. Mid wicket is particularly short. 2 boundary riders too. Good over from Mousley. Just 1 from it. Single from Ollie Pope. First delivery of the over. Sorry, 178 for 1. Just 3 overs remaining in the day. We're racing through the overs here.
With Mousley and Yates with ball in hand. I mean, I'd be surprised if this lasted much more than 10 minutes. Both batters now in that mindset where making sure they're there tomorrow morning becomes front and centre. We never found out the slowest scoring batter in history, which we asked Andrew earlier today.
Sorry, I forgot about that and all the excitement of your ball boy stories.
That's very fair. It's very valid.
So let's see what we can find.
Well, we've got 2.5 overs to find some magic. I think Craig Brathwaite's got a chance of reappearing for a 2nd day in a row.
Nah, not compared to some of the historical blockers.
Inside edge from Pope, but Yates bowling from around the wicket, looking to do something similar to what Mosey was doing in the previous over, bowling very, very straight, with lots of protection on the leg side.
Well, I do need to apologise to Alec Bannerman.
Yes?
I said he made 91 of 600 balls. It was only 487.
Goodness me. Oh,
so apologies, Alec.
I've got my heart rate going. What was Sunil Gavaskar's kind of famous World Cup innings where he kind of set about losing as quickly or as slowly as he could?
Certainly wasn't quick.
36 not out in 60 overs. They had to chase what they thought was totally impossible. of 335, I think it was, England made. And Gavaskar decided there was no chance he was going to get that many, so he just get some batting practice. And he was still there at the end of the 60 overs, 36 not out.
Didn't he blame the bowlers for conceding too many runs?
Yeah, probably.
End of the over, just 1 run from that one again. 179 for 1. It's not really getting batting practice for limited overs cricket, isn't it? The one thing people probably knew about Sunil Gavaskar at that point is he was very good at batting time.
Yep.
Doesn't sound like he was at least successfully practicing a more expansive range of strokes.
Yes, it was 1975, I remember. So long ago, they still played 60 overs aside in the World Cup.
That fielder at cover has dropped out to the boundary for Ollie Pope.
Yeah, they're giving Pope the single in a way they're not quite doing to Sibley. Suppose it's also a response to Pope's creativity with his feet, engineering space for himself, getting really leg side of the ball, making very straight balls drivable through cover. Sibley less likely to send a cover drive through cover from a leg stump delivery.
Just having a little bit of a swap around of the field here. Well, Zen Malik, he's employed in all the important positions. He's asked to field at cow corner, but he also is wanted under the lid. So he's sprinted in from the boundary. Anand Dalby rotates around from mid-wicket to mid-on. Fielder who was at backward points out mid-wicket, so gap behind square on the offside.
There's a lot of movement there for one change in the field.
Okay, so of players who made 1,000 or more first-class runs and for whom we have balls faced for every innings, Keith Bradshaw, remember him? CEO of the MCC, or whatever they call it, for a while, South Australian. Scored 1,083 runs at a strike rate of 27.2. Danny Morrison was very similar. Just 27.23. Yeah, Mr. Alec Bannerman's on this list, although we don't have balls faced for most of his innings. I mean, he played a few innings in Test cricket.
That's a shame.
But I mean, his strike rate is around 23. Trevor Bailey in Test cricket had a strike rate of about 24. Famous Barnacle Bailey. But his first-class record would have been higher. Not that we have his first-class strike rate properly, but he certainly was known to score a bit quicker in county cricket than he did for England.
I'm intrigued.
Much like Chris Taveray.
I'm intrigued to understand how these people developed a reputation as being good.
They stick around for a long time.
The idea is that if you go up the levels, if you kind of dominate at a certain standard, you prove yourself to be of this level and beyond. And if you're playing at the domestic level and you're scoring a run every fourth delivery.
Sounds like they found their level.
What, Test cricket? What?
What was in?
They went up. They went to the very top.
But also, they're probably just very, very good at not getting out. They just got to their totals slower.
You probably watched him bat all day for his 37 not out, like Hashim Amla did the other day. So he must be good if he can bat all day.
I said it yesterday. I'm amazed the sport survived.
Right, 3 deliveries left. Defended into the leg side. 2 catchers in place at the moment. One at slip. Malik's under the lid again. It's just moved across to square leg, and another catcher comes in, just off screen, short mid-wicket. So Warwickshire on the attack with 2 balls remaining in the day. Defended diligently into the offside. Yates coming over the wicket for what should be the final delivery of the day. Fired in towards leg stump. Defended along the ground to mid-wicket. And Dom Sibley reaches the close of play unbeaten on 64. Alongside him, the England vice-captain Ollie Pope, 56 not out. Surrey, 181 for 1, leading by 179. Cam, it's been a really good day for the home side.
Well, today that Surrey have ended up dominating. They arrived with Warwickshire 4 down, and feeling like they had a glimmer of just taking control of the contest. As it happened, only 2 runs separated the 2 sides at the halfway stage, and as conditions changed and batting conditions became more favourable, Surrey have capitalised. Those 2 men walking off on your screens now, well set on 56 and 64 respectively. The weather is in effect Surrey's greatest rival at the moment. There's the threat of rain around tomorrow, so Surrey are going to have to balance their pursuit for victory with the knowledge that there might be a few things happening outside of their control. Their lead is 179, and they'll be the much happier of the 2 sides at the end of day 2.
Yeah, a reminder that Warwickshire started the day 132 for 4. Young and Ed Barnard had rallied well for the visitors. At one point on the first day, Warwickshire 47 for 4 in response to Surrey 246. But Surrey in their second innings have done really well. They got through the latter half of the Warwickshire first innings in good time, but Warwickshire did end up with a 2-run lead. And in response, Burns, for the second time in this game, batted really well, looked fluent, had a really encouraging rhythm to his batting. He fell just after reaching 50, bowled by a beauty from Ethan Bamber. Sibley's looked incredibly solid throughout, and though the wicket of Burns would have buoyed Warwickshire, all it did was bring in Ollie Pope, who's batted at the same tempo he always seems to have in the championship, striking at around 80 runs per 100 balls, and really they found it very, very difficult to keep a lid on the scoring rate. So in the end, Surrey end the day 179 runs ahead, and with Nottinghamshire going very well at New Road, the onus is on Surrey to get a significant points haul from this round of games, and I suppose at the very least, Cam, a defeat looks very difficult to come for Surrey at this point.
The only way I think Surrey are going to potentially lose this game is if they feel the need to try and set up a result. The configuration of results currently, even if Nottinghamshire were to win, suggests they wouldn't have to go searching for the kind of potential miracle victory when they don't need it to be the case. It feels very kind of twee and cliche to say, but I don't know how much Surrey can concern themselves with the weather. If they continue to bat for another session or two tomorrow, maybe a session and a half, they'll have a lead of up beyond 300, and they've got that kind of very powerful middle order. They have players like Jordan Clark who can up the scoring rate if they so wish, give themselves 4 or so sessions to bowl Warwickshire out, and that's the best they can really do. But they couldn't have asked for a better day 2. They're in such a strong position in this match. They lead by 179 runs. They'll be very content with their day's work.
That is everything for us on the Surrey live stream today. Check out your podcast feeds for tonight's episode of Over and Out. We'll be back here on the stream just before the start of play tomorrow at 10:30.